Yeah, and I don't even know you. Hope you let me. Got so much to show you. If you let me, girl, you flowing through me. So electric. Yeah, I'm wishing that right now won't ever stop. You got me falling in love, my darling, but I didn't see you before. Will you be there for me when I'm calling you? Is it you? You got me falling in love, my darling, but I didn't see you before. Will you be there for me when I'm calling you? Is it you? I'm calling you. Hey, I'm calling you. I'm calling you. I'm calling you, darling. Damn, never saw you coming. Now you all I see. Yeah, 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 yeah. Damn, asking myself, could you be the one for me? Yeah, yeah. And I don't even know you. Hope you let me. I got so much to show you. If you let me. 'Cause girl, you're running through me. So electric. Yeah, I'm wishing that right now won't ever stop. You got me falling in love, my darling, but I didn't see you before. Will you be there for me when I'm calling you? Is it you? You got me falling in love, my darling, but I didn't see you before. Will you be there for me when I'm calling you? Is it you? I'm calling you. Hey, I'm calling you. I'm calling you. I'm calling you, darling.
One of the most dramatic and exciting games at Worlds has to be Gigabyte Marines versus Fnatic, where Gigabyte Marines used a funnel strategy on a jungle Nocturne. They got him to level 6 before any of the laners had even hit level 4, and I distinctly remember him using Paranoia at one of the earliest stages of the game I've ever seen. The chaos and the hilarity ensued, and it's one of the most entertaining games you're ever going to see at the World Championship.
Now, as we enter picks and bans, we're going to find out exactly what both teams want to bring to the table, what special strategies they have, and for that, it's all eyes on Gigabyte Marines. But for now, it's just the bans, Ezreal, Jarvan, and Kalista taking off the board.
Kalista being banned here by the Gigabyte Marines, that was one of the biggest picks for No Way in the, dominating their entire region. The other big picks for these guys, if you haven't been tracking them, Syndra and Kassadin are big for Optimus. He's played a ton of those. And of course, Levi, the star. You remember his Lee Sin, but also the Jarvan and Elise, big early game playmaking.
Yeah, mid lane, one of those shared champion pools that we'll have to be looking towards as well. But the Kalista ban, as you mentioned, good respect from the Gigabyte Marines, good awareness of what the meta is at World so far.
And interesting that Fnatic are the ones who take Xayah off the board, maybe hoping to be the sole owners of that Tristana power pick.
Yeah, Reckless really has been huge for Fnatic. The DPS numbers just increasing for him over the split. He's even mentoring the new players on the team and taking a bigger hand in leadership. And they're going to grab him the first pick Varus here, it looks like.
And interestingly, with just the Janna ban, Lulu is still going to be up and available if they choose to prioritize that. It makes a lot of sense, and there you go, 2 champions straight away.
Gigabyte Marines with the Galio as well as the Lulu, a lot of protection, yet another Ardent wielder coming into the meta.
It's really good to have more tools for the Gigabyte Marines on their side with, very large areas that they can traverse. Galio opens up a lot of playmaking. They like to kind of break the meta. They like to, shake things up much quicker. We could even, preface they had some lane swaps. Those could be possibilities early on. So a lot of stuff could get crazy early on with that mobility.
And this first pick phase is going so quickly. Karma and Ryze rounded out for Fnatic. Ryze coming in, a huge comfort pick for Caps, something that's been getting more and more popular. But with Fnatic putting priority on the Varus, it's the Tristana that goes over to Gigabyte Marines.
Yeah, Ryze, great champion. When you're up against a tank in the middle lane as well, the Abyssal Mask build that you can go for, not knowing who the jungler is okay in situations like that. So Ryze has cropped up to be a pretty big deal, you'd have to imagine, and I expect to see that continue through Worlds. The Tristana, honestly, they've got a Lulu, they have a Galio, you're expecting something like that to be seen.
Definitely a lot of expected stuff coming out so far, but guys, what we have not seen yet are jungle pickups, so I'm still extremely curious because more jungle bans are coming through. Jarvan was already one of the big ones we kind of expected. Sejuani, now the tanks are really getting filtered out. Rek'Sai as well. So we're definitely going to see if Levi does have, a counter pick in the jungle. They might even save that one for much later.
Last game we talked about Khan versus the meta, but what about Levi versus the meta? What's he going to bring out? And what's Brox going to bring out? Because Gragas, the ultimate comfort pick for Brox right now, taken off the board.
Yeah, and actually for Levi, while we're talking about the jungle role, for him as a pick, I'm expecting something like the Kha'Zix or Elise, just because that early game pressure is one of the big things you might see from him, with a Galio to protect him as well. Kha'Zix does make a decent amount of sense.
And that's one of the things. We talked a little bit about Archie in the top lane now. This is a guy who's played 4 different roles competitively over his extremely long career. Yeah, just 3 in one entire split. But he...
Oh, that.
He's okay. There you go. You're going to throw your jungle predictions under the bus. But Archie, though, he's a guy that we talked about, and, he could lose lane, and he probably is kind of expecting to lose lane and not really care about that and trying to make more plays around the map and skirmish more, so he might try and combine with a Nocturne here. And this Galio could be a top lane Galio, even though nowadays we really do assume that it's mid, as that's probably a better role for it, and you get a lot more leeway out of that early on. But here we go. Now we can focus on the Nocturne.
Ooh, all right, and at least to balance it out, Broxa committing himself to an early game play style, not always his strength, and going up against a legend like Levi has to be nerve-wracking. But so as debating between tanks right now, what does he want to bring to the table?
I wouldn't be surprised to see the Maokai here, but if I'm Gigabyte Marines looking at that, Cho'Gath is still a champion that we could lock in for ourselves. If we want to tank in the top lane still, the Galio can flex between them, and someone that does damage as an extra tank on top of that. It's always a possibility, but I'm still aligned with you saying that perhaps the Galio is going top.
And this kind of theme of mobility that we've been talking about for Gigabyte Marines, Nocturne has a very long gap closer with the ultimate, and he also can create chaos. This is something that they would like to do with these skirmishes. You turn off the lights, you can maybe separate people, get a little bit more panic coming from the enemies that don't quite know where all of the
it's called paranoia, Kobe.
Exactly.
Gotta be ready for it. And the Kassadin now coming in as well. We talked about this being a comfort pick for Optimus. So when you look at what Gigabyte Marines are bringing to the table, it feels like they got everything they wanted stylistically. But on the other side, for Fnatic, what do they bring? How are they fighting back?
They're bringing a very solid lineup here. It seems much more standard, right? You have front-to-back team fighting you can rely on. You have a powerful early-game jungler that can take advantage of a Nocturne earlier on. We know we're talking about the ultimate already, but you got to get to level 6 to be able to utilize that effectively. So Fnatic seems so much more standard, and this does look like it could be a more comfortable, setup heading into the game, which is probably good versus the Marines, where you want to have as much comfort as possible.
And I just need to point out here while we're still talking, I've been slowly just keeping my eyes in the corner of the Gigabyte Marine support and the summoner spells that he has gone for in the hopes that he would change them. However, it looks like he hasn't changed them, so that's a heal and ignite Lulu in the bottom lane, guys.
Neven is a top laner. He's looking to bring the same level of aggression down at the bottom.
He's got Thunderlord.
And this is the guy who played carries. Let's be real, this guy was not a son of the tank top lane meta. This man is about the carries. Looks like he wants to carry bot lane here.
All right, I'm just excited now. They delivered, right? We had these high expectations of surprise tactics from the Gigabyte Marines. Now they have the Galio in the top lane, less common role for him, Nocturne coming out of the jungle, and now to top it all off, as you said, the heal ignite Lulu for bottom lane. Tristana's a good champion for all inning and kind of going for those plays, so Fnatic will have to keep that in mind, because when they did stumble, against YG a bit in the play-ins, some of those deaths from Reckless were from some unforced errors and not necessarily, checking all the boxes in the bottom lane and having enough caution down there.
See what they can bring, how they can adapt. Fnatic coming into the blue side, Gigabyte Marines on the red as we get into our 4th game of Worlds 2017 group stages. I think the spiciest pick ban so far, we can safely say.
And of course, all the questions still remain to be answered. We expected this, honestly, from the Gigabyte Marines. As abstract as it is, we didn't know which direction they would go, but now we have to look at what are they executing with this. What does the Nocturne provide? Why would a Lulu go for heal and ignite instead of having the flash? A lot of that, to me, screams bottom pressure, or wherever bottom is where the pressure is.
The other thing it screams to me, kind of jungler instincts kick in. Whenever you see a champion without flash, you would want to gank that lane. So as much as, ignite and heal for bottom lane, that's cool. They can try and focus bottom and, win some skirmishes. That's actually also a vulnerability as well that you have to account for. So, maybe Broxa here on Elise is a better early game jungle champion than Levi has, with this Nocturne. He could just focus on bottom side.
Yeah, definitely the case. Broxa may go down there, and the other people that might also be going down there, Kobe, is the 4 teleports that are running around. Top lane is expected. Cap's choosing to have it instead of a healer and exhaust because he knows that a lot of pressure will be going towards these other lanes, especially with a champion like Galio.
And of course, there is no cleanse in the mid lane for Kassadin. So often something picked against the Elise. Maybe Broxa goes bottom lane for that no flash Lulu, but maybe Broxa can continue to impact mid in the same way he did against Hong Kong.
And here we go. Super powerful leash there for the Nocturne.
But who leashed Kobe?
They're trying to get him off the table. And lane swaps, we did say it in Champ Select. It's a possibility. Here we go. Gigabyte Marine's going to do this again. Bring it back.
They brought it back at MSI. It's always been a controversial strategy, but they have made it work a couple of times. You can't doubt him 100%. Soaz already struggling. You could see.
It's another way of also getting around, we have a Lulu with no flash that would probably be targeted by the enemy Elise. Now we're going to lane swap. That's not going to take into account a lot of Elise's strengths there in the early game and kind of dissuade them from going for that.
And now we're looking at a duo jungle, top laner and jungler working together to bring it back down to the bottom side of the map.
This is kicking it old school in a way, right? Knowing the Galio can't lane successfully, so they jungle together as you would expect. A big thing that we may see coming out of the Tristana and the Lulu is, okay, the level 1's a bit weak, level 2's a big power spike, so at any moment they could group up, they could go back to the bottom lane. But speaking of grouping up and going to the bottom lane, it's a level 4 Levi.
Yeah, every little bit of experience they squeezed out of the jungle there. Every single last hit did go over to Levi, and then Archie here finally getting one in lane. But Fnatic still focusing on that bottom side. Broxa's here, Caps is on the way. Even though there are wards, it's going to be a party.
Oh, Levi, Archie holding on, TP coming in, Cocoon going to go wide. Brox is still pushing forward. coming out. Yeah, first blood dropping for Fnatic, and now pulling back. Gigabyte Marines biting off more than they can chew.
They still have Elise here to continue the dive. Caps is actually going to go for it. Jesus doesn't
Still
go down.
alive, waiting on the roof, but there's a TP coming in behind him.
Oh no.
Are they actually going to be able to grab? Caps needs to retreat. He's completely out of mana. Soaz running. Archie trying to taunt up. No one going to walk in range. They're trying to trade the aggro. It's an absolute mess here on the bottom side.
Remember that this mess is all due to 2 members topside for Gigabyte Marines trying to take down the top turret as well. During this chase through the secondary turrets here, it's so early in the game though, you have to remember there's still reductions to champion damage. We rarely ever get to even bring this up because people are not on towers that much, but Tristana and Lulu trying to work their way through it.
And if you want a duo to be pushing a top lane out of turret, even if it does get damage reduction, it's a Tristana and a Lulu. Frankly, they are just so good at it. The wave clear in particular is where they excel. So they will spend most of their time hitting that structure as we get to watch one of the more awkward level 1 dives.
All right, so they try to target the level 1 Galio, which is a good choice, but Broxa does miss the cocoon there to start it all off. Then he doesn't actually have the tower aggro, so a little bit of awkward juggling there by Fnatic, and Jesus ends up having to flash forward there to try and not die to the turrets. And then the teleport here does come in as well to try and delay them and buy some more time for that pushing up top.
And let's be clear, that's a level 1 Maokai. He only has sapling.
Well, it's not a level 1 champion, and it's not a Maokai. Oh, they did it!
It is!
On the other side!
Oh no, that's the ignite! Now we know why he takes it. No way he's gonna grab the kill. Broxy comes over the wall, Cocoon connects. Fnatic fire back.
I thought you were still talking about the one on bottom side with Archie teleporting in, but top side, Soaz goes down, and there's the extra goal going over.
Soaz, I'm pretty sure he just thought he had Elise a bit closer than where she was, and he was not level 1. He ticks over to 2, but he's already dead. Remember, that's a heal ignite. You're walking towards the Lulu. She doesn't need to flash in that situation at all.
Just pushing forward, just Punch comes in. Parallel 5 minutes into the game!
He is 2 levels higher than anyone else on his team right now. Talk about power leveling there for Levi. Is able to get it off, but Caps wants to answer again. I don't know if they can push the minion wave. Minion has to wait for it.
Trying to make his way out. Taunt comes out, but Reckless is still free hitting. Soaz comes in, finally level 2. That's enough. Caps gets a kill for himself.
Welcome to World.
He's going to grab another one. He might be able to take down Reckless too. He's pushing forward. That's the double for the Nocturne.
And Fnatic are embracing the style a little bit here as continued roams from Caps do get them some kills, but Levi doesn't let them get out hands clean.
Not quite animal style, it's a bit more carefree than that, but so calculated from both of these teams. The level 6 strategy from the Nocturne, but the immediate reactions from Fnatic, they are keeping themselves as close as they can in this game. Caps is huge.
Yeah, but so is the Nocturne. We talked about unpredictable strategies. Gigabyte Marines are delivering thus far.
And one of the things about Nocturne that people always criticize when you think of bringing him up to competitive play is that's a very binary champion, right? You are all in, you're just this death missile, and you try and go forward and kill your target. If this is the one that you're power leveling, and this is the one you're getting so far ahead, then you're definitely going to be able to kill your target. And early on in the game, you don't really have to worry about people, being separated like that.
Cap's going to get locked up. Optimus level 6 means he can chase down for free, but might not even need to. Rip walk forward, trying to find it. Flash in the auto will shut him down.
And brilliant tanking from Archie as well to ensure the kill is secure. Caps dies. That was a 3-0 member, so it's even a shutdown for the Gigabyte Marine.
Remember, this is why we kept highlighting mobility in Champion Select for this team. And remember, Optimus, the Kassadin, one of the biggest picks for him, one of his 2 most picked champions this entire year, and now he's the one getting kills. This is more scary for the late game, because Nocturne is one thing, but if the Kassadin starts to get rolling as well, the Fnatic are going to have more problems on their hands.
Pressure now on Fnatic to turn this back in their favor. We can see the gold lead coming in for Gigabyte Marines. Only 7 minutes in, and they've got 1.5K in their favor. And they have to respect the potential here for this Nocturne to come out of anywhere.
Oh no, that's 3 levels. He's lucky. Okay, we're waiting for Nocturne's ultimate, so we have to take a second to appreciate the fact that he's level 7, still the highest on the Rift. The reason he got 7 was because of the assistance from Galio so early, and now he's power leveled his entire farm, his entire jungle through 2 waves to get that experience level to 6. We have to just quickly appreciate that fact before he gets his ultimate up again. I've no doubt we'll look for a target.
Now Archie doing what he can to hold on. It appears the pace of the game has slowed down, maybe until that Nocturne ult comes back, but still the pressure mounts.
Well, they are chunking Archie down, and Broxa's on the bottom half of the map, but he doesn't seem to be looking for a dive. Even though Archie is defensively warding here, focus seems to be mid.
Locking him up. That's going to be in trouble. Lulu going to be locked up. Paranoia comes in. Levi moving forward immediately. Caps just gets deleted. Soaz doing what he can to fight back. Going to get knocked back in the end by the Buster shot. Levi tanking blows. Can't afford to take that tower shot, but maybe he'll make it out. Goodbye, baby. Kitty Cat's bringing it home.
Gets in, attack, and he's able to get the kill there. Double buffs there for Soaz now. They were split. They went 2 different directions with 2 towers shooting them. No Way and Levi do split up, and they're cut down.
The biggest difference there, of course, is that Soaz is able to come towards the middle lane. He doesn't want any piece of 1v1ing Optimus in the side lane. Optimus with a teleport chooses not to use it. Big mistakes as well from Nevin, tanking for far too long.
Important once again, we talked about the shutdown onto Caps, but now a shutdown onto Levi as well. Crucial for Fnatic to come back with that tower. They've just about evened up the gold. And coming into 10 minutes, there's already 12 kills.
And we finally have a level 6 for the Galio. So the ultimate will be available for Archie now to join halfway across the map almost and really get every player now involved in every single skirmish.
Of course, we just saw the level 6 from Soaz on top of that. He's not going to have an ultimate, but Archie, big trouble.
Move forward, the heal for movement speed. They're just chasing him down. The minion wave going to block any potential cocoons. He leaps right back to the thick of it. Archie is a man without fear, because here comes the Kassadin. But was it the right call? Looks like it will just be the disengage. Caps, though, man on a mission. In comes Reckless. That's the CC. Takes down Archie.
There's a reason that we evolved to have fear, though. It can be safe to have fear. All right, he ends up going back in, and they do give up a kill, but whenever everyone's collapsing like this, there's still a pushing Tristana. No way is going to get the tower in mid lane. Let me remind you that entire play started by Jez's a level 5 Karma, flashing and healing over the wall.
Here comes the teleport.
Oh, Dragon is going to get secured by Fnatic. They're backing off in the pit. See if the CC wants to come in. All 4 members going to make it out safely. Nice escape.
Really good, clean play from Fnatic. Of course, it was a trade that wasn't ideal given the mid lane structure went down. Nevin, the real MVP, for having the polymorph onto Rise in that situation. And Levi, I have to mention, as they were fighting, just casually doing Gromp next to them. He knew the goal wasn't to fight at all.
And the most interesting thing here, when we talked about this matchup before the cast, we talked about Reckless. Maybe he'll find an edge. Reckless is nowhere to be seen. It's all about Jesus and Broxa everywhere on the map.
All right, they flash over the wall. They heal to get in range, and then Archie actually turns around on them, communicating with Optimus there to try and burst down Broxa. They actually get the repel out early, but there's Reckless on your screen, flashing forward and grabbing the kill.
And then, of course, the interrupt is going to secure them a tower. Levi gets his Gromp as well. God forbid he doesn't get that one. The Gigabyte Marines are keeping in this very well.
And so much just goes out the window. We talk about lane matchups. If no one goes to the lane you expect them to, not a lot is going to work out as expected. And Fnatic have to keep matching this breakneck pace with Gigabyte Marines.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're going to turn the game into this type of style, you kind of remove some of those weaknesses that we talked about where in lane you would expect to be down CS in these like standard matchups, right? They're kind of taking that equation out of this game. And if you remove the 1 extra turret, I mean, this game is basically tied here. So Gigabyte Marines, they do have this extra gold lead right now with the extra turret that they have down. And you have the added room that you can try and create plays on. But Fnatic are actually very close in this.
And whilst it's only 1,000 gold, there is a notable item difference between AD carries right now. And that is something that you'd say is substantial, can result in a play on the map if they're able to use it. Unfortunately, not this time. No Drake to be seen either. I might want to put them on the other side of the map.
This is also already the most kills in a game at Worlds, and we're only 12 minutes in.
At the pace we're going, I'm ready for 40. Kobe, I'm ready for an absolute bloodbath, and Soaz should be too, because Neven and No Way are here, and they're ready for a fight. Now we're going to finally back off on the bottom side. We turn our attention back to the mid lane. 4 members strong from Fnatic.
Yeah.
Optimus debating what to do here, but looks like Soaz is going to be pressing out. They need to make a play in the mid lane as Soaz is doomed to fall here. Tries to twist his advance back, a little bit of healing. I don't think he's going to be able to save his way out of that one. No Way on a killing spree.
RNG is just the real MVP. Gives the crit for No Way as he's about to try and escape under the structure. The back and forth, the ebb and flow of fighting whenever Fnatic are visible.
All right, I want to try and get out in front of a play before all these things start breaking out now. And let's talk about ultimates that are available. Nocturne plus Galio. Both of them, no, it is a level 9 jungle and a level 7 7 Galio, levels may be switched here, but that is a huge combo, especially with the possibility of Cassidy chasing people down. Now Gigabyte Marines, with all the outer turrets down and all this extra territory to work with, they can turn this into much bigger and more coordinated fights than just a small skirmishes.
Optimus pushing in, not going to give away that Rift Herald for free. Looking to chase down Broxa, but in the middle of 3, in comes the Galio. Optimus out to safety.
Oh,
no! Rift Herald taking it away. Has Fanatics back in that one. Now the Realm War forward. Archie going to look for the taunt, only going to connect on 2. He should be taken down as well. Reckless going to grab that kill.
Did we say coordinated? Just kidding. Optimus is going to go try and take on all challengers there, and he does not quite get out of swipe range from Shelly. Meanwhile, though, every time there is a fight on the other side, they're pushing turrets.
Here comes the Paranoia, in comes Levi, and down goes Soaz.
Even No Way surviving. So right now they're playing the turret game. They're sieging. That was a very long Rift Herald to try and secure just because of Optimus throwing himself at them. You've got the Galio ultimate, the Nocturne combo, yes, but unfortunately the teleports weren't there and they were just trying to react.
Thinking about it, though, just theoretically, a Rift Herald could get you many gains in a game where it's so spread out and so many fights are breaking out across the map. This may be one of those times where we see multiple turrets taken by a Rift Herald. It's definitely going to be up to Fnatic to be able to try and use that effectively. Yeah. But Levi here is probably the most effective guy in the entire game so far.
Now looking for the 1v1 with Caps, does manage to spell shield. Fear comes out, red buff is ticking. Caps running for his life, but Levi should be able to burn this down. Duskbringer burning him out.
He does so much damage. That's the blue buff now for Levi. I thought he was out of mana, but he gets that back.
And now he's 2 levels above anyone in the entire game. Double buff Nocturne, ready to roll.
Guys, when we talk about teams playing around their carries, this is not exactly what I had in mind. Level 6 at 5 minutes, level 11 at 15. Levi is playing it out of his mind, and his team are setting him up for success.
You can tell it's been a pre-planned strategy as well. They work very hard around Levi. All of this preparation leading into Worlds, and this is one of their many strategies.
Has to be careful here, is locked up. Spell Shield's not going to save him from that. As soon as we praise him, he goes right back down.
They are pushing both lanes on either side of him, but Fnatic are able to collapse. They take down the extremely high-level jungler, and let me remind you, there are catch-up mechanics in this game. He is the highest level there, so they did get some bonuses as far as shutting down as well.
So much of this game.
That Herald.
Not quite what we expected, but we'll see. We talked about Herald potentially being a giant boon for Fnatic, a huge advantage. This looks like it could be its first turret taken down, but can they get any more off the back of this?
Looks like they're going to play this one calmly. Everyone was there from the Gigabyte Marines. The jungler just comes back up as well, so Levi would be around if they committed to a second structure. I like the reservations from Fnatic this time. Take the free turret, take every free turret you can, even topside, because Fnatic are all recalling, no one knows that from the Marines. Caps is able to freely push.
Yep, they are able to get, looks like it'll be 2 here if he's able to finish. But, however, Gigabyte Marines are pushing mid and bottom right now. Plus, there is a Mountain Drake available, which they could retreat to. So, looks like they're still going to get 1-for-1. If Soaz doesn't get them all.
Soaz is trying to start the fight off. Paranoia is available and used immediately, but it looks like Archie is the one who's going to get taken down. Winter War not going to have an effect. It will be the trade back as Levi just rips through Soaz.
A big trade in the end, but it was just the trade. The turret still went down, but that was a reactionary turret. Gigabyte Marines still in the back foot.
Yeah, funniest thing here, pings go down from both teams. They both want to push. Gigabyte Marines ping bottom there to try and force on that inhibitor turret, and Fnatic had previously pinged in the mid lane, but they're trying to answer now.
Realm War, Optimus trying to slow down with Force Pulse. Broxa moving forward, level 10 has the red buff, slowed up. Fnatic can't push any more forward though. Optimus, easy escape.
The Gigabyte Marines are just keeping up pressure in at least 2 lanes plus jungle at almost all times right now. So even when Fnatic collapse and they get some extra kills and they win a skirmish, they aren't able to pressure afterwards.
And I'm really enjoying this strategy for them because you can see it was designed from level 1. The fact that they have a Kassadin right now as well, that can go towards the Lynchbane, eventually can split push, gives them that something extra. And when all of these turrets are already gone, if they get any edge on the map, suddenly the inhibitor dies, everything continues. We get to watch once again as Soaz goes in.
So he's able to get off the ultimate here, snares multiple people, nice knockback as well. But with this Nocturne ultimate, they're able to answer back anyway. Optimus on that catch that you talked about, providing a bunch of extra burst damage in combination with Nocturne to take down the front line.
And we can see in the meantime, in live time, it will be the Mountain Drake going down, a boom for Gigabyte Marines if they want to try to force that Baron. And we're getting close to that time. It's still only 18 minutes. But you have to feel like that is the objective that could very well break open this game. But at this rate, who really knows? We could see a 5v5 at any moment.
I mean, interestingly, the map is already open. So for what it's worth, the next big fight around the objective, if it's the Baron, which you would expect it to be if you're Fnatic, is going to be a hotly contested area. However, the Gigabyte Marine, because they're focusing so hard on pushing, you're seeing that strategy in play. They may not want to go down there. They may force Fnatic to go to it.
And another benefit of this constant pushing from the Gigabyte Marines and this pressure they're putting out, they're taking over the ward game as they do it. They control so much territory on this map that it becomes difficult for Fnatic to really reset up some safe territory for themselves. Currently, those 2 control wards Fnatic have up on their blue quadrant of the jungle are lighting up the pathway towards the Baron. They desperately need to keep this quadrant of the jungle in their control so they don't lose out. It could even, with the pace of this game, you're talking about the 20-minute Baron coming up, it could go down at 21-30.
Once again, we talk about fear, we talk about the knock from the casted and potential at any moment for someone to come out of a bush and one-shot you in this game. The dust play, now the paranoia.
Oh, the
Zhonya's play, though, paired perfectly. Cap's going to make out to safety.
Yeah, the Paladin play there. Bubble Heart there gets Caps out. And on the bottom side, Tristana going to do a similar jump away. But Jesus goes in.
Out comes the Galio. Ultimate. We'll see how many knockups he's going to get. Just one. Now trying to find the taunt onto Reckless, but a nice sidestep comes through. Even wants to make it a safety. RT pushing forward. Optimus is in the middle of the team. That's a fed cast, and now Reckless is in trouble. No way, has no fear. And Justice is going to get dropped down. He's looking for a thorn. He flashes forward. That's going to be the shutdown and the triple.
3 big kills, and they are still pushing on the bottom side of the rift.
And all of them onto No Way there. The 5-kill Tristana taking down the inhibitor turret.
TP coming in, Gigabyte Marines doubling down. They got an advantage and they want to push it home. Fnatic on the back foot. Vietnam coming up big on the world stage.
And that's incredible as a reactionary play. Once again, the Gigabyte Marines through vision control, through their ability to rotate and coordinate as a team, you're starting to see that come to fruition.
And they just have no hesitation when collapsing. Even if a member goes down in these fights, they still go for the re-engage. They still say, we're going to get kills back afterwards. This is why, again, we highlight so often with these guys, mobility from Champion Select. Here comes the Galio ultimate. Here comes from mid lane. Kassadin's teleporting in as well. They immediately turn this around. Even though Lulu, with no flash, was caught out, they're able to turn it around so quickly and work through the tank line.
Yeah, Soaz, not really a big threat with his just Spirit Visage against an AD carry, even though both top laners are behind. Galio's utility with damage reduction and being able to provide it comes up tops.
Yeah, No Way here. We have to highlight this guy for the Gigabyte Marines. When he was added to the team, they absolutely dominated the entire region so well. And he was highly sought after for quite a long time by the team. See what they can do now, though, because Optimus is on a control ward in mid lane, and it looks like he's got some fancy ideas. Nocturne Ultimate is available, remember.
Have to be safe. Karma can maybe save one person, but even the shielding might not be enough in the face of so many strong members with so much mobility.
All right, so now we have to take a look at this from Fnatic's point of view, because this is the difficult part, right? We're seeing the whole map, and we're seeing Gigabyte Marines kind of overwhelm everything, but it's Fnatic that need to come up with a stabilizing game plan.
Yeah.
They have the more stable team comp that they can try and set up.
And let's be clear here, when we talk about Fnatic, if anyone was going to be able to take down an unconventional, hyper-aggressive style, we thought it would be the European representative who played this style for the first half of their split, who found success in this style, but now they look lost in the face of Gigabyte Marines. We have to wonder, where is this play going to come from? Who is going to step up on Fnatic?
And that's the thing, they've revolutionized what that style looks like. Fnatic can never be prepared for how they played out the 1 to 6 stage for a Nocturne and how early he ticks over to 6 in ganks. That's a very hard thing to get used to, but that's continued through the rest of the game. And you're right, ultimately, Fnatic, they need to try and find a way to slow this game down, but to slow it down against the team that's constantly pressuring you is really hard.
Gonna have to be now. Make or break on this Baron. 4,000 health.
Pushing in, dropping lower, Paranoia, blocking vision into the pit. They can't even see it happen. The Icon gonna let him know it came through, but Caps is just gonna get burned through immediately. Making the Paladin play to make it out once again. Slow-ass leaping forward. Reckless still untouched on the backside, but the tanks are already dropping. Fnatic is getting routed. The Baron dropping in the favor of Gigabyte Marines. They'll take a Cat Pajama Man anyway on the back half.
And now they've got minions in bottom side as well that are already on the Nexus turrets. Optimus is chasing Fnatic and trying to delay their backs as they actually circle around and they were looking to cut off minions maybe, but not going to be the case.
Optimus might be cleaned up, but the rest of the team is moving into the base. Galliol comes down. Maybe he can stop the backs as well. No way is pushing to the base.
He's looking to end the game right now. If he can stop the teleports, it's over.
TP goes through. Doesn't look like it's going to get canceled. It's Caps versus the world at the moment. The rest of Fnatic caught in a fight. No way versus Caps. One battle to decide the game, but Broxa is here for backup, and Gigabyte Marines are going to have to bare their teeth and wait for a few more minutes.
Meanwhile, if you look at the mini-map there, they were still... Oh,
no way, no fear! Moving in, Caps! Gets taken back. Maokai pushing in. Broxa going to get tucked down as well. There's not enough damage to kill the Tristana. No way is legendary! But still, Gigabyte Marines, they're not quite strong enough to end the game. So as though just feeding fuel into the fire. Reckless here with the double drops. That's the triple. He's looking for the quadra. Reckless gets cut down as well. Pento could come out. No way is hungry for it. The team is there.
It's a legendary 11-kill Tristana, and Optimus takes the Penta. Gigabyte Marines are going to take the game.
Gigabyte Marines taking down the third seed from Europe. A first blow for Vietnam.
While the Gigabyte Marines may have won the battle, they did not win the war. Fnatic was able to take down the Marines a little later in the group stage, forcing a tiebreaker that was split 3 ways, in which Fnatic came out on top, sending the Gigabyte Marines home. If you want to watch more episodes of Worlds Match History, be sure to tune in every day before Worlds Countdown.
below. Breathes the flames from the dying suns, and lives to wake the dying ones. The dying ones.
Music Hall for the second round robin of the 2019 group stage. You're getting a look at a cake made by LEC's #1 and best stats analyst Connie Lee. This is an all-edible Baron with buttercream, milk crumb, as well as in the bottom tier, marbled peanut butter and jelly filling. I'm shocked. Excited to get back into things with Raz, Spawn, and Vedius. That might be my favorite opening of a show ever.
Now, Connie designed some fantastic cakes, but the impressive part about it is how she even designed the Baron herself. Like, fantastic job.
Yeah.
I don't even want to eat the cake. I just want to look at it.
No,
I need that.
Anything also, 10 years celebration, there's all kinds of stuff, including a nice cake, fantastic. But today it's also about the teams and about the World Championship. And the first days of groups delivered some hype results, and these are the standings. So with the first set of games squared away and a lot happening, what are your main takeaways of the first 4 days?
Well, right now the East just looks really strong. And when you have a look at how these groups are playing out, there's a chance that G2 will get out, most likely. But then where are the rest of the Western teams going to come from? They need to make a big push in this second week.
That's why I looked at Group D, and instantly I cling on to Team Liquid, because coming into Worlds, I thought Dom won and Invictus Gaming for sure. But then Team Liquid had a great game versus Dom 1, certainly competitive versus Invictus Gaming.
I think for Groups A and C, a lot of the results are as expected. I think for Group D, depending on who you ask, is a little bit more contentious. But I think Group B has by far been the most surprising group that we've seen, with a lot of upsets happening, a lot of teams kind of performing not at the level that we expected as well. And I think that it's only going to make for today a very exciting day.
You're right. Most of the things kind of normalized after the first couple of days of groups, but not Group B. That's just a bit of a mess. When we look overall, pre-tournament, we said SKT, G2, FPX possibly as big favorites for the tournament. How do we feel about those now?
I still think that SKT is one of the favorites for the tournament. One of the questions I had coming in was SKT seem a little formulaic in their approach to the game. Strong early game, good team fighting, FLICKR and Cleared really being the core. But surely there's going to be a team good enough to be able to challenge them. RNG came close, but it was not enough. They are showcasing why this organization is always able to come in at tournament form, and why they are one of the favorites still to win the tournament.
Yeah, and I think that Khan is having a much better tournament this time around, but if you are coming in with maybe the best jungler in the world, it's very hard to attack the early game. That's where people have gone at the Korean powerhouses in the past, and I think so much of this now is about how well Clid has been able to cement the early game of SKT.
Yeah, and FLICKR for me is the person that I look towards. Like, his Twisted Fate play was great. There were times in which during that game that we were referencing in the RNG game where there were certainly bad plays around Elder Dragons or those calls, but ultimately they can take a step back, think about the plays that they're looking for, and ultimately play to their qualms.
Something I saw from someone on Twitter today is how we never really call out the fact that some of the players on SKT are not veterans, are also players that are relatively new to the biggest stage and the international stage. Yet we kind of gloss over that because they are in this SKT machine. And I think we're starting to see kind of the traces of that and how strong they're developing.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I also think that playing domestically in a league like the LCK prepares you better for the world stage than maybe any other league historically in League of Legends. And I think that Effort and Clid have been able to go through a very good season so far.
SKT looking fantastic. Secondly, maybe a bit more controversial, G2. Still favorites, but how are we feeling about their last couple of games?
Well, they were my favorites coming into the tournament. I still think they are the favorites of the whole tournament. This is a team that can play fast, they can play slow, they have so many other looks that they can give towards you. However, I do want to say that this is starting to look almost IG-esque in how they're approaching.
You mean World Champions IG?
No, MSI IG, unfortunately, in how their group stage is getting a little bit rough. And I think that I'll always give them the benefit of the doubt. Until you beat the champ, they're the champ. And I think that is how I'm going to approach it. However, there are a couple too many fun games for maybe my liking at the moment.
I feel like G2 is a team that's whole foundation is built off of fun. And you're going to get the two extremes. The best, which is what we saw against Griffin, and what we saw against H2K, which is arguably some of their worst. But the one thing you can say is whenever someone stumbles, someone is able to pick up the pieces. And that is what I think makes G2 so strong as a team.
Lastly, RNG has been really impressing me, Raz, and I know the same goes for you. Are they emerging as the biggest favorite for the LPL right now?
For sure. I think coming into the tournament, a lot of people pegged them as to be a bot-side-centric team, and they're still doing great regarding that. Uzi's just pummeling lanes consistently. But now they're giving a lot of presence towards Longxing and towards Xiaohu as well. They're showing that diversity, or at least the willingness to play to those lanes. And so from the games that we're seeing, they look fabulous.
And look, Royal has gone to a final twice with just playing around raising the puppy. They need a little bit more if they want to win a final, however. And I think that the ability to give resources to Xiaohu especially is going to be important. Their MSI run, where it looked like they might be able to take it, but ultimately fell down to the CLGs and SKTs, was the year where it looked like that mid lane focus was doing great things for this lineup.
And I just love the fact that we're seeing confidence in the facilitators, because there's always pressure on the players like Longxing, or even in this case, Karsa. But Karsa, when he came onto his Lee Sin play, had great flash kicks or ward hop kicks that you wouldn't really expect in incredible pressure moments. It doesn't really feel like they're feeling that.
For sure. Definitely a team to keep our eyes on going forward, but a large part of groups were also influenced by different teams' interpretations of the bot lane meta, namely the prevalence of bot lane mages. So I do want to ask, why and when should you go mages off of the games we've seen?
Well, what I've seen so far is if you have a weak bottom lane that you want to hide, there's a lot of good picks right now. And some of them are in the form of the mages. We've seen a lot of Viger picked up, as well as different looks of the Morgana. And I think that with so many dominant AD carry players that are going to play in your face in lanes, it gives you another legitimate option to bring utility into that bottom lane.
I also just think that in the current meta, there aren't that many strong AD carries. Xayah, Kai'Sa, and Ezreal to a lesser degree are the three that we've been seeing at this tournament. But outside of that, many teams don't really want to experiment or utilize some of the other ADs and just feel that going towards mages or more aggressive bot lane picks are the better way to play the bot lane right now.
Or if you do like the marksman, they fit a different role better. The Tristana and the Lucian seem to be much better solo lane picks right now than they do in that bottom lane.
But there is also a big question, because we've seen varying results of people picking mages in the bot lane. It seems to me that for some teams, it's a band-aid that doesn't even cover everything. And in some cases, it's a huge, huge advantage.
Yeah, I know we were having a discussion before the show actually began about which teams we feel confident using it just for like playstyle-centric reasons. Like, because I looked at the Fnatic game and I thought that was them going up against RNG, not feeling the most confident playing pound-for-pound bot side. And then we also saw, like, for instance, Damwon actually utilize the Veigar game. And those are the instances that we've been seeing just band-aid performances.
Yeah, fun fact, Sneaky has the highest damage percentage out of all bot laners, or all marksmen at Worlds, as well as the highest damage per minute. But that's just for me to show that you can put a band-aid on that, but when it comes to other phases of the game, you might not necessarily have a lot to fall back on.
And this is something that I feel quite strongly about, where we see it as a band-aid because they haven't been able to perform. But I think that from the team's perspective, they look at these picks as the strongest that you can play in that position right now.
Yeah.
And I think that an experience problem is what's hurting a lot of these players to have these impact. And unfortunately for Sneaky, he went up against the best bot lane mage player that exists probably in the world right now. So you could see the difference in that. But I feel that given that we're in week 2 of groups, given that now you can't afford to make these mistakes, I believe you should just rely on your experience and go off of what got you here in the first place.
Because you have to remember, even if you're practice on the pick, the team most likely will not be, and it warps the way that you have to play the game around it. For so long, Cloud9 has been a team that can play around their consistent threat in the bottom lane in Sneaky, and these mages come online at, the 2-item mark, and are not the consistent output of DPS unless you're willing to play Cassiopeia bot.
Similar story for Fnatic, where Reckless is at the bottom of all damage output because that just hasn't been working for them. So I think we're going to see a lot of different looks for teams that need to catch up on games coming into this stage of the group stage. Now, on top of that, we have some big celebrations. And over the last couple of days, we've been celebrating that 10 years of League of Legends. And alongside the absurd amount of announcement was also League's newest champion to the roster. love it so much.
Yes! I just want to see the champion instantly.
Yeah.
Support Marksman, by the way.
What is that going to be?
Yeah, I think I speak for everyone. As soon as she shoots Lucian, I'm like, oh my goodness.
I'm like, what is this betrayal?
Exactly right. Like the quest is finally over and he's just going to get capped for it. But I think that I just love that another different archetype has been introduced into the game. I'm very intrigued to see how it gets utilized on the pro level.
Me too. And if you want to learn more about the return of Senna, you can also check out her bio on universe.leagueoflegends.com. And I believe Lucians and Threshes are also updated because she's back. Crazy stuff. No Senna yet, of course. Hopefully in next Worlds. But moving forward, though, every group is going to play out their remaining round robin and any subsequent tiebreakers taking place at the end of the day. So TLDR, one group per day, step up on the day, and you're going to quarters. Don't step up, and you're going home.
And for me, some of the big matchups of the day are J-Team versus Splyce. If Splyce end up losing this game, it becomes significantly harder to be able to qualify out of groups. And then for GAM, they're going to have to come up clutch against FPX themselves. They got demolished last time, and if they want to stand a chance, I feel like that these first two games are going to be pivotal in determining the rest of the group.
Yeah, 100%. I think for FPX, the games I'm most concerned for, and not only the ones that you mentioned, the first one of the day, but also the last one of the day going up against J-Team.
Raz, this was supposed to be the free group. Why are you worried about anyone that FPX is playing at the moment? Top seed coming out of the LPL. You have to think they're still favorites to get out.
Yep, I'm just using the word if very lightly. Very lightly. They're not going to lose a game today. The fact that they lost one at the beginning was just a lesson.
All right, talk to us then about the perceived tournament favorite status of FPX. In the beginning of the group stage, we were a little iffy on it.
Yeah, I mean, look, that game, a lot of it came down to just individual mistakes. A lot of people honed in and focused on LWX in particular. And if you looked at this Baron steal and also just the fight, you just saw really messy, uncoordinated fights that you don't see from FPX during the entire summer split.
And I think that a thing that we have to mention is, once again, the relative age and experience on the international stage. A lot of these players are brand new and they would be nervous coming in as the LPL's #1 representative. Has been a cursed spot in the past, and FPX had so many expectations that anything short of flawless gameplay was going to make us doubt them. But I think that we have seen them return to form. They came off the quickest game now of the group stage.
Return to form.
Yeah.
They've had one game against GAM where they got given Kiana, and then he just snowballed the entire game off of it.
Okay, so let me just ask you a quick question, Vetti. So, GAM versus Hong Kong Attitude, who would win?
GAM versus Hong Kong Attitude,
Yeah.
it would be close.
I think the
That's
GAM
not
would
an
probably
answer.
take that. And then I think Hong Kong Attitude versus G2 was a very
Oh,
messy
okay.
game.
So we're using transitive properties now.
Absolutely.
All I'm saying here, all I'm saying is that FPX are yet to prove to me that they are completely back in form. I feel the only consistent players we've seen on this roster so far are Tian and Crisp. And I think while they are performing well, I'm not going to give them a free pass today. I am convinced that they will lose one game today. I just have no idea which one it is.
Okay.
Well, we have
Okay,
some more
alright.
time. So what should FPX do to be favorites in the eyes of the almighty Verius?
So they have to 3-0 in the second round robin. I think that it is possible. We know the capability and potential of this team. We saw how dominant they were during the regular season, and I feel that they have the talent to do it. But unless they do it today, I cannot consider them tournament favorites and back to pre-tournament
I don't know.
expectations.
Yeah, and I think that when you come from a region like the LPL and you play so many games, they would be used to a format like this. So I'm very excited to see when they start playing these back-to-back games, how they're able to step up and take it to these other teams.
Hype to see what FPX can do. And now, assuming that FunPlus Phoenix maintain form and earn themselves a #1 seed, I do want to get your thoughts on who might be second in this group of mess, as we have dubbed it. I have added a twist. I have 3 cards with the 2, 3s, and 4s for now. So GAM, J-Team, and Splyce. You can draw one at random, and you have to give me your passionate explanation as
want
to
the middle
why.
one.
You want the middle one?
I want the middle one.
Okay.
What?
Yep.
Boom.
Give me the middle one.
I'm taking this. It's
All right.
closest to me.
What,
That's the
what
lucky
did you
part.
All right, so
I'd love
who's
to see.
first? Oh, okay.
I'd like to see what you got. Okay.
Oh,
We've got it.
no.
Oh, this is the easiest thing. I actually believe this, by the way.
Why did you
I
say,
have
oh,
the
no?
hardest one.
Raz, well, how would you like to go
Let's
first?
go Raz. Let's start with
And
Raz.
we'll also
Okay.
have a timer. You get 90 seconds. I'll count you in, and then you can go, okay?
Perfect.
You ready? 3,
Yes.
2, 1, JT.
I mean, we've already seen them play. I mean, they already upset not only one of the tournament favorites, but they did it in the group. So for me, Fofo is an insane player. Also, we haven't seen the best of Rest. So I think that the two solo laners have already showcased, for me, throughout the split, that they're excellent performers. They are already taking down Splyce. And for me, I'm already flip-flopping in the tournament. I think J-Team, personal belief, I don't even need this, will take second place.
Someone's going to say that Raz doesn't like the LMS or something. And
Listen to me!
Rebuttal from anyone?
So I think that what's important to recognize about J-Team is that they're not good at snowballing or pushing their advantages. A lot of their leads purely come from Fofo. And in the one game that they lost against a certain GAM, this was when they attacked the mid lane directly and shut him down. And I think that with him removed, there's a very good chance that J-Team don't make it out of this group.
You had like 90 seconds, you used only 30, so it's
I'll just come out with a quick rebuttal and say that Lil V is, and the bottom side in particular, are much better. Koala on engage options, specifically the Pike, has showcased a lot of talent for me.
Okay, there we go. We can button this one up. You have 90 seconds if you want it, and I feel like you're going to need them for
Convince me, Spawn.
All right, so the most practiced team on the world stage so far is Splyce. They played through play-ins, they played through all 5 games to make it to groups. So these guys know the pressure surely by now. And I think what we've seen is that they're a young lineup that needs to make the adaptations game to game, but when they come in with a good game plan, it does work. Cast your mind back to that matchup versus FPX, where they were able to beat FPX to their own punch and punish that bottom lane that we're expecting a lot out of. So I have a lot of confidence behind these players. I think that if the young guys step up, mainly looking at Norskurin as well as Humanoid in that mid game, that they're going to be able to have a more consistent performance. Now, what I need them to be able to do is group in the mid game. I think just simplify the game plan. When they go to 1-3-1, when they go to the full court press, they do make mistakes. So I'm hoping that we see a little bit more tank play or cannon play out of Chachi up there in the top lane, and that the rest of the team is able to utilize that to set up things like the Baron area and generate advantageous team fights, because they will get ahead early.
Almost exactly 90 seconds.
Oh.
Actually, you do have some time left, but Raz, do you agree with that?
I mean, my issue is the fact that you're right. Focus is going to be on Humanoid and Norskurin, but I think they're underplaying, to be fair. And then if I look to the top side of the map, I'm seeing Zero, I'm seeing Rest, and I'm seeing Gimgoon. Top side of the map right now is really detrimental for the side of Splyce, so I think that's where they're going to suffer.
The EU fanboy wants to say
I mean, he's convinced me. I'm bought in. Splyce,
well, no, you already had them in your pick'ems anyway.
I mean, it's true.
Yeah.
So that means that I have to convince you all of the glory of GAM Esports. Now, GAM, they had a tumultuous group stage. They had mixed results. They struggled against Splyce. They struggled against FPX. But today is the day that GAM turn it all around. Levi in the jungle, when all odds are against him, he will find new picks to break waves and reform the meta. Zeros has the potential to carry even the weakest teams to the greatest heights. GAM has the tools at their disposal to not just finish second in this group, to finish at the top, and it all comes off the back of their jungle and top laner. GAM, I believe, the fans believe, it's your day to make it out of this group.
Oh, that was just so impressive.
And look, I'm not one to let facts get in the way of a good story.
Thank you, crowd. Thank you.
No, calm down.
We can cut the segment here.
On the international stage, Zeros has consistently underperformed.
Yeah, relevant.
And Levi did choke in the opportunity to be able to get out of groups previously. So apart from the facts, I think he's done a very good job.
I agree. Now, what I do think is that it makes clear that you can make a solid case for every single one of these teams after FPX to get out. What are some of the factors that we think might influence them that aren't pertinent on we know they could because of X, Y, and Z?
So I think one of the biggest things is the evolution of the meta and what becomes a priority in the second week. Because one of the things about best of ones are when you go up against these teams for the first time, you learn a lot more about their playstyle, you learn a lot more about what they prioritize and ban away in the draft, and your ability to adapt in a very short space of time and evolve your preparation will be a large part of determining which team is able to come out on top.
I just think being the best you. This is one of the groups where we see so many different styles, but when it gets to the 20-minute mark, we see all 3 teams really finding it difficult to close games when they have those advantages. So I'm looking at Splyce and saying that when they are making their own plays, specifically bot lane dives, mid lane plays, just not to flop the execution. So I think I'm very confident about meta. Play your own style, just play to the best of your abilities.
And I just think consistency is key. And if the way you beat J-Team today is go at Fofo, I don't know whether the teams have the tools to be able to do that. And J-Team has shown that they are one of the most consistent teams domestically and have played to that same style today, so I would expect them to get out.
Thank you all for your breakdown. We did hear now about the other teams, but before we jump into that first game, Doinby shares what it feels like being at his first Worlds.
这是我的第一次世界赛嘛，感觉就挺开心的吧。然后因为是我去年差一点点进了世界赛，然后后来就都觉得之后就没有机会进世界赛嘛。但今年到世界赛舞台上，感觉都挺开心的。
Awesome. Turning back towards game one, it is hard not to think of the last time FPX and GAM Esports faced off a couple of days ago. The LPL reps smashed GAM Esports, and a lot of that was also this man, Doinby.
Yeah, Doinby came into this tournament really with a lot on his shoulders, pressure on there, people having those discussions about like top 20, and he performed outright. And alongside Tien. Doinby and Tien are the people who end up getting the motor going up to the top side of the map or bot lane dives, and I think they were able to consistently achieve that.
And I think the thing about Doinby that people need to remember is that whilst he's not the best laner, the importance of the early game is there, and he does play against some of the best mid laners in the world, so it's not like he's any slouch in those 1v1 mechanics. I think it was slept on how well he was going to be able to do. He has built some big CS leads for himself, and he's done it on his champions, which is so important for this FunPlus Phoenix lineup.
And there's a big reason why for so many people, Tien and Doinby were put so highly on their top 20 lists, and it's the synergy and what they're capable of doing. And it's because in the early game, Tien is the pace setter. He's the one that makes a lot of things happen for FPX. And we got to see a great example of that yesterday in their or the other day in their game against GAM. I don't think he's ever going to be allowed to play Kiana again, but he then sets up Doinby to be the carry later on. And their synergy and coordination is what makes this FPX team so strong.
Yeah, and I'm never concerned about his champion pool. His Lee Sin, his Echo, his J4. I know that you made a mention that that Clid you would say is the best jungler right now in the tournament. I think for sure Tien, and he doesn't get any of the like mainstay credit because of how new he is to this stage.
What does he have over Clid?
For him, he is incredibly consistent to being able to match the enemy jungle, being able to cover both mid and bot side waves. I think he's the most intelligent jungler we have in the tournament.
And I think it's important to recognize the other big carry on this team in Crisp. The man actually works extremely well to enable Tien to do a lot of the things that he does. And the amount of times that Crisp roams mid lane to further support Doinby is a credit to how impactful this guy is. I think that a large part of what sets up FPX as a team is not because they have superstars, but because of the teamwork and coordination and how well they all complement each other.
Yeah, they're a very fun team to watch as well, but we can't count GAM Esports out yet. You already said it, they kind of have the history with Levi speaking for them, and he is still one of the big players on that lineup.
And I think if you have a look at a team like GAM, they're not going to be worried about getting beaten quickly. They're a team that does play a fast style of League of Legends themselves, and sometimes when that backfires, it does so spectacularly. And they've also shown us multiple different looks, so I'm expecting them to have a new game plan today versus FPX. I hope it does revolve around a Kled mid lane, because Doinby has played it himself in the past, and it would be so fun to see that matchup. But I think that there will be something fun, there will be something a lot quicker, and I just hope it's teamfight reliant, Raz.
What I love is the fact that we have 3 Kled players in this game, not just talking about Kiaya, but Doinby and Gimgoon, both mainstay Kled, although haven't played it for this split. I'm talking about FPX. But talking about the Marines here, what I'm surprised about, you already talked about the multiple playstyles that they go for in Champion Select. I know the mainstay Taku is like jack of all trades, master of none. They look like a master at the picks that they go for. So I think they play to their compositions very consistently.
What is the difference in this GAM from previous years, knowing that before, is it just a group and the group style? Because before, they were challenging teams like Fnatic in the group stage as well and almost got to the next one.
Yeah, I think this time around it's easier to play towards your top side of the map because they play a lot of things like Garen Yuumi. So you're able to shore up that weakness down bottom and give a lot of resources towards Zeros. That's what we saw. Jax pickups, you know, a lot of things like Kennen being played as well domestically. And then Levi with a very high jungle proximity around around that top lane. So I think that is an area where it's much easier to play through and not necessarily have to rely on your bottom lane to carry.
And I think draft is going to be very important. We've already talked a lot about it for this team, but it feels like Levi needs to be on something that he can have impact on in the early game, because that is what it ultimately boils down to for GAM. They either win hard and fast or they lose hard and fast. And you know that once they get a lead, they will continue to engage and engage, but a lot of that comes off the back of their man in the jungle. So he has to be put on a pick that he can find the success with.
And their worst performance so far has been against Splyce. And that was 100% a draft issue in my mind, because they ran into a Splyce team that was not willing to fight them like they would have in the VCS with no engage options. So I think that they will be able to remedy that. And FPX as a team will be much more willing to engage in some of the shenanigans that GAM relies on for their gold generation, where a team like Splyce was not.
I agree with the draft point. I also think that looking to the bottom side of the map, they're going to be outmatched by LWX and Crisp, so I would like to see them on, once again, mage bottom lanes. We already talked about it pretty heavily on the top of show, and I just want to be able to see that creativity to be able to band-aid that bot side.
You talk about the bottom lane for FPX specifically. Are you also looking at that bottom lane to have a better performance than in the first phase of groups? Because I know that we were throwing some criticism on the way of LWX in the first couple of games.
Oh, 100%. I think that was the worst game that I've seen from him during this split. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. So coming into this one, I think that he's going to perform much, much better. And also, Crisp was LPL Summer Split Finals MVP. He's an insane support, and if things don't work out bot side, he's going to end up going mid.
Yeah, and look, I called LWX Name, right? And I don't think any bigger jinx exists on the global stage, because what they are able to do is kind of roam Crisp out of that lane, support a lot of players on the map, but LWX will still get his farm and still team fight very well. He is insanely aggressive in these team fights. He will often frontline on things like Kai'Sa, like the Lucians, but that's a double-edged sword. If you're not expecting it, you do get blown away. If you lay the traps, then it can also explode in your face.
And I think for predictions, expectations should be that FPX are the clear favorites coming into this game. But what we can say for sure is that GAM will not make the same mistake of giving away the Kiana over to FPX, especially given that they have first pick. But the other thing is that we know that both these teams will fight you regardless. So as long as it doesn't descend into chaos like we saw in the last time they matched up, there is a good chance that there will be a lot of back and forth, and it will come down to raw mechanics that can determine the outcome of this.
As we get closer and closer to this game, it's also important to note again, all games of this group get played in this day. So those mental issues that can arise when you lose that first one and have to go back on stage for the other one, it's so important to win that first game. But for GAM, it looks like a very tough one. So how do you think the rest of their day will go depending on this possible loss versus FPX?
Well, the good news is they get the break after the first game, right? So that is going to be big for the mental reset. If they had to play FPX into someone like J-Team, I'd be very worried for them. But Tinny-kun is an experienced coach and should be able to get them back on track.
And they also get to see J-Team play in the game right afterwards. So they already have the information and can make on-a-fly adjustment.
But that's assuming that they lose.
That's assuming that I know you have the faith in them, so we're going to track that. The pressure is definitely on for the teams in Group B. Let's see out who comes out on top and overcomes.
Playing here in Berlin definitely makes you feel like you have the home crowd advantage. There's more pressure on us. If we go through, I feel like we would get a lot of support from that. People didn't expect us to even be at Worlds in the first place, and if we can make it out of groups, that would already be a big accomplishment.
There's no way they can handle this. There is a fair bit of damage, though it's coming. Jumps on, finds the first one.
I feel like we can do it.
It's such a close group that I think that pretty much anyone has a possibility of getting out.
Here comes Levi.
Nếu mà đội tuyển GAM Esports có thể tiến sâu được vào bên trong thì nó sẽ giúp cho VCS có cơ hội trở thành một trong những khu vực lớn ở trên bản đồ Liên minh huyền thoại thế giới và có thể thoát được cái bóng là một đại diện, là một team quay vào.
Back down in a second. Right on top. Wants to leave it. He's stuck on two. Ignite claims that kill. The shield comes in. Levi refuses to die.
因为 LNS 已经很久没有进过8强了，我希望留给大家这个印象，当然是我们还是一个很强的赛区。
Drake goes into JT. Stopwatch burned and oh! The solo kill for Lil V. The fight might continue.
如果我们能进8强，那代表我们有一定的实力。
Chris doesn't have the damage. Lil V chasing him down. The biggest upset of the day, you have to believe.
It was considered the group of life. Everyone looked at it and said, oh, FPX, they're going to get out first place in that group, except FPX is also included because of their performances.
我觉得首先我们肯定要拿好成绩，让大家记住我们 FPX。
Attacking to the mid lane as well.
Yeah, don't be flexing those muscles.
不管输出英雄的时候，我觉得还是之前那个多硬币吧，就还是打得非常好，然后就回来了，那个 Super Carry 多硬币回来了。
We turn our attention to Do and B.
I kind of get that feeling that the beast has awoken.
Hello and welcome to the first game of the second round robin, GAM Esports versus FPX. And the monster's awake, Azale. I'm Dracos, this is Azale, this is Ender. We're going to be bringing you the first 3 games today, and the deciding games, of course, for Group B over the course of the day. 2 teams are going to go away empty-handed. So much pressure.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, coming into a day like this, you know, you're looking at a team like FPX. They were expected to absolutely destroy the group. It feels like really the only acceptable result for them is obliterating all 3 games today to really kind of regain the confidence of people who are looking at them as a tournament favorite.
And we did see FPX come in and obliterate GAM after 2 shakier performances against the other teams in this group. So they should have the confidence coming into that rematch to start off the day again today.
Honestly, gentlemen, the only thing I'm looking for is more hectic GAM drafts, because we saw the Kled in the mid lane, and I want to see if he feels confident enough to take the Kled into Doinby. That would be incredible.
Yeah, it would be really exciting, and I think that we saw, you know, in GAM's win against J-Team, it was largely off the back of all of these hard engage options, right? When we saw them play against Splyce, they were heavily reliant on pike hooks for engage, which just really wasn't enough. When they played against FPX last time, a lot of it was going to be on Levi on the Lee Sin, so I want to see them drafting for hard engage. I want to see them forcing fights and skirmishes non-stop, because I think that that is their best shot to take down a team like FPX.
Yeah, and I agree. That's definitely a very good approach. I also think that whenever I watch a GAM game, it's all about jungle and top lane for me. These are the 2 big carries in Zeros and Levi. And honestly, last game I was a little disappointed with that duo. You know, they got some winning matchups early on, but after a botched invade, Renekton coming down, Gimgoon, in fact, to thwart that entirely, it made the early game so difficult for GAM to play out. So I want to see strong early matchup for Levi in the jungle. I want to see a gankable top lane once again, and then not throw it away at level 1.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to do that, because Doinby has also been incredible in these last couple of games. He has really started to turn it on, it feels like. And when he gets going, it's not just about his lane. As we know, he can get up to that top side of the map and start to disrupt what is supposed to be a 2v2, turn it into a 3v2, look for these sorts of dives that could put Zeros behind, because that really is the FPX specialty, and that is how they snowball their games.
And that's why I want to see GAM get there before the 3v2 becomes a possibility. Make it happen early, and make it happen in the draft.
Now we'll see. For now, just the Xayah and the Pantheon banned away. Pretty stock standard from what we've seen so far in the tournament. The Rise, though, feels like an immediate takeaway from Doinby.
And the last time these 2 teams faced off, the Kiana, rather, was left through the ban phase, went to the 2nd phase on FPX's side as well. Of course, that went into Tian's hand to great effect here. So personally, if I am GAM, I'm either getting rid of that or first picking that for myself, because I think Kiana is absolutely busted on the current patch.
Definitely a strong champion, but there is a lot of other things to worry about as well. If you're concerned about, you know, giving LWX his favorite champion in Kaisa, where he was 10-0 throughout the LPL. Obviously, they're heavily targeting Doinby. The Kayle, the Rise, his last 2 games. You know, yes, there was help when he was playing the Kayle, but he did end up laning phase ahead of a Jace who went Ignite, who went Airy. He was taking his plates, and he was scaling really well into that game. So certainly are worried about what Doomby could do to them.
And I love the Renekton first pick coming in from Zeros, giving him a little bit more fuel for the fire to go toe-to-toe with Gimgoon on the top side of the map, because while he looked like he was building a massive CS lead on that Kennen, Gimgoon was still finding those solo kills.
Yeah, he really did turn that matchup right around. I also think that this is a lane that is super strong for 2v2s when you bring the jungler and get him involved as well. Now, FPX did leave open the Nocturne that they banned last time these two teams faced, so I wonder if Levi wants to go for that. I personally don't love that pick. I see Qiyana open. I see early game champions like the Lee Sin having higher priority here, just because I think you have to bust FPX open in the early game.
And it's interesting now that we're seeing the Nautilus hub over. Kai'Sa Nautilus, obviously an incredibly powerful bottom side of the map, but it does mean leaving the Qiyana up and available for Levi to take away if he wants.
You've also got to remember that Nautilus can easily be going mid for Doomby. It was one of his favorite champions playing AP Nautilus. We did see Crisp already run it in this tournament, though, and he played it a lot in LPL, so certainly surprised if it go to bot. But we are going to get Heimerdinger, and I'm expecting this to go down to the bot lane for Xin.
And I wonder if they want to put a Morgana next to it. Of course, we saw that duo played earlier on in the tournament, but against something like Nautilus, if you want to run another, mage in that bottom lane to have push, to be able to thwart the all-in attempts of a Nautilus, that definitely could come out later on in this draft.
I think that makes a lot of sense. It's also going to allow them to play away from their bottom lane. You can play Heimer, fairly self-sufficient. You have the Kled, you have the Renekton, so very aggressive solo laners here for GAM. And we just now need to see some sort of a strong early game jungler for Levi to be able to pair up with these guys and really bring the aggression to FPX.
And I love Kiaya's Kled, man. Seeing those outplays in the mid lane, watching him get the perfect remount at the perfect time to find the 1v1 kill was incredible. And to see him potentially do it against Doomby, the OG master of Kled mid, would be incredible.
That's what I'm wondering. Is this mid lane Kled? We saw Kiaya play it last time, but they still could flip between both the Renekton and the Kled here.
Depends how aggressive they want to be into this GP. Yeah. Because Kled early game can be very effective into Gangplank. Gimgoon, though, I think one of the best Gangplank players in the world. This is his best champion, and he really is good at withstanding these aggressive matchups and helping to snowball LWX on his Kai'Sa on the bottom side. I really like to think of Gimgoon almost as an impact-style player, but perhaps even better and really strong mechanically.
And that's always a scary thing to face off against. Now, looking forward in this draft, great bans coming through from FPX here. 2 mage jungle bans here. AP junglers. Now the Gragas is left open. I think Tion might want to pick that up for himself, because when you show 2, AD solo lanes, you almost always want to put a mage into the jungle. Otherwise, those solo lanes just build ninja tabis and you're pretty useless in the 2v2.
That can be problematic, but having Heimer in that bottom lane, it's not going to be a physical damage marksman down there. So as long as you get to that team fight stage, I don't think it'll be too bad.
And despite us talking about the strength of Morgana, it did remain untouched. The focus instead very much on the jungle role. As predicted, Ender, the Gragas is locked in. All 3 popular AP junglers have now been taken away. We kind of have to dig deep into Levi's bag of tricks if you wanted to find anything.
I mean, if he really wants to go ham, it'll be the Olaf here for early game domination when you have 2 very strong solo lanes as well. That could be a great setup here for Levi if he wants to look to snowball against Tian early in the game.
This could be Shen support here from Slay. Actually does set up fairly well with the grenade taunt combo. You can utilize that either direction, and also being able to ult in on a Kled flying in on a Renekton, you can get really aggressive.
Could it be Kled jungle here? I don't know. There's a lot of flexible picks for GAM.
But the first clear for Kled, I've actually played Kled jungle a lot, is really bad, so I would be surprised. I think we are going to get the Lee Sin and just round out what is a very exciting, very aggressive comp here from GAM. They are excellent at utilizing these ultimates to engage, and Nocturne seems to make sense, right? Nocturne, Shen, that pairing is great alongside the Kled. Renekton getting the speed up from that Kled ultimate also to follow into these team fights and dogpile in onto FunPlus.
And replicating so much of the success that we saw versus J-Team. Yes, they no longer have a Kai'Sa, but they've got the Shen, the Nocturne, and the Kled to allow you to run face first into your opponent and start a fight whenever you want.
The only weird thing about this draft is...
Oh my god, it's Malphite!
It's Malphite! All right, we got hard dive versus hard dive. It's all about the team fights.
Okay, Malphite is incredible into Kled. As
someone mid lane.
Yeah, as someone who's played a lot of Kled, this is one of the most obnoxious matchups here. You can actually W max on the Malphite and just clap him anytime he tries to trade with you with your E attack speed slow. It's very difficult for Kled to actually burst you down. And post 6, if he's ever dismounted, with Gragas Malphite, that ultimate combo, you can easily burst him out before he can actually get remounted. So lots of engage here. Certainly the ability to play towards the bottom side of the map for LWX. I think this is a great comp from FunPlus.
First time we've seen Malphite in a very, very long time. And I love it. I love games like this because these are the great ruiners of solo queue. If Malphite pops off mid lane, if Kled pops off mid lane, someone is going to have a very miserable experience later in the day. But of course, two very unique compositions set up. The Malphite kind of a wild card. We're going to see how it functions in and outside of the lane as mentioned. But already seeing a lot of that GAM flair as well as Doonby busting out a pocket pick. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. GAM versus FPX, the first game in a day of deciders for Group B. Two teams will leave today empty-handed. Two more will move on to the quarterfinals.
I've got to take a look here at the mid lane. Grass, to me, is going to signify that it's very likely tank Malphite. I was wondering if it would be AP or tank or maybe some sort of hybrid. That does remain to be seen, but generally, with the grasps, you are going to be building defensively. And with triple AD topside, Nocturne, Renekton, as well as the Kled, tank seems very effective.
I mean, we're going to see a lot of Ninja Tabis in this game. You know, I mentioned it in the draft earlier on, but that's definitely something that these the side of FPX should be going for, just sort of absorb that all-in threat. And as we look even further forward, I think that both comms are super focused on diving in, right? You know, looking at the team fights. There is some side lane pressure, I think, for GAM, you know, potentially unlocking this Kled, but both teams should be diving in. And that's where I'm sort of skeptical about this Heimerdinger pick for Xin in the bottom lane, is because that's not a champion that wants to go forward. Yes, you do have some long-range tools, but that guy wants to sit back and have you run into his towers.
I guess he's going to be trying to perhaps back them up with the ultimate grenade, which has pretty good range. And also, you could end up with these split fights, and that's something that GAM is often very good at. If you have the melee champions diving in, and you're actually getting dove on by Doonby and some of these other champions, you can ult turret, you can drop into the Zonias and try to survive.
I guess in theory, if Levi pops the Paranoia in the middle of a fight, you don't actually see the grenades coming towards you. So instantly out of the fog of war, that long-range spell is just going to be able to CC you and make you have a pretty tough time.
One little thing I want to watch here is they actually gave the ward kill over to Zero, so he will get level 2, 1 creep faster than perhaps Gimgoon is expecting. So has hit level 2 and want to see if he can get a good trade.
And of course, when we talk about this matchup, we so often are going to be looking at topside given how the last matchup played out. And for Zeros, the pressure is on him. He's on this strong early game champion. Gimgoon always has that scaling to fall back into. So need to see him get some work done here in the early lane. And for now, it is just a bit of pressure in his favor and moving down potentially to place a bit of vision.
Now, looking at this early game jungle pathing from Tien, it's a little bit surprising to see him take the Raptors and the red buff, but not actually go for the Krugs. The amount of experience that camp gives you very early on to the matchup is super, super valuable. But maybe just wanting to get down towards this bottom side a little bit faster because that lane is pushing.
Yeah, he could be expecting Heimer to just be trying to push for plates. And if Heimer did do that, you have the gank assist here from Nautilus, the ability to get on top of these guys and maybe punish them.
Of course, you see in the mid lane an interesting trading pattern. Just so hard for Kled to sustain a trade, even with Conqueror proccing. Just the attack speed reduction on the ground time there for Malphite makes it now. And now that he's demounted, he is going to have a much harder time in this lane phase.
Yeah, as soon as he hops back on, though, it becomes really unfair as Doonby has to walk away, the wave pushing against him as well. Now, one thing Levi likes to do a lot in his early games is look for these early windows to gank or dive around the top lane between the 3-minute and 3:30 mark. But when he's on this Nocturne, it's not as good a possibility. We also see Zeros usually will walk in and ward the enemy Krug camp to see where the enemy jungler is going to be. But in this game, he didn't actually go for that. So if he had, Levi could have walked in and managed to steal away that super high priority camp, but instead won't be able to quite find that.
And for now, it has been all things considered, a relatively passive game. Usually in a GAM game or an FPX game, I kind of expect a gank on first rotation, but both junglers seem to be okay farming up. That might change, though, as Gragas has now back, gotten those boots, gotten that Predator. Got to keep our eyes on TN to potentially make a first play around the top side as he moves towards those Krugs.
Yeah, you could see a lot of blue side assist pings over onto those Krugs, so it seemed like they were debating if they actually wanted to try to invade there and perhaps meet Tien, but we do see Levi just go back to base. He's going to take the reset, grabs his challenging smite and a longsword, and the duel there should be heavily in his favor.
Yeah, it's the weakness of going for the Nocturne as opposed to a Lee Sin as well, because Nocturne doesn't have any way to, you know, traverse over the walls and get out of that situation, so it would have been a very risky play for him to go to. Nevertheless, this should be an experience plus clear for Levi because he went for his Krugs earlier on. Krugs on their first spawn give you 30% reduced EXP and also reduce even more for the level you are above them. So Tian got much less off of his first Krug clear than Levi did here, so Levi is going to be powering towards his level 6 mark.
And that's very important because it's all about level 6. I mean, if the Malphite didn't already give it away, the Gragas, you know, the GP, you've got a Nocturne, you've got a Kled, the Heimer, pretty much everyone wants to rush to level 6 as quickly as they can. And I think for the side of FPX, have to respect the potential for this Nocturne to come out of anywhere. As Levi races forward, but since he is spotted out on a ward, we'll make it a lot clearer as to when they can expect that to happen.
I'm kind of expecting GAM to try to use their first ultimates towards the top side. If you can dive Gimgoom with this sort of 3-man play from Kled, Nocturne, as well as the Renekton, and start to really put your Renekton ahead, then this can become a pretty nice matchup where you're threatening to dive GP. But if you don't actually have dive threat, GP will happily farm forever under turret, alt bot on cooldown, and really get into this comfort zone where it becomes so difficult to punish.
Yeah, the things you do always have to keep in mind when you look at these side lane matchups is that there's a Shen on one side as well, so you have the Nocturne 2 come in, but also Shen doesn't care about any sort of range limits on his Stand United, so any 1v1 that Zeros wants to take, especially much later on into the game when sending 2 people bottom lane could just blow open an inhibitor, is a play that GAM should be looking for in the later stages of this matchup.
And a bit awkward now for Xin on the bottom side as his first back does not net him a lost chapter, so may struggle to sustain a push on the bottom side, which will make it a lot less viable for the Shen to actually leave him alone into the tower, because if that cannon barrage goes bottom, it's so easy for a Nautilus to just point and click you down and finish the job.
One thing to note, though, is he does still have his teleport, right? Whereas LWX did commit, so we could see Xin go back for a base, in a couple hundred more gold, or try to just expend all the mana and maintain push, and then use teleport to really get an advantage and try to lock LWX in lane.
But so far, very controlled Tien. Looking into the mid lane, obviously Kiaya very close to dismounting, but has level 6 now.
So Levi's about to hit level 6 off minions. That's why he's coming mid lane, so he can sort of cheat that. If Duanbi goes in, that would be a disadvantage because Tian is behind. So now that window has opened up for Levi to make a play, and that's why we see a big trade up topside.
Zeros just popping the ult there, but won't get anything else. GFP, of course, with his ult still available. Zeros potentially a little bit too eager. Will give him priority in the lane, will force GP under that tower, but no follow-up means GP comes out on top.
So checking in on these builds thus far, Duanbi is actually going for the W max here on Malphite. He is going to be going for a Sunfire cape, and when you do hit that Sunfire, your trading it becomes really, really powerful. It's super easy to actually just keep the Sunfire burn up on a minion, so you always have a grasp ready, and look for essentially these 4-second trade windows where you're getting a grasp at the start and at the end of the trade, and you almost always will come out HP positive against Kled in those types of trades.
Yeah, he is coming out positive in those trades, but when we look at actually how the lane is playing out, down a little bit in CS, a wave and a half currently at the moment. It seems like Kiaya has a lot of control over this lane as well, especially now that he has himself that Tiamat should make clearing the alpha wave a whole lot easier, and that's when we look to maybe unlock these types of roams, because if Duanbi's teleport is down, it's always going to be Kiaya's Kled that can get to these side lanes first, and the follow-up is always going to be late. So that's what I want to see GAM utilize in the next few minutes in this timing window where they have the ability to close the gap super, super fast.
Duanbi, though, moving down to the bottom side, will not be spotted out. Now the Shen needs to walk away. Slay needs to get out of there. Has already taunted out. The Kaisa now coming in. Duanbi, is he going to just force the ult? I don't even think he needs to, but he's going to go in and take the kill anyway. That's mine, says Duanbi. I'll take that one. Nice first kill pickup.
Yeah, he's going to get the reward for the long walk down. The rotation doesn't have to be fast when it's effective.
Yeah, well, when you rotate after the enemy mid laner goes for a reset, you do then take control over the map, and that's exactly what we saw with the control ward in that Pixel Bush 2. He knew he wasn't going to be spotted on that long walk.
And I think this is one of the strongest things about FPX is when they do call for these dives, they don't really hesitate. There's no kind of waffling back and forth. Do we go for it? Do we not go for it? As soon as Duanbi is in range, he's just going to ult. And you can see the ult placement was maximum range to the left that could be to still hit the Shen where he would be. So if Shen dodges back to the right, he's dead to the Kai'Sa. If he tries to flash over, he'll still get hit by the other side of the ultimate. So really well placed.
Now here comes the dive top lane. GAM want to reply here. They will see Kiaya coming over this ward, but they're coming in on the loop, and Chris won't get there in time.
Good bit of vision. Immediately the ultis are now coming out. They know the Kled's on the way, but not 100% sure. There he is. And Gimgu now trying to escape. Still alive for now. Trying to buy a bit more time. He does get taken down. Kiaya going to grab one. The Nautilus may have just given him his life. Crips now has to walk out of this
coming.
TP burned. Ulti comes in as well. Chris slowly but surely getting cut down. Levi not going to take tower aggro. The D-mount comes in. Gragas on the way up, though. Might be able to just grab a kill. That's going to do it. The fear will not proc. The knockback is there. The remount. Kiaya will get out to safety.
Still a good play, though, for GAM. They're going to be getting so many of these minions into the turret, perhaps taking down some of these turret plates. But it is LWX who is kind of the big winner here, and they're trying to redive.
Bear trap on a rope. Pulls back. Pulls up the turret. Tien overstays and gets taken out.
I love that punish for GAM. Tien wanted to go back to pick up this huge wave that was bleeding out to the turret, and he gets killed for it and doesn't even get the trade kill back. GP's now down 30 CS.
Yeah, that is absolutely rough for Gimgoon on the top side. Xin able to pick up a turret plate during that push, but at the same time, LWX had an open lane down bottom side because Doinb couldn't find the rotation. He didn't have TP, didn't have his ultimate, so GAM actually called up Slade to hold mid lane, which meant LWX on the Kai'Sa was able to funnel some gold on towards himself, and he's going to be 400 gold up in this matchup over Zen.
But in Champion Select, we talked about if GAM want to win this game, they need to open it up in the early game. And it's not 100% opened up yet, but that was an excellent start for the team overall, and I think they're more than happy to give up some gold to the Kai'Sa in exchange for a play like that.
You've also got to look back to their previous game where they got absolutely demolished by FPX. It was the fastest game of the tournament, and this is a competitive game we have here. The gold is fairly even. No dragons have been taken on either side, so I think GAM can be pretty happy with how they have performed thus far.
Yeah, and as we're looking at those gold differences, it's 700 in the lead for FPX, but there's actually a 700 gold lead between these two supports. Crisp is up that 700, so not going to be the most effective there as he unlocks the fully completed support item, but won't be that much of a difference when we look at the real carries on this team, which are going to be the solo laners and the junglers.
Now
and the ADCs, too. Everyone besides the supports, really.
A lot of damage threats in this game, or an ult threat if you're Doinb in the mid lane. But Cloud Drake will go over. TB now being used bottom lane. Tien can make his way in, of course. Checking in on the rest of the matchup. As predicted, double Ninja Tabby, I think to the surprise of no one. Triple AD topside does make that a pretty ideal buy.
Yep, and when Levi wants to look for more and more dives, the map now gets split. They're going to be even more valuable.
There we go, the TP has been used, so the GP ult is up and available. He's now trying to run. Hasn't used the oranges quite yet. Malphite's on the way in, he gets locked up. Not quite under the tower, however. Zeros does look like he's going to make it out. The Shen now coming in. Are they going to commit to this play? Doinb now stepping forward, but out of mana, they are going to back off.
Doinb's teleport was so damn fast there to be able to actually sense the dive and get it off before the Nocturnal actually locked him out of being able to teleport into that top side. That was incredible.
But can GAM get more off this? Here comes Kiaya. There's only 2 under the tower.
On the way in, that's the charge. Doinb first in line to get knocked out, and it looks like he might just be able to get out. Flash burning down. One more under the tower. Will anyone drop from the side of GAM? Gimbu doing his best to outplay, but there's simply too many members. Kled gets the reset on the tower aggro. He will grab the 1-for-1 in the end. 2-for-1 in the favor of GAM.
GAM winning out huge right there. They lost the tower, and they must force that play in the top side of the map. They get the kills, only trading 1 back, and the hope is that they can knock this down, but plates still do a lot, and here comes Crisp.
Tien buying a bit more time, knocks the reaction into the tower, but he hasn't taken aggro.
Here's Crisp. He has ulti.
Crisp wants to get something done here. Zeros dashes right through. They'll try to use Tien out. 3-man saving his life. Tien, though, still is just going terribly. GAM, oh no! Slay has to run. He has to flash. The hook still lands! That is disaster. A few more seconds. Tick, tick, boom, and he is out of there.
Not a very effective timepiece there from Slay as he is going to fall down right after it, but great roams here from FPX, and in the long run, they do get more because they got the bot side turret and are able to trade back kills in the long run, but GAM is really turning up the heat here and playing very, very aggressively.
It's such a heartbreak for GAM, though, because the initial fight goes so well for them, bringing up 4 members, landing the taunt onto a manaless and ultless Doinb, and then they're able to use the Kled to first pull aggro, reset it when he comes out of that mount, and then here's where it all goes wrong, because Tien has the stopwatch and Crisp is on the way. You'll see the rest of FPX actually make this full rotation up here to keep him alive.
Yeah, you can see Tien called Crisp up. Last time he tried to actually defend the turret, he knew GAM was looking for that redive, and the Nautilus showing up was so critical. Ultimate across, the slows, and really once Kiaya was pushed out, there wasn't a ton of damage kind of left in this squad to be able to finish off Tien and his turret.
And to add insult to injury, that tower survives with just a sliver of HP. Plates are going to go down in 20 seconds, and they're not going to be able to cash that in.
So difficult. But this looks just like the GAM game that we saw versus J-Team. Repeatedly forcing the plays. The issue is, it's much earlier in the game, and FPX are ready to party. They're ready to go. They don't mind losing 1 or 2 members. They are taking objectives on the other side of the map, and the ticking time bomb for the side of FPX now is this Kai'Sa, who just continues to get so much gold in the midst of all these plays.
Yeah, Kai'Sa really has been the beneficiary. Has not had to join for these fights whatsoever, has only been TPing back to lane, farming the up, taking the turret plates out, and does have already a 1,500-1,600 gold lead over the Heimer. So that's a very big deal, and LWX is always kind of that late game insurance for FPX in the LPL.
Yeah, he definitely is here, and what I'm looking for between these two bot laners, because we've sort of explained it, the priority in going for the initiation is going to be on the top side of the map for sure for these two teams. But I'm looking at, when does a Zhonya's come through for these two? Is this going to be the AP Kai'Sa? I think it should be, when you have like Gimgoon doing a lot of physical damage here. And I just think the value of having Zhonya's against the dive is going to be so critical for either of these two carries.
I think that's a great point, because to me, the biggest advantage AP Kai'Sa has is all the defensive itemization. There's so many options, and the other marksmen really don't have the ability to go in for something like a Zhonya's, where if you're getting Nocturne ulted, you just press the button before the damage even hits you, and all of a sudden Nocturne is kind of screwed.
Yeah, and with a Nashor's Tooth, for that CDR, you can, turbo your way towards 40%, then all of a sudden you have, that invisibility on your E super quickly.
And a bigger ult shield.
Yeah, and you can get it multiple times within fights, and that can really disrupt all these divers and fighters that if they can't be on top of you, they really are ineffective.
Sounds like a pretty good champion.
Yeah.
She can do it all.
Going for
Guys is very strong. The defensive options for sure, and also you're looking at an enemy team who are going to build a lot of health, as you see, but not a ton of resistances. Black Cleaver, Shojin, probably another Black Cleaver coming in for Levi, but no armor, no magic resist really to back it up quite yet outside of the Tabby, so she's just going to shred everyone.
Yeah, the plasma passive may be a little bit effective against people that build a lot of HP. I think we've determined that Kai'Sa does it all, folks.
This is the Kai'Sa show, is what it turns out. But now I'm just kind of waiting. Doomby now level 11. Can look to set up some of these ults, can fish for these big plays, and GAM have to be careful.
Wait no more. Infernal has spawned, and I think we are pretty much guaranteed to get a fight.
Oh,
GAM not
there we
gonna give it
go.
up.
Fishing for the pick on the support. Instantly dies. LWX grabs that one.
I was just about to say, GAM coming into this fight with 3 stopwatches, have a lot of utility power, get their first items completed too, but when FPX find a pick, it should be easy pickings for them now. Well, they're going for the 45.
They still want to force the play anyway. There's a TP coming in. They're at a man disadvantage. They're trying to use the Heimer to set up. It's going to be a grenade bouncing across, only hitting 3. Zeros on the backside. The Renekton needs to get into the fight. He's moving in. LWX, all that gold. It's not going to matter. He gets shaken down. That's going to be massive now for GAM. They're turning the fight anyway. They're not concerned. They had the Shen ult. Slay is moving in. The dash forward. Crisp just now making out 60, but he misses a hook. He hooks the wall. Is he going to escape? A little bit of damage. It doesn't matter. Crisp may not die, but the rest of the team surely will. Goes in. Kiaya, the D-mount. The barrel to force it out in the end.
Crisp is still alive.
Yeah, and FPX is pushing mid lane. GAM is just chasing for this.
Oh, Spider Knot. Oh, man. Peter Parker, is that you?
He has no more mana. Does he have enough for 1 Q?
There's a tower there. Zeros, you can't do this.
My.
You can't do this.
No, he's so tilted. He's so tilted.
No.
They lost their mid tier 1 during that chase, so they do get a couple kills, but FPX takes the mid tier 1, they get a kill for themselves before the fight, and they get the Infernal, and that's the critical piece of information.
I mean, GAM, they knew they were really strong coming into this fight. Level 11 there, you see, on Kiaya. And without the TP from Gangplank being faster, they're able to find this initiation where they instantly stun up LWX and do take him down. And then FPX have to run because they can't actually turn in fight without that sustained DPS from the backline.
Yeah, Kiaya played that fight really, really well, landing the Joust onto LWX, then waiting for the second activation till after LWX flash to be able to follow through. And I mean, this is the stuff Tilt is made of. Between the Nautilus getting away and that.
Oof. Why'd he throw his Q down instead of up? If he throws it up, it either hits him or he has to kite back down for an auto attack.
It was a high effort play, Ender. It's not very successful and has to be frustrating. They could have had 2 more kills in their favor. The gold could have been somewhat balanced out, but now this Herald is going to have to be clutch for the team because they do need to catch up here. These plays, despite looking like they're going in their favor, they're still falling behind in gold overall.
not going to be able to find the tower with the Rift Herald either. And you remember the last time they were playing the Nocturne plus Kled combination? It was that game against J-Team where they just kept forcing the same team fight over and over again, but weren't able to find kills because that mid lane tower was still up. That meant they couldn't fully chase forward and make the dives happen. Granted, they were on red side in this game, but this is going to continue to be a problem for them if they can't find that tower because they only have one ranged character to actually siege it down.
It does become very difficult, but one thing working for them is the amount of neutral objective damage they are going to have here with the Heimer especially. Heimer can threaten things like Baron very well, so if you do get that one really good team fight where you're coming in from multiple angles and LWX dies right off the bat, you could maybe turn that into a Baron, and all of a sudden the gold lead won't mean much for FPX. But on the other side, the LPL squad really just wants to continue to spread the map to make sure that anytime GAM goes for a play, they're losing something for it, that you're going to have to pay the tax of a tower. You're going to have to pay that tax of the minions dying in that bottom or top lane.
And even when the fights do start to come in, now I'm seeing responses and itemization from FPX. It is going to be that Zhonya's build coming through from LWX. He's not even going for the Nashor's Tooth, which is so often the third item here on the AP Kai'Sa. Instead, he realizes he needs the stopwatch now. That'll be up for the next team fight. And then after that, the next team fight, he should have the money for the Zhonya's Hourglass. And this really limits how GAM is going to be able to try to play out these fights, because if they can't dive and find that initial kill, then they have to rely much more on falling back onto the damage that Xin can put out.
You definitely do, and I would love to see Doomby go for something like a Frozen Heart next. The CDR are very valuable for the ultimates, and also, there's three people who are fairly auto-attack reliant here on the GAM squad. Between your E and the Frozen Heart aura, you can really frustrate a lot of the things that they are trying to do. And as you said, I mean, if you're not actually killing off LWX at the start of the fight, the consistent damage coming out of that squad is going to really outpace what GAM can do.
I mean, just look at the money right there from LWX. 9K now on that Kai'Sa, most in the game by far here. And Kiaya is the only one that's really coming close in terms of the rest of gold that GAM does have on the map here. And you know, we mentioned it before, it's really difficult now that Malphite is just hard stacking all this armor. Same thing for Crisp. Those frontline targets not looking so hot.
And it's kind of a good news, bad news when you look at the Kai'Sa, because as you mentioned, she's going to be a lot harder to kill with the Hourglass, but her damage output is also going to be a lot lower because she did not opt to go for the Nashor's Tooth third. We'll make sure that that E-Evolve does not come through. Might get the W, but not going to be too consequential in the fights to come. So for now, seeing GAM kind of pushed into a corner here, looking for an arena to force a fight against FPX, but they're just very content to split up the map.
This could be an opportunity for an ultimate here for Levi if he wanted to look to the bot side, but you know, ulting to the bot side at this point of the game can be very, very risky with FPX having some vision in the pit, having the ability to go there themselves, especially with this Kai'Sa, who can really burn through that objective very quickly.
I think that GAM would love for FPX to make their way down towards that Ocean Drake and potentially contest them in the 5v5, but that doesn't seem to be the idea here from FunPlus whatsoever, because even though GAM are down, 2,500 gold at this point in the game, I don't really feel like time is their ally when, you have a full AP Gragas on the other side, and now we see the TPs come through.
It'll be coming in. Levi going to be forced to flash out. Kind of setting up. They're going to deny a lot of the vision that GAM were hoping to place. Have much better control over the pit, of course, put the scuttle up as well as the control ward in the pit. They won't be able to take it yet, and instead they're moving down to the Drake here.
Yeah, and I think they just feel they have enough vision around the Baron to guarantee that it can't be snuck. So even if GAM comes over here, they will have time to respond. So now there's not really going to be any cost to actually grabbing that Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, at most, they're going to lose a wave up here on the top side of the map. Kiaya should not be able to knock this tower all the way down, even if he does get a whole lot of attack speed off of that W passive here, but instead will have to back away. And it feels like FPX have done a very good job of controlling the entirety of the map. Yes, they do lose, windows where GAM can create some pressure, but the fact that FPX can use one TP to run through that river, put down some vision of their own to make sure that GAM can't sneak away the Baron, then transition that all the way into the bottom side of the map, you're going to see this team that doesn't rely on split push whatsoever use their TPs just to get those quick resets off so they don't have to give any time over to the enemy team to have pressure themselves.
And something that I love that we're seeing from Kiaya is just constantly hovering in Fog of War, trying to be a nuisance, looking potentially for a play setup, happy to keep those waves pressed in on the top side. Of course, those opportunities are going to be fewer and far between as the defensive items do start to come in across the map. You've got the Gragas with the Zhonya's, you have the Kai'Sa with the Zhonya, so hoping for this one-shot kill onto someone to start a fight becomes less and less viable.
Yeah, Gimgoon has oranges for any possible stun, also has the Sterix coming through there for that defensive shield, and top of the tabbies, Doomby, is full tank, so it does become very, very difficult to actually find a good target here to burst down. You almost have to force out a cooldown initially.
Here we go. Never mind. Said they're going right onto the tank. That is absolutely not the target they wanted. They're still going to burn everything anyway. He's just going to hurt him right into the middle of the team. And now the rest of the team is running in. LWX going to have a field day. All the major cooldowns burn. The Kaisa can just walk right into the face of the opponent.
Doinb just stepped into the middle of the Kled ult and said, all right, come at me. Levi ults into him very graciously and isn't even able to dent his health. That should be Baron for FPX.
I mean, GAM without any ultimates, how do they contest this? They're going down.
It's going over the wall. Kiaya, that was not the play that you wanted. Will not get enough time to remount maybe if he comes out. Pocket pistol could be enough. Won't get a chance. Shut down now from LWX. FPX should be able to shred through this Baron quite quickly. They have the Rage Blade on the Kaisa.
Levi is alive, but no flash, no ultimate to get into the pit. They're just going to try to walk it in. Good block from Zen.
Fantastic block. Chris getting lower, Tian getting lower. Maybe they can stop this from happening. Now has to retreat here. The rest of the team pulling out. Zeros running away, but LWX just gets to walk through the entire team. Zen gonna get the setup. The Gragas grabs the kill. That's gonna be 2. And now Zeros has to run for the hill. Slay running into enemy territory just to try and survive. FPX absolutely dominating, but they will not get the Baron.
FPX are just happy to chase down for more and more kills here, blowing open the gold lead. Now support Slay being chased here by the 5-level lead of Gimgoon. Can he catch him with the movement speed? I think he can.
Oh, just keeps getting the movement speed off the barrels. I think he's going to give up the chase, though. Would rather have the creeps.
Yeah, Slay should be able to escape here, especially with Kiaya coming in. But it is more gold in the pockets of FPX. So yes, GAM does defend that Baron and stop what could have been a potentially game-ending play. But they are falling further and further behind. The Nashor's nearly complete here for LWX. His 4th item soon to come through.
Well, it just feels like with many of GAM's drafts, they draft one way to win the game. And that's not necessarily a problem when you do that one thing better than your opponents. You know, in the game against J-Team, they had a hard team fight initiation comp very similar to this one. But it was very clear that they were going to win every team fight, and it was just a matter of time that they would come out on top in this game. Now, in this game, they're going for the hard 5v5 one more time, but the backline power of LWX combined with the tankiness of Doinb just absolutely turns it out of their favor, and now they just have to keep forcing fights or they lose.
Exactly. Doinb is just going to walk straight at you in every single team fight and try to force these carries to actually be attacking him so he can absorb this damage and buy time for the rest of the members on the team. And FPX here knows they don't need to risk anything. They are scaling incredibly well into the late game, so they are always going to turn. They're never going to give an opportunity for Levi to sneak in that pit and maybe 50-50 a Baron.
And just such now a mountain to climb. Waiting, hoping to find a single isolated member of FPX to potentially catch out. Anyone not named Doinb. You can see over the course of the game, yes, there were some moments where GAM was, you know, going toe-to-toe, finding advantages. But for now, it's a massive lead. Once again, though, they're going to try to find the engage on the Crisp. He will get pulled back. GP off to the side, fishing for that big barrel. Going to go for anything else. But now the entire team fight is split. Slay walking forward. Can they get anything else? LWX uncontested on the backside, doing so much damage.
Doinb's coming.
Doinb on the side.
Get it. Oh! That's going to be a 3-man knockup. It's everything you want. An unstoppable force. A perfect ability for a team this dominant. So they just run right into the pit. They might even, I'm going to turn for Zen. They just set their sights on the Baron.
Yeah, straight into the Baron pit. This one should be theirs. Easy peasy. GAM, as you said, only one way to win the game, and it didn't work out here. Not finding the targets they need because FPX is not presenting them. It's always a tank in the front line to absorb that initiation. And when LWX is free and when Doinb gets a flank like that, you have no chance.
Oh man, FunPlus, they're just luring them in. Look juicy, Chris. That's all Doinb's telling them. And then he just laughs in their face with that flank.
And honestly, this just gets harder. This is, Doinb's not there. You start off on a potentially weaker member, but no one is finding anything in this fight.
I mean, how many ultimates are you going to use to try and pick off Crisp with LWX going completely untouched?
I also really liked how Tian actually played out this fight. Instead of trying to dive back, he just split the team. He ulted out the Shen, kind of created this zone of control so Zen could not pile in and join up with the rest of the squad. And if he can't get there, that's so much of their consistent damage. And here they go!
Goes in, Levi tries to body block with the spell shield. Will be able to make it out to safety. Saves Slay's life in the process, but has to give up his own flash. Now FPX just starting to push into the mid lane. They're looking to break open the base. It should be an easy task for them. GAM, can they make the hold?
LWX even has the Zhonya's plus stopwatch here. They're going full power inside of the base. You can never kill this guy. And with 5 members strong, they just run and break straight through that inhibitor.
And this much armor on Doinb, he can just turret tank forever. They're going in.
Going in. He doesn't even care who he hits. One man. A fine target there for the Unstoppable Force. DoinB focusing instead on clearing out the towers, the only source of magic damage. The only thing that he is concerned about in these fights is the Heimerdinger. No one else can hurt him.
Zero's coming back. He's on the red buff. There comes the teleport from FPX. They're not slowing down.
They're trying to start the fight. They're using the ultimates left and right. Can they get anything done? But it looks like nothing is having an effect. The Gargoyles don't play. DoinB just making sure that nobody will go down. The Kaisa, untouched, only has to use both Zhonya's to survive, but that's all it's going to take. Zero's pulled out of his own fountain and knocked into the ground. That's the double kill for FPX. It'll be the game, and it is a show of force from the LPL first seed.
Third straight win now for FPX in the group stage after faltering in their first game to J-Team. They really are ramping up, and you're starting to see what a juggernaut this team really can be.
You're seeing them punish every single little mistake to come through from a team like GAM here, and specifically like pulling out the fun picks too. This is what we were waiting for from DoinB on the international stage. This time it is the Malphite in the mid lane, which just looked beautiful.
I think it was so clever. For as much criticism as he received for that Sion pick, here's another tank. This is his style, and he really made it work. It was a great answer to the Kled, so effective in team fights, and it gives you that rock wall to absorb every Kled ultimate.
Literally.
And the thing is, if anyone was going to have a counter pick to Kled mid, it would be DoinB. If anyone could play a counter pick to Kled mid, it'd be DoinB. And that's just such a bold move from Kiaya. And as good as some of those early dives topside looked, we always knew eventually the Malphite was going to be unkillable.
That's the problem with playing a champion into someone who is known for that champion. They have played all the frustrating matchups. He has, I'm sure, lost to Malphite many a time. And now he gets to dish out some of that.
And now we can take a look back. 22 minutes, FPX cleaning up GAM near the Baron. And this felt like the last nail in the coffin. They were fishing so long for a play, but this is the one that feels like it broke them.
Yeah, GAM tried to find the initiation. Kiya's ultimate actually gets turned around on DoinB. I'm not actually sure if he wanted that one right there, but DoinB takes absolutely zero damage. You can see on that bottom right corner, Zero's unable to find the flank with the Dominus, and then with every single ultimate already burned, GAM tried to go in for this team fight, but FPX are so good at instantly turning around.
And the FPX front line just plays out the team fights so incredibly well. They are always making it so the Renekton and the Kled in particular are having to walk through these slows and these interruptions and this annoying damage. It's so difficult to get to the back line.
And I also loved how they're turning into the, it's a split up fight from GAM, and they're turning into the side where there is no Heimerdinger. They're turning into the side without the magic damage. There literally is no ability to kill them until they already have a couple of kills under their belt, and it's a 5v3.
And look, when you use your Kled ult and your Nocturne ult, and you just barely manage to break through the Malphite passive, you can't win that fight. And it's like, insult to injury is you're against a Kaisa, so if you ever start to fall behind in a team fight, she's going to ult into your backline. She's going to kill literally everyone, and that's all it took for FPX. But important to look across the tournament as we move forward, more games ahead of us, and you're going to get a look at some of the Verdi music hall through the eyes of the Oppo Reno 2, which is showing up some of its anti-shake technology, so you do not miss a single moment of Worlds. Spill a drink, not a problem with Oppo. Of course, when we return, J-Team from the LMS gets a rematch with LEC's Splyce. Well, Chris slowly but surely getting cut down. Levi not going to take tower aggro. The D-mount comes in. Gragas on the way up, though. Might be able to just grab a kill. That's going to do it. The fear will not proc. The way in, that's the charge. DoinB first in line to get knocked out. And it looks like he might just be able to get out. Flash burning down. One more into the tower. Will anyone drop from the side of GAM? Gimden doing his best to outplay, but there's simply too many members. Kled gets the reset on the tower aggro.
And you almost have to force out the cooldown.
Here we go. Never mind. Said they're going right onto the tank. That is absolutely not the target they wanted. They're still going to burn everything anyway. He's going to burn right into the middle of the team. LWX uncontested on the backside, doing so much damage.
Coming.
DoinB on the side.
Get it. Oh! That's going to be a three-man knockup. It's everything you want, an unstoppable force. They're trying to start the fight. They're using the ultimates left and right. Can they get anything done? But it looks like nothing is having an effect. The Gargoyles don't play. DoinB just making sure that nobody will go down. The Kaisa, untouched, only has to use both Zhonya's to survive, but that's all it's going to take.
Hercules, I have been expecting you.
And I brought you a gift, so you can fight properly. Red Bull.
Ooh, How nice of you, but also rather foolish. Mine. Mine. No, mine. No, mine. No, mine. Mine.
Mine. Red Bull gives you wings.
Hi guys, welcome back. Laure here. FunPlus Phoenix just won their first game of the day against a very aggressive GAM Esports. And I'm standing here with Doing Beat to talk about the game. Thank you very much for joining me. They gave you a hard time in the early game, especially playing focused on top side. Did you adapt your game playing seeing that?
首先恭喜你们赢下今天第一场比赛。那对面的话，其实花了很多的注意力在上路这一个部分，这样子。那你们在游戏中期有需要进行一些调整来适应他们的战术吗？
就是因为我们知道他们会针对上路，因为他们选了 AP 这个法师下路嘛，所以我是5楼选的嘛，所以我就选了一个能帮队友的英雄。我本来想选赛恩，但想了一下还是算了吧，所以我就选了个石头人，就一直保护我们上路发育。
I knew that they were going to focus on the top lane because they picked a mage bot lane, so I just picked something that could help out my teammates. Originally, I wanted to pick the Scion, but then I decided to go for the Malphite and help my top lane more.
Interesting. I thought about this. What did you think about the Kled last pick from GAM Esports here? Bit risky, you know?
你觉得对面就是克烈围选这个选的怎么样？
我觉得克烈选的挺不错，但可惜是因为在我面前选了，所以这个有点可惜，因为我是。 克烈 King 嘛
I think the last pick, Kled, was pretty nice, but unfortunately for them, they picked Kled in front of me, and I am the Kled King, so it didn't work out.
And it would be crazy to go against you flexing some picks like this, right? So now, you still have 2 more games to go. Who are you the most worried about?
你今天还剩下2场比赛，那你比较担心对上谁？
是因为J Team 吧，因为我们上次输给 J Team 嘛。
It has to be J Team because we lost to them last time.
And how do you know that you will win against them today?
你怎么知道你们今天对上他们会取得胜利
？JM 吗？你说那个 J Team 吗？我觉得今天的话我们会赢，因为今天打 J Team 的时候，因为不会选那种混子英雄。
I think today that we're going to win against J Team because I'll pick a champion that doesn't play lying down, not the Scion that carries.
Nice. Looking forward to this. Thank you very much, Doing B, for the interview. Thank you, Clement, for the translation, as always. Now back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Laure, and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. I love listening to this guy. Dude.
It's amazing. The guy's actually a consistent streamer too, so he has a few memes like Kusha is like unfortunate. So like there's like, oh yeah, the other mid laner was having an unfortunate game.
And just browsing through Twitter, as you're wont to do during a game, and apparently he was reading his skill abilities and checking range indicators while the game was going on.
Wonder cosplay.
So a little bit of first-time Malphite maybe happened on the stage there, Raz.
He can play anything he wants. He gets a pack.
I mean, he knows Malphite very well, actually, so I'd be confused if he didn't know how to play in this game.
He's a showman, Shock.
He's a showman. Yeah, very
champion in the game.
I love it. Yeah, it's a fantastic player to watch as his FPX. For now, though, we are going to move on to Splyce versus J Team. And the redemption arc for the EU reps has to start here because it seems like we saw the worst of Splyce versus the LMS rep just a couple of days ago, Verius.
I feel like we've seen the 3 faces of Splyce so far in this tournament. Day 1, we saw clean, controlled, calculated play from the side of Splyce. When they went up in their second game against FPX, we saw a well-articulated plan, but the execution fumbled once you got to the mid-game due to a couple of poor decisions. But then when we saw them play against J Team, we saw them come in with a plan that they failed to execute, and then they crumbled. They were not able to find a successful play throughout the entire game. And the problem for Splyce is we've seen no consistency. We don't know what kind of Splyce is going to show up on the day.
Yeah, specifically from Norskaren and Cersei. That's what I need to see us from their facilitators so they can get Humanoid and Kobe ahead. But we already saw Kobe play one of the worst games I've seen in a very long time from him.
Yeah, and I think that the real worry here for Splyce is in their best performance. It was against a GAM comp that had no engage. It wasn't what we're used to seeing out of the Marines, so I feel like that was almost gifted to them in that first matchup. The early game from FPX was good. And I want to throw another hat into the ring because Humanoid to me is so much of a resource. He gets a lot of resources on this team, but in the mid game when you would expect your mage player to be the carry player for the team, bridging that gap, he makes so many mistakes, has the highest isolated deaths nearly at Worlds, and I think you cannot do that against a consistent team like J-Team.
Humanoid has been the worst performing player on this team so far at this event, and I'm very disappointed and surprised because during the regular season, he was the X factor that brought something new to this Splyce roster. He wasn't afraid to take risks. He was always in the enemy jungle looking for picks, and I feel like when we see him played during the regular season, he was someone you could rely on. But we haven't really seen that so far at this event.
And I think it's super fair to say that he needs to step up, but I think we also need to look at the people he is facing in this group specifically. We have a Doinby in there, but we also have a Fofo in this particular game, and that has been the player that's impressed us the most on J-Team.
Yeah, Fofo has been on this lineup since they were the Taipei Assassins, came in as the #1 player on the ladder as a 15-year-old trainee behind legendary Singapore player Chowie there. Chowie actually ultimately gave up his spot for Fofo because he said this is a guy is the future of the organization. He's fearless, he's a very competent leader, he's very decisive in his calls, he's willing to play facilitator to start carries like Bebe, but now on this lineup, he is so much of that X Factor and that mid lane assassin.
A question then for the panel. What is there besides Fofo on this team, and what do they have going for them in order to maybe advance in this group?
The honesty is, Shocks, there isn't much else. The one game that they lost to GAM was when Fofo was shut down. When he is not able to find these picks, find these plays, this team struggles to know what to do on the map because they don't push their vision aggressively. When they have a lead, they don't try and snowball. They pretty much rely on Fofo to be the facilitator and enabler that gets things going for this team.
Two people I want to see step up in this team right now is going to be Koala and Rest. Rest is seen as one of the best top lane domestic talents in the region. He needs to be able to do that, of course, outside of laning phase. And Koala is just very active on the map, and I want to see if he can get a few picks for the team.
Yeah, and they do have star picks for those two players. We already saw Rest Gangplank. He's a very good Gangplank player, actually. I'd expect that to be banned away from him.
Yeah.
And then when you have a look at Koala, it's all about the Pike, the Nautilus, and the Thresh. These hook champions that he can free himself up and roam around. Lil V is, you know, that late game insurance policy, as we always say about these 80 carries. However, I do feel like Koala, even on his time at G-Rex, was a surprisingly good support player.
And I do want to take a step back and look at what is on the line for both teams, because when we look at J-Team, they have for so long been in the shadow of the Flash Wolves in that LMS region, and now they really get their chance to prove that they are worth it. In the same vein for Splyce, kind of the EU third seed that gets swept under the rug after G2 and Fnatic coming into this World Championship, who can at best get a tiebreaker to advance if they lose this game.
I mean, you summarized it perfectly, Shocks. This is an incredibly high stakes matchup. Both teams want to win to try and get out of this group, and for both of them, it would mean a huge amount to move on to the quarterfinals.
Let's hand it over to Drakos, Ender, and Azael for this all-important game.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And of course, a ton of pressure on both sides, no doubt. Kind of the weight of the LMS sitting on the shoulders of J-Team. And as well, for Splyce, you talk about the pressure, and it's easy to look at veterans like Vizicachi and think, oh, he'll be fine. But you got to remember, this is his first Worlds.
Yeah, it's his first time here, and Splyce have always been trying to prove themselves. It started domestically, always trying to be in contention for that top 3 spot. They finally found it in the summer regular season. Now they want to be in the top 2 here in the World's group stage.
And here we go, pick and ban getting kicked off. See what the focus will be for both sides. Last time was a lane swap from Splyce, a bit of a disastrous early game. See if they can turn it around this time.
Very interesting to see J-Team actually banning out the GP for themselves, because I wouldn't have been shocked to see a GP first pick with how good Rest can be at that champion. If I'm Splyce, though, I really want to save my last pick here for Humanoid, try to protect him. He really has been struggling, and Fofo has been dominant and really crushed them last time these two teams matched.
Yeah, it's a strategy that Splyce go for a lot, because I think their drafts are fairly predictable in that they go for safe, blind, pickable options in the top lane, like the Gangplank. We've seen the Gnar taken very early for this team as well, and then they hold on to the picks to make sure they can have a really strong 2 versus 2 bottom lane so Humanoid can have a counter. It always feels like the Splyce formula is one they go for over and over again, but that does mean that they are very predictable coming into a draft.
Now the first pick can come through. See what the priority is going to be. Jace would be an interesting one. Mixed success, of course, over the course of the tournament, but it looks like they're hovering through a number of flex. Never mind, as a team. We'll see what they're going to go for. No surprise.
Xayah coming through. Despite the fact that Rakan is already banned out, they will be going for this Xayah. Does certainly pair well up with other things too, but Nautilus and Rakan are kind of the go-to supports generally alongside this, so going to be interested to see where they want to take us, if they want to look for something a little bit more aggressive, like the Leona even that we saw Norscaron bring out before.
Yeah, I'm not personally sold on the Norscaron and Leona. I think a lot of these champions...
What about the Koala, Leona?
That I could be on board with. We'll have to see. But me, when I look at Norscaron, I actually want to see him gravitate towards something like the Threshes. I think something that works very well for him, because when he's on these primary initiation champions, sometimes he just chooses the wrong moments to go in. I think Thresh gives him the ability to like wait, double check, does he actually want to go in on that hook, and give Splyce more fail-safe options with tools like the Lantern.
I agree. I think having the ability to disengage or engage on that support does allow him a little bit more comfort. Certainly looked out of his element in the Leona game, particularly in that dive that was really overforced.
And speaking of comfort, Xerxes getting his hands on the Gragas, but the cost is that he now has to give up the Kayle over to the side of J-Team. Has been a wonderfully powerful champion thus far in the tournament. They're going to get the Jarvan as well, but there it is. You asked for it. Splyce deliver, Ender. It is the Thresh for Norskeren.
Yep, I like this a whole lot coming through from Splyce. Has the ability to proc those plasma stacks relatively easily. Also with the Lantern, very good lane gank setup too for a champion like Xerxes, like the Gragas coming through from Xerxes into the bottom lane. And a lot of games, Splyce love to play around this 2 versus 2 in the bottom lane with initiation tools. We've seen stuff like the Veigar cage next to the Thresh in the past, and while Kai'Sa won't have that same CC, the Thresh always opens up those gank routes.
I wonder if Splyce is going to ban out Morgana. They've already taken Blitz away, which is considered a very good answer to the Thresh, so Morgana, I think, would pair well with the Xayah, be a good answer to some of the initiation here. Also works incredibly well alongside Kayle, because Kayle ultimate plus Morgana shield equals immunity to everything.
And you also have J-Team now banning away these longer range scaling options that you can take up against the Kayle later on. So I think Tristana, that's a mid lane focused ban here. Maybe even a Corki too, something we saw Humanoid play a whole lot during the regular season, but removing the scaling outranging tools as well.
And removing the Morgana as well as predicted, Azael. So limiting some of the more comfortable options for the bottom side of J-Team. See what Koala wants to go to. So many supports have been banned away in the draft now. 4. He's going to have to drop down the tier list a little bit to find something, but the Akali will be the final ban as we head into the next pick phase.
It could be something very defensive like the Braum if he doesn't really want to commit too heavily, but most of the common pairings really are already gone. You can go to a range support and try to bully a lane, but that always has a pretty high risk against something like Thresh plus Gragas.
Yeah, so now I'm thinking Gnar comes through from Vizicsacsi. This is one of those blind pick options we mentioned earlier. And now Splyce get to wait out. Is the Kayle definitely going into the mid laner's hands for Fofo? That's where we've seen it most throughout this tournament, definitely. But they can give that counter pick, as you mentioned much earlier, towards Humanoid.
I want to see if Rest is going to go for something aggressive. Does he bring out the Aurelia? Does he have the confidence to try to slam this Gnar in lane? Because he is sitting with counter pick right now. Kled, it can be something that works in the Gnar. It is pretty difficult because you have to hit multiple Joust Qs to be able to kind of get his jump on cooldown, and then you can maybe all in. So you have to play it really, really aggressively, and we'll see if it works out.
I mean, the potential for the double flex is there, even if it feels unlikely. If Gnar just wants to farm it on the top side, Kayle could look to match, so potentially locking that in as they feel they can put it in both positions, but the Alistar will be the final pick into the Thresh Kai'Sa lane.
I think it's going to be Kayle mid almost for sure. It can be pretty difficult playing Kayle in the long lane, especially in the early levels with ganking options like Gragas around there, so giving Kayle the defensive ability to kind of sit back, and this is one of Humanoid's champions that he's really well known for.
And you talk about late game scaling insurance, the Cassiopeia is definitely going to be there. And against all these targets that are going to be stacking a ton of HP, stuff like the Twin Fangs, Liandry's Torment alongside it is going to give you the ability to cut through the front line. That 2v2 pair of Cassio and Kai'Sa will be absolutely devastating later on in the match.
I also think it's an incredible disengage or counter-engage type tool. When you have the Kled ultimate flying in, everyone running through, you have the Norskeren box coming out from the Thresh, you have the Miasma to be able to actually slow down and block a lot of these people who are trying to dash in on top of you, the ultimate Gragas to split people up. So a lot of tools here for Splyce to absorb and then counter engage.
And to also just punish inside the laning phase. Kayle needs time to scale up. You're going to get punished every single time you walk into last hit in this laning phase. So both sides have good team fight tools. I personally think Splyce have so many good options in disengage, engage. They've got it all.
Both teams building pretty fantastic comps. Splyce finally getting something that they should be comfortable with, and that's crucial. As they move into a game, they lose here, they will only have a chance at a tiebreaker to make it out of groups. CTBC J-Team looking at that second slot, potentially first as we move later in the day. It is do or die for these lineups. And here we go, J-Team versus Splyce. Splyce looking to tie it up, but both teams at 2-2. This J-Team will look to pull ahead. And already, it looks like there will not be a lane swap. Good news, I think, for many Splyce fans.
When I look to the top side of the map, I really do like the choice of Grasp here. Fleet Footwork actually heals you very little in the early game in these types of matchups, and really all Gnar has to do is avoid being all in, right? You're stacking up HP with this, a lot of the resolve, as well as splashing into domination here for more healing there from Taste for Blood and things like this is going to make it really tough for the Kled to all in you, and if you can't all in the Gnar, you don't really have much going on in this matchup.
Yeah, I wonder if Vizicsacsi even has the Demolish there as a range versus melee matchup. You assume he has push advantage too, and while Gnar is pretty low range in those early levels before he does get to scale up, can look for plates in this matchup. The one thing I am a little bit concerned about for Vizicsacsi is this is a player that often receives a lot of jungle attention, but from the enemy jungler. He gets ganked a whole lot in the top lane, and if he does expose himself, I think the Jarvan at level 2 can instantly look for plays around the top side of the map.
And Bear Trap on a rope will connect, so a small but positive trade. Kled just going to continue walking forward.
He's got Conqueror.
He's just going to keep walking him down.
He's going to come back up.
He's going to go to grab him again. Vizicsacsi flashing.
Oh!
Just barely missing the flash. That might cost him his life. Kled now. Pocket Pistol takes him away. Conqueror's still taxed. He's still healing up to a certain degree. Trying to step forward. The barrel hits. First blood. Good for Splyce, but that has to feel so bad for Rest.
It was off to such a good start for Rest as well. You know, this guy had burned the flash from Vizicsacsi, but is late to follow. And then Xerxes is on the Raptors. Rest had made the call thinking Xerxes maybe he's on the bottom side of the map, but that was just not forward thinking. And now he's out of TP, a flash, and a kill.
Yeah, what he really had to do was pre-flash. You got to flash early so you're right on top of him. So even if he flashes, then you can actually pull him back, and I think you get that first blood if you early flash.
Or, and hear me out, Azael, don't flash into the fog of war when you don't know where the enemy jungler is.
I think you can actually not die. If you go in, if you pre-flash, I think you have the possibility of killing that Gnar, and I don't think that a jungler can solo kill you before you can remount.
Yeah, I mean, if he remounts, yeah, he definitely turns that around.
And all I'll say is, I respect the aggressive option. I respect the aggressive flash forward. It just has to feel bad to miss out on that one. But it's good that
you want to leave the game right now.
Yeah. You're like, all right, guys, that was
remake.
embarrassing.
Anyone getting that lag?
Weird bug on stage happened where I just looked really dumb for a second. That's not supposed to happen.
On the bright side, Rest has now won the jungle matchup for his team because Han is able to run in for
he
the
was
red
making
buff.
space.
Yeah, he's making space for his jungler.
Good.
Right? It's a genius play. No, Hana had actually gone for a clever path where he cleared the top side of his jungle, and most teams would assume then the Jarvan passed towards bottom side, but looked for a gank himself. There was a ward that spotted him out, but because Xerxes skipped over his red buff, which he likes to do a lot because he values getting the experience of the Krugs and Raptors so quickly, he almost died to those Krugs, so he had to give up that red.
And as we look away from the top side, I think important to highlight once again that both of Splyce's carries are kind of set up for success this time in the matchup versus J-Team, because last time we saw this matchup, it was a very, very difficult game for both Kave and Humanoid. And when you compare their effectiveness to that of Fofo's LeBlanc, we see Fofo outmatching in damage. Hold that thought.
This would be bold.
Hook does connect. Brood is there, locked up under tower. Norscairn, is it going to happen again? He's so incredibly low. Won't be able to get anything else. Norscairn just barely able to survive.
Koala didn't get his Ignite off, or that's probably a kill. He was actually so low, I think he would have gone down there, but Koala not quite able to get the summoner out in time. And Splyce, I mean, what is that dive? That's just
ambitious.
So ambitious.
Yeah, Xerxes.
That's a kind way to put it.
Yeah, it's definitely a kind way to put it, because I don't think you're ever getting a kill right there with all summoners available. Maybe you can zone them away from the tower, but now Norscairn and Kabi have to play super, super carefully because Hana has sort of split the map now, and Xerxes relatively low on mana. I don't actually think the 3v3 is all that favorable for Splyce, but they do have the heal advantage.
And we look at it, Koala still has Ignite. Norscairn's only alive because Koala did not push Ignite in that play, but maybe they're trying to just lock him down. Hana, Rest coming through, TP onto the bottom side. The Alistar just going to knock him back, a good headbutt to pull away. Lil V going to look to set up it up. Koala will drop in the end. Good TP from Humanoid.
And you were right, Ender. 3v3 wasn't that good, but they had the TP coming through here from the mid lane, and it's not as though Kayle can look to match that. You really don't offer anything to the play, even if you do come in. So great job here by Splyce, getting an early kill for Cassio.
And now, even though Xerxes was, invaded and lost his red buff, he's coming immediately over with that mid lane pressure he has, because Humanoid walked straight back there. So he is able to steal those Raptors. Double check if he actually got them. He did end up getting those, I do believe.
And now checking in, Humanoid happy to have that tier early on. You can see Fofo taking a more defensive path.
Yeah, so he did just leave one of those Raptors. That's why it looked that way on the map. Now here, Norskeren actually holds his hook for such a long time, so it ends up missing on towards Hana, so they can't get that initial kill. But Koala, who didn't have a flash, has to use the headbutt there to proc the aftershock and try to stay alive, but there's no real way you can escape from a Cassiopeia at that point in the game once Humanoid lands the Q, because with all that movement speed, he's just going to run you down.
And it was just a well-orchestrated play there from Splyce, knowing they had the teleport, having the deep ward, being able to bait in this play, and Koala no flash is going to get punished for it, but in the meantime, Fofo had been farming it out. He is actually going Merc Treads here, trying to deal with some of the CC, and you can see some of the struggles that Humanoid really has been having. And this is, remember, 15th out of 16 mid laners in this, so he's actually tied for the most deaths, most ISO deaths. I believe it's actually with Niski.
Yeah, you look at it too, he's having a super heavy impact in the early game. And that's sort of the Splyce story where they do have successful early games, just like you can see with Humanoid on the screen, but it's then getting caught out in transition because Splyce will often fan out to 3 lanes in the mid game, and then those people farming in side lanes don't have the vision support, they overextend, and teams are able to punish them consistently. That's why their early leads usually don't transition into quick finishes because, quite frankly, they get picked way too much.
But now they've got the early start once again. So as we look towards the mid game, look for them to turn it around. But for Humanoid, has to be careful here. Kale ulti, of course, up and available. And J4 waiting around. Could potentially fish for a dive. They're very difficult against the Petrifying Gaze. Good dash out. Vizichachi on the top side. Going even for now in the matchup as the Ninja Tabby come out quite early.
And despite the really quick start here for Hana, he's still level 4, and it's past 7 minutes into the game, so really does need to pick up some of this farm. We have seen his Raptors taken away. Now he just lost his blue buff there to Xerxes, and Xerxes going to get the jump here.
Humanoid, though, taking a lot of damage. Xerxes, smooth body slam over the wall to get away from the flag and drag there.
Quick moves out of Xerxes, but as you said, he does have that level lead, and that's going to come down to the efficiency in his pathing. You know, even though he did lose the red buff, he got the camps that mattered most. He was able to walk in, steal away the enemy Raptor camp too, so he will be spotted out here on this ward, but I think Xerxes is on the path now towards level 6 and should be looking to use that soon. Humanoid's real low.
But this is a level 4 jungler. Like, you could die so fast if you actually mess this up.
They do have Kale ult, but no flash on Hana.
And I just have to wonder if Jarvan could be spending his time better somewhere else. There's just no camps up and available. He's so very far behind in terms of experience.
I mean, he's now setting up to try and invade onto this red buff. But again, he's at a 2-level deficit. Maybe he could smite that away, but then you immediately lose the ensuing fight. A little surprised to see Xerxes not walk in there. He knows he doesn't have mid lane pressure because Humanoid had to go to base, so he makes the decision. He'll take even more EXP off that mid lane wave and give up this red once again.
And honestly, just very fortunate for Hana that he is able to take away this red buff, that he is able to grab this buff, get to level 5, still woefully behind the Greg as both these champions need that level 6 to be at maximum efficiency.
Yeah, he just hit 5. Xerxes is sitting at about 6.5, 6 2/3 or so. So certainly quite a bit ahead already. And he has his flash available. His Predator is going to be coming up here pretty shortly. He has the ultimate, so he has all of his playmaking tools to really try to go and make something happen on the map.
Yeah, Xerxes got an 800 gold lead at the moment too. One thing he likes to do is go for very early bases and then stay on the map until he can actually finish off his first jungle item. Not necessarily looking for the ganks, but looking for that big spike. Now he will be resetting while Hana does have the ability to play a little bit more aggressive. And this is one of the weaknesses with how Xerxes does path, is that oftentimes on these later Scuttle Crab spawns, he doesn't have the itemization to actually go and contest. But there you see it now, the Runic Echoes. This is when he looks to fight. Looking towards the mid lane now with Norskeren being the first support off the reset. They time these recalls together so they can try to make a play. Whether that's a kill or just vision remains to be seen.
Now, Humanoid has pressure in the mid lane. Norskeren will be spotted out, but the Gragas still remains an unknown factor. Pink's coming in, so looks like he will be able to play a bit more aggressively from Fofo. He knows exactly where the enemies are. Has to still be careful, though. Past the level 6 point, so he is ranged now, but can't really afford to approach the Cassio too aggressively with the Thresh kind of waiting in the darkness here, looking to go for a play. Ulti. Humanoid continues to push forward, and Fofo very patient on the Kale ult there.
Even though they did spot the jungler, they've cleared out so much of this vision now, it's pretty difficult to actually face check into the Thresh, into the Cassio, so Splyce will just take this dragon, and J-Team really have no ability to even try to actually contest it.
I mean, this is where Splyce are completely in their element. When it's these set plays around the 10-minute mark, they decided, look, we had the resets, we timed them together so Xerxes and Norskeren could be back on the map first. That meant J-Team's jungler, support, bot lane, they were late to return back onto the map. So as this red side team that has a very easy time walking into that bot side river, they can quickly pick up that Drake and now have all the vision control too to deny plays around that bottom side of the map.
And the gold tells such a clear story at this stage of the game. How comfortably Splyce are in the lead. It's not massive leads across the map, but it is leads across the map. And for Splyce, the one game that they've won so far in this group has looked a lot like this game. Very controlled, very steady. That might change though. Humanoid moving in. Jarvan, careful, trying to fish forth. They will get the Cassio out. Xerxes still going to go, but no. A beautiful stopwatch to deny it there. The barrel, not quite enough. A sliver of health ticking down for Fofo.
Humanoid used the Q a split second too early there, so the poison not there to finish off Fofo. But they do get the stopwatch to get the ultimate. A lot of major cooldowns burned there by Fofo to survive.
And the fallout from this play could be that top lane or bottom lane have to sacrifice a wave. You can see right now Koala pushing for a reset because they don't know where the duo of Splyce is going. Both side lanes have to be very, very careful, and Humanoid can teleport in towards this top side play.
Xerxes zooming up to the top side of the map. The ward comes down. He'll spot the Gragas out, but that is one very fast fat man running in. Are they going to fish for the play? The Kled all going to try to use to escape, but you walk right into Xerxes, and Humanoid's here too. A second clutch TP from Humanoid, and it looks like that's just going to be it for Rest.
That's just a great teleport and a nice setup again here from Splyce. Being able to use this Cassio for early proactive plays is not something you often can do.
Now the question is, can J-Team stop
They
this?
want
They're going on!
A lot of damage. They're just trying to knock Humanoid out, the flash out to safety, but it will not be enough. That is the shutdown. Koala going to grab it. A little bit awkward, but happy to have the kill.
I remember this exact same play happening to Splyce in the regular season, where they go top lane after the 10-minute mark, they get the kill, and then they walk into the river, but they don't respect the possibility for the enemy team to be there. They jump on Humanoid and get that kill. And because Splyce's dual lane had gone for the reset and not pathed up into the top side, well, Norskeren and Kobbe aren't there to help in this situation. So the initial play is fantastic from Splyce, but they aren't aware of all those moving pieces and they get punished for it.
Yeah, so if this is one more time, honestly, no way out for Kled at that point. It's just too well set up. Xerxes comes in, he's corralling him, he's standing there, he drops the ward immediately for the Cassio TP. But this is that overextension that you're talking about, not tracking the resets from the opposing team. Humanoid walking forward, trying to get some vision, but not understanding that they could have already been there. And they just pile in on him, getting the shutdown and denying the Rift Herald from being taken.
And this is where the snowball, gets slowed down a little bit because, they had a big gold lead, all their lanes winning out in CS, they get the early kills, but because they can't find that Herald, especially before the 14-minute mark, now they don't get the extra money off of plates. Now their plays are going to be stunted a little bit, and they have to wait maybe for another teleport from Humanoid before they can really get it going again.
It's definitely not the best, but Vizicachi still quite ahead, very comfortable in this matchup, really ever since level 1 when Rest kind of had that failed level 1. Wasn't able to get the flash follow. He has just been put on the back foot, and this is a matchup where you are forever on the back foot unless you can all in, and his kind of time to do that has passed. So now Rest is going to be less efficient in the side lanes, and honestly, Kled, who's behind, is not very good in team fights either.
You can initiate, but you can't do a whole lot more after that. You can try to waste time, but realistically, Splyce have such good turn. We talked about it in the draft, the Cassiopeia and Kai'Sa. As a backline, it's always going to be super, super potent. Now Splyce, they are going back towards the Rift Herald. No marksmen, no bot laners can actually show up into this fight, and it's just going to be a free objective.
Easy for Splyce to take. They've got the pressure in the mid lane and the pressure on the top side. They can move into that one uncontested. J-Team, though, not going to let it go down without getting something else. They are now set up on the bottom side of the map. You can see that Kobbe does have to back off here, but it's all plates on the top side for Vizicachi. He can push in all solo as the Herald drops, and that's everything top side going in the favor of Splyce.
Yep, nice demolish proc there from Chachi. Now, J-Team have completely given up on the top side map. Look at all the vision control down bottom side. Control wards all the way down the river too, just to be able to trade for this tower down bottom side. But I really like the response here from Splyce to drop the Herald down mid lane when no one is here to defend. They can break this tower open while J-Team are caught putting pressure down bottom side. This is going to be huge.
Breaking mid so incredibly crucial. The Lantern comes out, but it's not going to stop the Kled. He is unstoppable. He does manage to get onto the Cassio, but dashes immediately to safety, anticipating the petrifying gaze. And that's just not going to result in much of anything. Stops the tower from dropping, though. Crucial for Rest to stop that play.
It's a little bit of zoning, but it's not like there was any follow-up even possible, right? You know, the rest of the squad is on the other side. His AD is still in the bottom lane. Even if he got straight on top of Humanoid, I don't think they really have the ability to take him down there.
It just feels like trying to buy space for the mid lane tower, making sure that it will not drop, because we know how much easier it's going to be for Splyce to play this game out once they do manage to break that mid lane open.
And J-Team would rather trade the Drake by losing the ultimate on rest. They're not really looking to contest on that objective. They're much more willing to lose the Ocean Drake than they are that outer mid lane tower because of all its importance.
And at this stage of the game, it's going to get a little bit harder for J-Team. We've seen that one clever pick punishing Humanoid. Maybe need to fish for a few more here. Because as you mentioned, while the gold isn't too far apart, the game does get harder as we move later on.
2,500 is not an insignificant gold lead at 15 minutes into the game.
I'm going to be honest, I could not read that from this distance. I thought it said 2,300. I did not bring my glasses today.
Well, it's pretty good gold lead, right? And they've gotten a number of turret plates. The only turret plates that J-Team took, you can see they got no gold for. So they weren't actually in range. That means that they probably went down to minions or they hit it and then backed off. You know, weren't really able to collect any of that, so didn't get anything from it.
Here we go. And Xerxes, of course, building ever closer towards the Zanyas. It's going to allow him to make very aggressive plays. And you can see both supports focusing around this mid lane. A lot of all-in potential with the Thresh Cassio as well as the Kayle Alistair on the opposite side.
One thing we always have to consider when we look forward in towards these team fights is that Splyce, they don't necessarily have to hard force with their spells that do engage. You have the Gragas Barrel, you have hooks. You don't necessarily have to throw your body into the fight where you can't disengage. Whereas J-Team, they absolutely must. Yes, they have tanky tools, but a Jarvan, once he's in the fight, he is in the fight. Same goes for Alistar, same for Kled. So when they are playing at a deficit, J-Team must be absolutely sure of these fights they take. They know they must have a numbers advantage or, you know, be able to find that perfect flank. Otherwise, you're going to be jumping into a whole lot of stats that you just can't make up for in the gold.
And then it feels like it's all eyes on Fofo, which for J-Team I think is no strange place to be, but the Kayle ultimate is going to be crucial for a lot of these champions who want to go in, even when at a deficit, and can be, alongside the Xayah, a massive source of damage if they play out the team fights correctly.
If you can get the Kled ulting in on top of Kabe or Humanoid with the Kayle ult, that becomes pretty disruptive, right? You have this squishy champion on top of you dealing damage, and AP Kayle Ultimate does a lot of damage as you get later into the game. You pick up more and more AP. It can get up to 300, 400, 500 damage and does become pretty significant when you're looking for that 100-0 type potential.
I actually think that because of the Kayle on J-Team's side, this is one of the games where when you're playing Gragas, you're not actually using the barrel to engage, but rather disengage. Now TP behind.
Here comes the TP. Kabe not going to be able to walk back to the Lantern, but the Kled will not find an ult. Xerxes caught in the middle of the entire team. He's going to grab it there perfectly right as it's about to time out, but now they have to flash, they have to retreat, but they're locked up in the Cataclysm. Fofo going to be allowed to free fire the feathers. They're going to be pulled back, and Norscaron going to go down. Still has the cooldown. Can still pull them back. The knockup is there. Vizicachi slowly but surely moving towards the Gnar, but he might not have time. Damage is coming in. He's got Mega! There it is! 2 into the wall! And Vizicachi sends a message to J-Team. They want to continue the fight. The feathers are pulled back. Humanoid's in trouble. The Kled goes in, and he goes right back out. J-Team still alive in the fight. On the retreat now. Vizicachi can't chase down. Still Mega. Mini will come out, but a very even fight, all things considered.
Really close fight. It could have been so much better for J-Team, but they lost track of Chachi going Mega there. They had all their eyes on Humanoid, who was getting very low and wanted to try to pile in and kill him, but that allowed Chachi to get that perfect Mega Gnar.
Yeah, he absolutely did, and it turns into a team fight win overall. It's 2 for 2, but the tower goes the way of Splyce. You see this from the start. I think Xerxes plays it really well to try and escape here, kiting away so it doesn't look like he wants to pick up the Lantern. But then watch Norscaron. He misses the hook, which basically is a self-inflicted CC to set up for this 3-man ulti on Cortana, who also gets the Kayle ult on top, so he can't go down.
Now watch J-Team's carries try to step forward, turn back, step forward, turn back, avoid that ultimate. Now it's used, they're saying, all right, go for Humanoid. They tried to charge through, and they just lost track of Chachi there. As soon as the Cassio ult was out, they thought the fight was theirs.
I mean, Fofo is frontlining on a Kayle who used his ultimate on the tank Jarvan to get in towards that start of the fight, so could have definitely been a big win for them. Now J-Team still down in gold overall. We mentioned the tower went the way of Splyce there, so I do like the idea there from J-Team. We talked about how they had to be absolutely sure about the fights that they do initiate. That was definitely one that was in their favor, but they have to still be very, very vigilant of the items coming through, especially now that Humanoid has that Rylai's Crystal Scepter. It becomes even more difficult to turn and run away from a bad fight that you take.
Especially with Phase Rush, right? You're able to kite back, you're able to chase forward and try to secure a lot of these kills, but we do need to see Norscaron being on point, because that fight also could have been even more in the favor of Splyce had they played that a little bit better. But here comes the engage again.
That's the tower defense, Ulti. We've seen this before from Rest.
Seems appropriate. Just wants to take a break there in the mid lane. We'll stop Splyce from pushing in for more. And while the gold lead definitely in the favor of Splyce, 3K this team, Vizicachi is really the big thorn in the side right now for J-Team, because while most of the team can match Splyce, can stop them from pushing in for more, they can't stop Vizicachi as well. And this top lane tier 1 will not be a worthwhile trade for the bottom tier 2 as Splyce just look to continue to extend their lead.
Well, it's really interesting because J-Team clearly had done their research, because we saw Koala walk all the way in towards Splyce's topside jungle, trying to sit and wait to find a pick on an individual Splyce member that went to farm side lanes. We talk all the time about how Splyce do get picked like that in the mid game, but this time Splyce much more coherent on that call, decide let's just split the map right down the middle. We'll trade for that second tier bot lane tower, pick up a Drake on top of it, and just lose that top lane tower as the only loss.
And I think what J-Team can try to do is have the Kayle matching Gnar, which is totally fine. But at this point, it feels like they're willing to actually just let the Kled get more behind in lieu of getting that Kayle ahead, right? They want to really put all the gold into the Kayle, get the solo turret gold, get all the experience, because they're saying, all right, all the eggs are in the Kayle basket at this point. Just allow this Kled to be an ultimate, to be a way into the fight, and not much else.
And most of the gold lead for Splyce is in the hands of Vizicachi in terms of individual matchups, with J-Team funneling the gold into their respective carries. So a lot of eyes on him to be the Mega Gnar in the fight, to make sure when that engage comes in, he has the perfect answer for all those champions who want to dive forward. Runner, though, has to be careful. The hook will not connect. Splyce now just taking control of this river, taking control of the area around the pit. They have a Mountain Drake, they have a Cassio, they have a Kai'Sa. Very easy for them to threaten the Baron with this composition.
Yeah, Splyce just waiting for their flashes to come back up for the big Megas.
Oh, it goes out, but it's not going the right way. The Kled is going to get hooked. Good body block coming in from Rest. Could have been a disaster, but now pressure in the mid lane. Splyce still not able to break down the tier 1 mid.
Splyce really throwing a lot in there to catch out Little V, are able to burn his ultimate. Now that he doesn't have the flash, it becomes very risky for him to position forward on the map. Now, one thing that our European Cassiopeias like to do is go side lanes. We've seen it from Nemesis, now Humanoid too, because Cassio wins basically every single 1-versus-1 matchup, especially the more items you get on this pick. She just drains down single targets. So something that J-Team need to look out for is that side lane matchup, because even Fofo with some items I think is going to struggle. So they need to either isolate that matchup and be able to find a pick with Hana or Koala, or just keep dodging it around and only pick up the minions as they crash into tower.
And vision control will be so important for Splyce to ensure that it is a 1v1. Because if you push up too far in that side lane and all of a sudden Kled is coming through with an Alistar and multiple members, then you really can get knocked down. Especially when you're playing top side of the map like Humanoid, because they're not even far away from that Baron.
It is Vizicachi, Mega Gnar on the way. Tries to use the Randuins to slow down the opposition there. But his threat from the side, as well as the Gragas barreling forward, does mean that they will finally break tier 1 mid. This is going to open up a lot of options for Splyce.
Splyce showing they're tracking the cooldowns, because Little V's flash was just seconds away from coming up as they made that crash through. They knew they had burnt Little V's ultimate on the previous play. The cooldown on Mega Gnar lower than that of Xayah, especially after those nerfs. So now they're able to take a lot more control, potentially look for a bit more.
Some pretty important items have come through, though, for J-Team. You can see both Kayle and the Xayah are on 2 items now and are going to be markedly stronger than they have been before. You know, heavy amounts of AD on this Xayah. The Kayle is getting a lot of CDR. The healing starts to ramp up. The damage on the ultimate also. So if you can execute on the fight properly, J-Team does have ways to win.
Chachi's just poking for Mega Gnar charge right now, and they're always going to have Norskeren sitting in that bush, waiting for a hook. One good hook lands, you can find the initiation.
Wasn't that one, but now the team has control of the mid lane. As Vizicachi gets closer and closer to filling that rage bar, J-Team eventually will be forced to back off. Cannot risk getting all in on, but still Hana going to go in for the fight there. Norskeren caught out in the Cataclysm, is forced to flash to safety, misses the follow-up hook, and now suddenly it's Vizicachi in the midst of the entire team. Rage bar slowly but surely stacking up. Mega Gnar could be a problem now for J-Team. Have they tried to start a fight that they cannot win? That's one knocked to the wall, but the feathers pull back. Vizicachi will get taken down, and Fofo does not drop on the side of the fight. J-Team for now are in the lead. It's Alistar manages to make it out to safety. Goes over, trying to get a little bit more. The dismount comes in. Humanoid, though, does so much damage. They have to be careful. That's going to be the Petrifying Gaze. You're looking for one more, but it might not be enough. Little V needs to get more damage down in the fight. 2 have dropped. Splyce are turning the fight. A good flash from Fofo, but Splyce will find it in the end.
And on the side of that fight, Norskeren had a sick play to pull Hana out of his flag and drag that would have got him on top of Humanoid and perhaps allowed them to get that kill. They are on the Baron here. Koala is low, but they know it's going down.
Burning faster and faster. Fofo walks up to the pit, but it will not matter. That is Baron for Splyce. They are firmly in control of this game.
Humanoid did so much work in that team fight. Great stuff coming coming through from him, because at the start, it did not look good at all here for Splyce, but he's able to turn it around, finish off his 3rd item after the fight. All eyes on this player at his first international event too, because you can see in this play, it starts off with J-Team really good engage after they see the rest of Splyce split up.
It was a great sidestep from Hana, and you're going to see Chachi just getting a little bit overconfident here. He comes out of that stopwatch and he wants to go forward. Lil V's reactions were fantastic though. If he actually landed that Meganar onto Lil V, maybe it looks differently, but you can see the Splyce carries couldn't even enter the fight. Humanoid's on the side, Kabe's on the other side, kind of zoned out by some of these members and not able to really find it. Now watch this play from Norskeren here.
Yeah, he landed the hook at the start to stop Hana from taking that EQ in, and then of course that zoning tool right there with the hook as well forces another flash out of Fofo too. So in that team fight, Norskeren showing up, and now on the thresh, he's got himself a Shirelia's Reverie, so he wants to get the whole crew involved in the next fight and be able to close the gap.
Such a powerful tool to allow him to reposition. The Kled ulti is so telegraphed. You can say, oh, we're fighting in a pinch. How about not anymore? We'll zoom the entire team right out, and it will no longer be a threat. Humanoid's so far ahead now, quite easy for Cassio to solo this Drake, and J-Team are in full survival mode. All they can do is hold on. It's a 6K deficit in a Baron. They just have to try as best as they can not to lose too much.
Yeah, Kabe now has the Gnasher's Tooth completed, so he should be sitting at the triple evolve. That's a wasted ult there from Humanoid, really trying to find that kill, but Splyce now, 1 minute and 40 seconds without that tool that should stop their ability to siege down towers, and they don't actually have a wave to work with right now. Chachi not getting a lot of attention thrown up towards his side, so that wave should fizzle out and they should play for mid.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if they're just going to wait for Chachi or if they are going to head up to that top side. I would like them to just kind of push in multiple waves, but they're actually looking for a dive here on a Fofo.
Ult available, but I don't think he's going to get a chance to use it. Is now using it, but it might be too little too late. The Kled now coming in. Fofo goes down. The Kled's stuck in this fight. He can't get out even if he wants to. The hook lands from Norskeren, and he's going to have to retreat. He's going to get demounted here, but the pocket pistol will take him to safety.
And now Splyce, they've got the Baron buff, they got everything they needed. Another wave comes on through, and with Fofo down, that's so much of J-Team's damage completely void. You have Kabe split pushing in mid lane as well. So Splyce, in a situation where it looked like this Baron wasn't going to amount to much, have now cracked open everything besides those inhibitor towers.
And I think they can get the inhibitor towers here also. Fofo's still dead for a good 15 more seconds. Kabe is already dealing damage to this one. Humanoid on the other side too.
But pulverized, they can't fully commit. They don't really have any follow-up damage here. Little V not able to move into the mid lane, and Fofo is currently dead. They have time. They have the minions. They should be able to break the base. J-Team, what can they do to respond? Just forced off of this tower. There's so much damage that they can't leap face first into a Cassio.
And Splyce now, they've got the Gragas cask up as well, so they can push J-Team away from this tower. They can take yet another tower if they want to use that spell. Hook barely doesn't connect, but this another structure is falling down. J-Team can't do anything.
Meganar slowly but surely starting to stack. He has a minion wave there to beat him. If he wants to double jump, he can fish for it. Vizichachi just going to bounce right in. Lands it on 2, and Splyce now trying to clean up the fight, desperate to get something back. But both the carries, no, one going down. Fofo is dead. It's all eyes on Little V, but it's just not going to be enough. Desire the pull through the feathers. He cannot do it in the end. A heartbreaker for Little V and a triple kill for Humanoid.
A great initiation from Xerxes, and even better Gnar from Vizichachi, jumping straight into the base and getting another one for Splyce.
A dominant finish to the game from Splyce. From start to finish, it was a clean game, a few trades back and forth, but Splyce will tie themselves up with J-Team 2-2, and Splyce are looking to get out of this group.
And on the elimination day, when it really matters most, Splyce turned in their best game of the tournament, looking dominant here over J-Team, who is considered by many to be one of the favorites to get out of this group.
Especially after Splyce's loss to them too. Splyce came in, didn't try any one of those level 1 shenanigans. They put Humanoid and Kabe on the big carries. They got the comfort for Vizichachi in the top lane. This was a tried and true Splyce draft. They played it how they needed to. They didn't fall into those mid-game problems that we've seen from them in the past, and they closed it out with very clean team fighting.
And critically, Humanoid had a big game for Splyce, and we all were saying if he can step up in week 2, Splyce can get out of this group. Splyce can look so much better. But I've also got to say, looking over at the other side for J-Team, I hated the Gnar pick. Or rather, I hated the Kled pick into the Gnar. It just never was able to get anything done. And if you're not going to be able to play to that side of the map, if you're not going to play aggressively, the pick does nothing really for you. It gave them some engage, but
it stopped them from taking mid once or twice with ultimates, but really a heartbreaker for J-Team when they could have been 3-1. They could have been tied up with FPX, and now to turn around to be at 2-2 is you're in the danger zone. you have to find every win. There is no comfortable berth at the end of this one.
Look, J-Team, they went for the scaling options. They said, Splyce, that team can't close out on us early enough, but through the early game teleports and playmaking of Humanoid and, a much stronger mid game than we are used to seeing from this team, Splyce erased a lot of those issues and sort of laughed at J-Team for going for the prepped route, for going for that late game draft.
And the patience from Splyce in the late game. They knew that they had to win the bag as long as they didn't overforce, so they let J-Team come to them. The second that opportunity pops up, you see beautiful Meganars coming in left and right from Vizicachi. A really big team effort across the board. But for a breakdown of that game, let's hear from the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Dracos. There we go. Okay, I'll wait till the camera looks at Verius because he's doing something. A snack thing, I think.
Snakes have arrived! Splyce is back in this group. Told you, you doubted. You doubted.
I did.
You doubted, but Splyce came to play. I wrote in my notes.
Wait. Can someone remember what you said about GAM Esports and how
I had to for that segment. I had to for that segment. Listen, in my notes, I wrote, humanoid is the key. You probably can't write it, but humanoid is the key. This was the man that we needed to step up today. They gave him the Casio, and I think that he had a fantastic performance.
Well, I agree, and I think then when we look at the Casio and the rest of the composition, Splyce really said we want to be comfortable in this game and have the best possible champions to get this win.
Yeah, so I think the only adjustment I would have made would be a Rise because he wanted a little bit more mobility. If I looked at J-Team and said, okay, you have the Kale, J4, and Kled. Good luck. That snake was going to die, but that was never the case. I think a lot of it came down to two members. Well, two things. One member being Vizicachi. His Kled, or at least his Gnar, was incredible.
Keep confusing the two.
His Gnar was insane, and another thing was I think a lot of the team fights from J-Team were a little bit butchered.
Yeah, they certainly were. However, I think you have to look at how this setup was going to always be. You have Cassiopeia, who's a pushing lane, and you have Gnar, who should be a pushing lane. That means you should control the side of the map, which Splyce were able to do, and make them fight into Fog of War every single time. When that is the case, you're going to lose a lot of these team fights. So credit to Splyce on their mid-game execution. This time it was clean.
Speaking about Fog of War, there were some early kills, of which namely the first one was a bit iffy from the side of J-Team, and Splyce got off to an early or a good start rather because of it.
This was clearly a pre-planned strategy from Vizicachi.
Yeah.
Definitely not a massive mistake that could have cost him first blood. If it weren't for Xerxes starting on the top side of the map, this could have ended in disaster.
I actually think if Rest early flashes there's no way to get out of tether range. You just die, remount, and walk away. However, that wasn't going to be the case. And then everything got a little bit funny. This looked like a huge misexecution from Splyce. However, Humanoid once again swooping in to save the day.
I'm glad you said it though, because even though Vizicachi and Humanoid and the other members had a good game, I still think there's things they need to shore up. But I don't think we should feel too comfortable if you're an EU fan for what we've seen. But the fact of the matter is that they just had to get this win, and they executed to get it, and that is the most important takeaway.
Yeah, I think execution is the key, because when we think to the last time they met, Swan and I were watching the game earlier, they tried to lane swap, they tried an early tower dive, and all of their early game plans just fell through. But this time, we saw all of the plays work out. The early TP bot from Humanoid resulted in a kill. The TP top resulted in a kill. And because Splyce had a firm control over the early game, they were able to keep the pressure up and maintain a good mid-game where they were not making the same mistakes that they've made so far in the group stage.
However, the atmosphere when we were talking amongst ourselves watching the game was that, ooh, that Kale is scaling up, that Xayah is scaling up. So where do you think J-Team could have taken more advantages in terms of scaling up their comp?
So I think they had great windows. J-Team had a pretty good team fight mid. I think that execution on that, it was only based off of them wanting to go further or playing towards the Cassiopeia. Essentially, it was like, great, you got a great pick, but then you keep moving and you don't really plan yourself ahead. So I think J-Team basically kept trying for more things and it weren't working out.
I think one of the big issues that J-Team had was that they often rely on Fofo to be the initiator, to be the one deciding when to go and when not to go. But when you're on that Kale, you're kind of relying on everyone around you to set up the play for you to follow. And we saw that J-Team, without that leader in the mid lane, tend not to do a huge amount. And a lot of the plays they tried to force were few and far between.
I mean, what we saw so far is that top lane died level 1, didn't have teleport, didn't have flash. So all of a sudden, you're not pushing through that lane. Bottom lane just got teleported on level 3, they die. So you're not pushing through bottom lane. Mid lane, you're playing Kayle. So there is actually no avenue on this game for the Jarvan to be able to play through. And that just gave Xerxes a level and a half lead in experience.
Yeah.
He was so far ahead and set the tempo of this game. I think that that was just a really botched early game that meant no flashes burnt. When it's coming to these critical team fights, that they're always going to have an advantageous position to be able to take them.
Yeah, Xerxes was very, very far ahead. We're going to take a look at a fight bot lane that ended up being a 2-for-2, but still Splyce came out slightly ahead. If the execution was somewhat better, this would have been a wipe.
So this is one of the better plays that we saw from J-Team. There could have been a huge opportunity for them. If it weren't for a couple of mis-executions on their behalf, this could have been their window to then bounce back into the game. Unfortunately for J-Team, they overcommit to the fight, and one of the things that I think Cassio does offer in this comp is the re-engage tool, so that every time the enemy team tries to hard commit, you have that ultimate to turn it around.
Because that was a one fight that then was re-engaged by J-Team, and you can see that they do try and mop up some kills on the back end, but they're burning important resources like flashes to be able to do so. This was just consistent overreaches after the initial pick that probably shouldn't have happened.
And to me, this is the clearly the best game from Vizicachi I've seen this tournament, because this is one of the great examples on which is Gnar ultimate paid in dividends that they can back up. We also saw a mid lane fight earlier on, this wasn't a great example of it, where that Mega Gnar proved dividends being able to pick up that outer turret.
However, this is a bit of an int from Chachi. Let's call it what it is. He dies, and look, another one team fight. You don't have to continue to fight. You've got the Kayle, you've got the Xayah, just be content scaling up. And this is where Fog of War becomes a big thing, because Nosker and Over the Wall just ruins Hana's day.
Yeah, and I think the Humanoid, while overcommitting for Koala, actually set up the team to be able to follow up and find a bunch of kills, which then resulted in the Baron for Splyce. And then utilizing that Baron, they were very clean. They pushed in as a group. They didn't overforce. And this is exactly what EU fans wanted to see from Splyce. The potential that they could perform at was definitely there.
We had question marks about Humanoid. He is the oppo player of the game in this one, but I want to look forward now in this group for both Splyce and J-Team. Splyce, a win, but it can be cleaned up, I think, in some degree. And then J-Team, who we've seen promise from, what do they need to do to advance? You were the J-Team proponent at the beginning of the show, so what should you say to the team?
So for J-Team, they're not going to have much time to really talk about this, because the Marines, I mean, they just have to play right now too, so that's going to be a short turnaround. Just calm down, because against the Marines, you really just have to play the same style you've had throughout, where you're just playing a more calm and tempered play, and you should be able to take up that win, have a lot of time thinking about your next match, because you have some time now. You have FPX being the last match of the game, the day.
And I mean, for Splyce, just more of that. You've got 3 teams in this group that probably will fight you, so take the mid-game team fighting comps and continue to execute well. Once again, it wasn't a flawless win, but that's enough to be able to get you out of that group, I feel.
I want to see Fofo on early to mid-game champ that can have a stronger impact early on, because it feels to me that J-Team is not the most proactive team. They don't try and force a lot early. So if you put more resources into Fofo, there's a good chance that you can challenge the likes of GAM and FPX.
Still everything left to be played for in this one, and for more on that win from Splyce, Laure got up with Splyce's victorious coach.
Thanks, guys. Laure here, and joining me right now is Duke after Splyce's first victory for the second round robin. Thank you very much for joining me. I think that first round robin didn't go as expected, so how are you satisfied right now with the performance they had today, and are you relieved for the rest of the day?
I'm definitely not relieved for the rest of the day, because we still have a long way to go, but I'm satisfied of how we played. I think maybe our best game so far. Good early game, good mid game, clean fight decision, which was lacking against FPX, that we worked a lot since then. Of course, I'm not satisfied losing against FPX. That was really a free win. Not satisfied losing it to J-Team. I think they had a solid reading on our level 1, but we can take it all today.
I need to ask about the mid-game, because it's been a weakness from you guys all year long. I want to know, what's going wrong here? Is it communication? Is it the fact that they're scared because it is a weakness? What's the problem here?
No, it's just, I mean, mid-game is extremely complex, and there are a lot of steps to it, and we work sometimes on some step that we have to learn, and sometimes we forget other steps, and I think we improved gradually during the whole year. But the problem is that I think our mid game got a lot better, but now we are also playing against a lot of teams that are also a lot better. Yeah, it's one step at a time, and today, for example, it was really good. The problem is, if you do one misstep, if you do one random Baron, for example, you just lose against a team like FPX, and we are getting heavily punished, but we are also learning pretty fast.
what is the key here against FPX today? Because you had the game last time. What should you do and what will you tell them to just win the game this time and not make the same mistakes again?
I think we had to pressure a bit more our winning side in the mid-game, and it's more about how we want to fight. The Chinese are really ready to fight, and we need to have a solid plan on how we're going to turn on them. When we are starting the Baron, we need to make sure that we have clear roles, who is going to turn, who is going to flank. And here, for example, this game we had way better. The game against J team, we had a way better understanding of how we wanted to team fight. We wanted to team fight slowly, take like maybe sometimes go 2 times, wait to make the cooldown. And so that's something we need to discuss, and that's basically some kind of discussions that we implemented recently.
All right, we'll see how it goes later today. Now, you know these guys more than anyone. What did you tell them coming in today so they would be proud of their performance, regardless of what happens?
And I told them that they improved a lot in the past 10 days. That I trust them, even if sometimes people don't always trust them outside of the team. I trust them, and I saw the improvement, but we are still not there yet. They know what they have to do. We have to be responsible for each other. Everyone has to be responsible for himself to take decision, be really decisive on our calls, because one mistake and the game are over, but we just have to play our game, and they did it today.
And I wish you good luck on that today. Thank you very much, Duke. We're going to take a short break, and we'll come back in a few minutes for the 3rd game of the day.
Kled now, Pocket Pistol takes him away. Conqueror still taxed, he's still healing up to a certain degree. Trying to step forward, the barrel hit.
Now the question is, can J-Team stop this? They're going on!
A lot of damage, they're just trying to knock Humanoid out, the flash out to safety, but it will not be enough. That is the shutdown. Damage is coming in.
He's got Mega!
There it is, 2 into the wall! And Vizichachi sends a message to J-Team. They want to continue the fight. The feathers are pulled back. Humanoid's in trouble, the Kled goes in.
Humanoid's in trouble now too.
Safety. Goes over, trying to get a little bit more. The dismount comes in. Humanoid, there does so much damage. Humanoid! Be careful, that's going to be the petrifying gaze. He's looking for one more. Vizichachi just going to bounce right in. Lands it on 2, and Splyce now trying to clean up the fight, desperate to get something back. But both the carries know, one going down. Fofo is dead. It's all eyes on Little V, but it's just not going to be enough. The Zaya, the pull through the feathers. He cannot do it in the end. Splyce will tie themselves up with J-Team 2 and 2, and Splyce are looking to get out of this group. Welcome back, everyone, to our third game of the day. GAM Esports versus J-Team. GAM find themselves in a difficult position. Absolutely have to find a win here. And for J-Team, it's been a difficult day already. And playing the back-to-back games is tough.
Look, and J-Team coming into this one, they've got some bad memories. The last time they faced off against this team, GAM versus J-Team, was of course the matchup where these two teams just clashed head-to-head in 18 different team fights in the same exact position. So already getting into the draft, my eyes are on the team fighting drafts for both these sides. If you draft a better 5v5, you've probably got a pretty good chance, Azale.
Are they going to take off the Nocturne, the Kled, these champions that GAM used to really constantly engage to force these fights? J-Team, at least though for them, they are still in control of their own fate. They're sitting at 2-2 in the group, tied now with Splyce. A win here would be really, really nice because we have to remember they were the only team out of the 3 to actually get a win off of FPX in that first round robin. So that does give them a slight advantage in this kind of second day.
And of course, now we see Fofo's LeBlanc banned out, as well as the Nautilus from the side of GAM, the Kiana, the Pantheon, all very standard from the side of J-Team. See what they want to take away as the final option. Could be the Nocturne from Levi. He did press R 23 times in that game. It is 2 minutes and 18 seconds of Nocturne darkness, for those of you who are counting.
Ooh.
And the Akali first pick, I honestly love it. I love seeing this champ in the hands of GAM Esports. They do love to pick constant scrappy fights, and Akali feels like the perfect pick to do it.
Yeah, last time they played against each other, the Akali was put much later into the draft. Now I'm looking at the Syndra here for J-Team. Last time they wanted this 4 little V down on the bottom side of the map, went for a first pick on that champion as well, and the flexibility of that type of pick is definitely super, super valuable, but I'm always looking at team fighting one more time, and Gragas does that job absolutely perfect.
Not only does he team fight well, he says, Kled and Nocturne, get away from the rest of my team very, very well. I feel like if we see a similar draft from last time, J-Team are going to be happy to have that Gragas to stop fights from happening when terms are not their own.
Strong engage, strong disengage, gives you magic damage out of the jungle, a lot of flexibility going forward with that. Kaisa also, we talk about this a lot, a champion that can itemize defensively very, very effectively against dive. Things like the Zonias that we've already seen come out today against some of these dive style compositions. And I think that J-Team are really trying to cater a little bit towards what they're expecting to come out of GAM.
And that's where GAM is saying we want a little bit more early game skirmish power here with Levi's signature Lee Sin. I'll be honest, I've been wanting more out of Levi, especially in the early game throughout this tournament. But returning to one of these champions that he has looked so fantastic on in the past is going to be GAM's way in the early game to get off to an early lead.
And while Lee Sin can dominate early, we have seen in some of these drafts where they don't have consistent hard engage, they fail to force fights. Like they did against Splyce the first time around, especially where they were really relying on some inconsistent engage tools. So I want to see GAM draft some sort of hard engage support that can kind of guaranteed start of the fight.
Right, because right now they don't have any of that. They got an Akali, they've got a Ryze, they have really strong skirmishing power, damage output, maybe even a little side lane action with that Ryze as well, but they will need to bolster up those all-in engages, and that's where J-Team should be banning away stuff like, you know, the Leona or perhaps the Alistar here to remove those from being good options.
And interesting that they've opted to ban the Heimer. Most likely just don't want to play against it, but it would be the 3rd magic damage threat for the side of GAM. But regardless, obviously only bot lane options really need to be limited at this stage, sort of a truly wild flex pick, so that seems pretty cut and dry for J-Team what they want to take away. Clear to them what the enemy is trying to do.
Yeah, the only real reasoning I can see for banning out this Heimer is you just don't want to allow GAM to have kind of this stable, avoidable bot lane, essentially, where they can sit there with the Heimer, park themselves behind the turrets, because GAM almost always wants to play through their solo lanes and play aggressively in that way, but J-Team very clearly expecting some sort of mage shenanigans to be coming through the bot lane.
And I think with the Syndra banned away, the Heimer and the Veigar, a lot of the options for the champions just below the top tier for the bot lane carries, like the Kaisa and the Xayah, they must just think that no other AD carry is really as good as a mage at this point, trying to make sure that Sin is not on one of those options, as the Azir does now get locked in for Fofo in the mid lane, but the Tristana is, of course, up and available.
I do like seeing the Fofo Azir now. We don't think Ryze is going into the bottom lane, so Azir should be comfortable in either of these two matchups with a little bit of a range advantage push as well in those early levels here. So Fofo will be taking that champion, and it fits the bill. Maybe some early game lane priority, perhaps that scaling too that we wanted to see, and the self-peel on the backline to make sure that an Akali can't actually close the gap and then stick to you.
Yeah, I think it's very smart. Azir, while you don't really want to have any sort of all-in fights early, you have such a strong push, and then Gragas can play towards the Renekton, which is going to be a really strong 2v2, and Volibear, this is going to be their form of engage, I guess. You could utilize with the Rise, the Realm Warp to try to send you into the backline, and it does give very powerful all-in in a bot lane 2v2.
Yeah, this is anticipation of an Alistar or a Leona, where you can interrupt their jump forward and self-peel for you. So I honestly would be surprised to see the Alistar come in, even though it is such a strong pairing next to the Kai'Sa. Can definitely struggle up against the Volibear, who also has really good early game all-ins, thanks to the passive and the bite. Next to a Tristana, this is a bot lane 2v2 that with early intervention from Levi can pop off.
It really can. If you can actually get that flash fling onto the Kai'Sa, jump on him with that Tristana, the slow comes in from there, Levi coming in as well, it becomes very, very difficult. And as you're saying, you can actually, roar Alistar out of the combo utilizing that E.
Now, the problem with the Volibear is going to be the lack of reliable engage here. You mentioned this earlier, wanted something that could hard force Azael. Volibear, yes, you can get the Righteous Glory. Yes, you can run at people, but you can get knocked away by so many tools. This has to pay off early, otherwise it gets outscaled brutally.
Yeah, I mean, in mid-game, in late game, you're trying to run through Azir soldiers, an Azir wall.
That's no fun.
Gragas can disengage. It becomes extremely difficult to actually get on top of these champions. You really become very, very reliant on Flash, and that is kind of what I think that GAM is going to have to play around. Kick Flash, Flash Fling. Besides that, they don't really have any good ways to start fights.
Rise well more, put Volibear into the backline, that's all they've got.
That's a creative answer, Ender. Well, at the end of the day, it's all eyes on the early game for the side of GAM. Need to get something done up against CTBC J-Team as we move into what could be an elimination match for GAM. And here we go, GAM versus J-Team. Third match of the day. Once again, two teams will go home today. Two will advance on to the quarterfinals. And we talked about all eyes in the early game, and I think we just have to talk more about the Volibear because this is... I've seen it as a counter to Yuumi, but the blind pick Volibear just seems so bold to me.
I mean, it certainly is here, but it feeds into this idea that GAM want to attack you in the early game. And I honestly think that Levi has to visit this bottom lane early because level 2, I think even you have these all-in tools with Tristana rocket jump on top of the bomb, as well as Volibear jumping around with 2 CC options on his Q and E. So this could even be a level 2 gank option for Levi, and good vision coverage from J-Team could just make that absolutely not an option.
And if they can get ahead in that bottom lane, then all of a sudden Tristana is able to start threatening these turrets, is able to start utilizing her range and damage on these turrets to start moving around the map and establishing a gold lead, which could allow them to really snowball throughout that mid game.
And of course, if you're Volibear, and it's still the early game when you get Righteous Glory, you kill anyone you see. Past 20 minutes, it's a very different story, but if you can snowball early, it's very easy to keep that ball rolling with a champ like Volibear on your team, but now you see it. Looks like they are setting up for the bottom side. It could just be Krugs for Levi.
Yeah, Levi for a second was actually walking with them towards bot lane, so I was kind of curious, is he just going to walk straight to lane and try to gank right away? With this Krug clear, it is unlikely that I think he would go back towards bot, and you can actually see on the minimap he's cheating up towards those Raptors.
Yeah, Xin also started with E at level 1, so it's much easier to just push that wave away from being a gankable option. Still could be the case, though, that once Levi finishes his full clear, gets his first base off, that is when he could look towards the bottom side of the map, because right now, he doesn't have a lot of good options to play around. Akali not going to be super helpful in terms of setting up ganks in the top side. Fofo very safe to just push and poke down mid lane, so he doesn't really have gank options, he doesn't have invade options. None of the things that Levi likes to do on the Lee Sin are open to him right now.
Pretty much has to be something like an empowered root from the Rise to set up that Lee Sin Q, and then maybe you can get in and try to make something happen on Fofo.
And that looks like this is exactly what it's going to be. Ask and you shall receive, Azael. Goodbye to the Azir and First Blood
for GAM.
Oh, Fofo thought he was safe. He had a ward in the river, but didn't expect Levi to come over that wall, so he's hugging the side of the jungle that Levi is on.
Double flash there. They just fully committed to it, and that is the kind of play that GAM can really make you worry with. They played this very, very well. It's just the immediate empower, flash W, sets up the guaranteed Q there, and in he goes.
Yeah, Levi actually flashes over the wall instead of taking the Q that he landed to make sure he could maximize that execute DPS. And now there's even a ward that he ward hopped to that's going to spot out Hana, looking for a player on mid himself.
And I also love that E-flash from the Lee Sin, because then if Fofo immediately flashes away, you still have the resonating strike to actually follow after him. And I think that's why we saw Fofo not even bother using the flash there, knowing he was dead.
Honestly, pretty good patience coming in from him, but Levi, once again, trying to make his presence known here in the early game. Will move over, and the Krugs are up and available, but he...
Well, he's counting the CS from Hana, right? You see him show on that ward around your middle lane. You know that he didn't actually take the Krug camp, so Levi is easily able to take that one away. And now his own Krugs aren't going to be spawning around till 4:25 seconds into the game, so he can reset and pick that up super easy.
He was spotted though, so Hana knows there's no chance of a counter gank. So we'll see if he can actually make something happen. Remember, there's no flash on Rise, and this is a potential E-flash here coming through from Hana, but Kiaya is playing so intelligently towards the top side of the map. So they don't actually know, is Lee Sin in the brush now? Exactly. How close is he? And they don't have the ability to make that play.
And even if you jump on him, you can't actually chase him up into that river because you know Levi is on that side. Now, just coming down bottom lane, clearing away some wards, potentially trying to zone away, but you see the instant rotation here from GAM. This team does like to play proactively in the early game, and while we haven't always seen it pay off here so far in the group stage, I like what I'm seeing out of the squad already.
I did also really like that small move from Kiaya down towards the bottom lane. Even when you just step out of vision, you step into that fog, the other team all of a sudden has to respect the possibility of you completing that roam, of what happens if we commit to this dive and then the Rise shows up. So it always makes your opponents play with a little bit more respect, but you have to look at this bottom lane and see, outside of any potential all-in from the Volibear, the laning is not going that great.
Yeah, down 10 CS right now. To their defense, though, top lane going fantastically for Zeros, and Levi has over a full level lead on Hana because as he went back and picked up his second clear of the Krug camp, Hana has nothing to do. His Raptors just went ahead and spawned. Hana not maximizing his farm in the early game has resulted in him slowing down, and that's going to mean Levi, now level 5, will tick over to level 6 first, should be able to finish off the Warrior as well. So these early game skirmishes, any sort of 2v2 or 3v3 should be heavily GAM favored.
And honestly, just GAM have done such a fantastic job of tracking the Gragas in this early game. Hana has not really been able to get anything done. You have to wonder if he had a bit more confidence to push in for that mid gank.
They're going to go for this.
Happened. Rest, level 6. I don't think he wants to dash back into that Renekton. Very bold play. They're going to try to burn him down, but he's just going to try to finish the kill. He's going to grab one. You can't go in on a Renekton like that.
Zeros didn't track that the stun was still up. I think he assumed as soon as Levi went in that the W had been used, and that would give him carte blanche to go back in and actually try to knock him down. But Akali not having 6 and Renekton holding that stun allows him to get that 1v2 kill.
And now Zeros gives up so much of the pressure he had in the lane. Hex Drinker finished off for rest, so his 1v1 is going to be so much easier up against Zeros. Big mistake to go for this fight, even though you know it is a 2 versus 1. The healing off of the empowered Q is just absurd.
It just feels like they needed to slow play it. If you kill a minion or 2 and he hits 6, maybe you can actually do this, but you for sure needed to wait until the W was used, and that really was the big mistake. If he is forced to use his abilities on the Lee Sin, as Levi is just training him down with the red buff, then you can go in as the Akali with your flash and finish him off.
And it feels to me like that's a mistake you should not be making. Renekton is, alongside Rumble, one of the legendary 2v1 top laners. You do not go up there when he has Rage, level 6, he's healing up, especially when you lack any burst damage, when the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike has already been used. It's going to make it so difficult for Akali, forced to go Seekers early instead of rushing for that Gunblade and having Sustain to help her through this lane phase.
Still going pretty well here for GAM. You can see both Kiaya and Levi leading the gold charts. Now, one thing I would like to draw attention to for J-Team is really smart vision control around the Infernal Drake. There was a ward just over the wall of the pit on GAM's side of the jungle that just timed out that Koala had actually placed. And what that meant was that Levi, on this aggressive early jungler, was not able to look for an early Infernal solo. And had he started that one up, you see he places the control ward inside of the pit. So he actually wouldn't have spotted that at all and potentially could have been punished by a quick collapse from J-Team.
Now Hana, though, going to start the Infernal Drake. Is spotted out.
His own control ward didn't spot the one there from Levi. He had no idea. He's like, oh, wait, now I have to leave. Now they can dive top lane. No ulti.
They want revenge. They've got the burst now to potentially finish off the Renekton. He dashes in the wave, gets all of his health back. There's no wave there anymore. They have to try to finish this one off, but still the Renekton is massive. The Hextrigger comes in, and this one's going to turn against them. The Renekton's still alive. Why are they doing this? Rest is outplaying every moment.
Why do they keep going top lane? This guy turns it around every single time, and on top of that, after showing with the Realm Warp, the Infernal Drake that Hana had stopped doing instantly goes over towards J-Team.
That's the problem with it. He's pre-ulting, and you're still actually looking for that dive. He's sitting on full rage with his ultimate up, and you give them the freedom to take that Infernal. This is just such a huge win for J-Team. And GAM just feel like they're so over-forcing on this top side. It feels a little bit desperate. They needed to kind of try to wait this out and maybe go on the next wave or wait until the ultimate expired.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much pressure on this team, you know, needing to win with only one win in this group to try and make it out of the group stage here. And throughout the regular season, it was always Levi plus Zeros playing towards the top side of the map, carrying the brunt of the damage in those later game team fights. And they keep throwing resources up here. Now that they're not working, I don't know how this team actually can respond.
As soon as he pre-ults, honestly, I just don't think you can really go for the dive. If anything, you want to try to look for a play where you start actually proxying the wave and you wait that next 30 seconds to then pull it off, but it's such a big time commitment. This just isn't the way to get it done.
It's just the wrong choice to be going top lane in the first place. Akali was solo winning that matchup. Maybe that changes on the first reset from Renekton, but Zeros was up in CS, and we talked so much about the Tristana Volibear in the bottom lane. We haven't seen Levi even attempt to move down there. They were just passively losing out on CS, and even though level 6s are coming through for this bottom, we know Volibear gets outskilled. We've seen it so much around the world. This champion just falls off ridiculously hard compared to an All-Star.
And it felt like Levi had outplayed Hana in the early game. Pat was able to track here, so see the flash out. Might commit to the play anyway. Beautiful cast comes in from Hana, and right there, Kiaya is going to go down, donating the kill over to Fofo.
That's big for Fofo. He's already up quite a bit in farm, now going to be able to have a kill to his name here also. And Fofo should be getting very quickly towards his first completed item. J-Team just feel like they're winning in every lane.
Yeah, it's just better coordination there between jungle, mid lane, and support. Now Zeros on the roam down. Koala has flash, though.
Koala, I think, needs to flash out of this one. The Ignite now comes down. Koala looks like he's just willing to give up his life in this one. Does not want to use any other resources in the trade.
I think if you're just making the call to give up your life, then hold on to the ult too, right? There's not really any reason to try to have that extra second or two. I don't think it makes too much of a difference. But at the same time, it is a kill back here for GAM, so something working for them.
And they wanted to seize that window right there where Levi had finished his jungle item. Now Hana just got him himself. Now it's 3 members in the top lane. Can they do it?
Side, third time's the charm. 3 members is the charm. There's no way Renekton makes it out of this one. The Fury can't be enough. That's the shutdown. Gonna go right over to Levi.
A little sad. Would have liked to see that go to Zeros' Akali. You can't help but feel that would be much more valuable in the hands of that assassin later on. But look at the lead. Levi has 1,200 gold. He needs to use this now to convert into more. Was thinking about starting up the Herald, but with Koala moving his way up here, he gets forced out of the river.
It's a great lead from Levi, but despite the fact that Rest dies, he's still a good 800-900 gold actually ahead of his counterpart Zeros. So I completely agree with you. If you get that shutdown, you're almost back to parity because I believe that was a 750 gold shutdown.
Yeah, it's a lot of money, and Rest isn't that far away from finishing off his Spear of Shojin. Once that comes through, how do you even play as Zeros? You're trying to dip in and out of the fog board, but every time you come out, there's a W stun ready for Renekton.
Flips him back, though. The Ouster Trouble already burned the ultimate, too. He's going to feel dumb after that one. Now has to walk out of it, but they're not going to be able to finish the kill. Kiaya, and now it's Slay caught in the middle of the team. Just one very sad, lonely bear knocked out of the fight in an instant.
Even without the ulti on Koala, the Aftershock is still there. He's able to survive for long enough. GAM trying to make the plays 2v2, but they didn't have vision of the enemy jungler, and that's where it all goes awry.
They also just don't have that much damage. The Ryze does not have a completed item. The Tristana does not have a completed item. They are just scraping by. It's really only topside where there's enough bits and pieces to potentially get a kill.
And Tristana wasn't even there. They've actually just moved the Tristana mid lane, so here's the play again. Looks pretty clever with the Hex Flash, knowing the ultimate is down. But as you said, the quick Aftershock proc there, and it's just not enough from Kiaya. As soon as Hana does show up, there's no one there to respond and try to make this a 3v3.
It's actually really unfortunate because you think maybe if that's a Tristana as opposed to a Ryze who has big damage on the ultimate, maybe then you can try to finish it off or at least jump in and close the gap. But Ryze cannot do that, especially not without a flash here. So the game settles down again, and this is where it gets really worrying for GAM because, you know, the last time these teams faced, it was all about the team fights. Well, J-Team have had the more successful early game. They also have really strong late game options with the Azir and the Kai'Sa, so everything seems to be going all according to plan for them.
Yeah, and you look at it, and it's just last time they had the Kled, the Nocturne, the Kai'Sa. They had so many champions that would get into your backline, and it was just a matter of whether or not you could fight them, because they would get there. Volibear, on the other hand, very interruptible.
What you trying to say about Volibear here, Dracos?
He's not actually that good at getting into the backline past 15 minutes, or when he has 0 items at 13 minutes and 20 seconds. So, yes, there's a theoretical world where GAM can just force over and over again, and eventually it'll work. That's what happened last time, but might not be this time, as the Hex Splash, not even enough confidence to go right in there. And you can see last time they met, it was GAM slowly but surely chunking away, building a lead.
I love the immediate Herald drop. They're going to be able to get plates here and cash in on that gold. Almost have the turret down also here because Fofo has gotten so much work done in this 1v1. He had already knocked down a couple plates. It's now down to a couple hundred HP, which is going to open up that mid lane. Fofo still has a completely full HP turret that he has the safety to retreat to.
Yeah, all J-Team have to do is keep walking around the map as a 4 or 5 man unit because the only real tangible advantage that GAM do have is in the jungle position. And let's be real, no matter how much more gold Levi has on a Lee Sin over a Gragas, he's still going to be less effective. It's so much harder to execute the Lee Sin in these later stage team fights, especially when you are looking down the barrel of all this self-peeling tools and tanky members that J-Team have put together.
And I just feel like GAM have backed themselves up against a wall with this composition. I mean, just its execution is what it's going to come down to, but they've just put themselves at a disadvantage. They have to be the team to outplay in these fights to come out on top.
They really do, but that being said, see if Kiaya can get out of this one.
That's a lot of CC. A good sidestep. Questionable body slam there. Now they might just look to turn. The TPs are coming in. The fight is raging back and forth, and they push the Akali back under. Zeros is desperately trying to escape. Levi trying to save the day. Zeros is still alive. Zeros has managed to make it out. No, the Renekton on the backside. Fofo grabbing yet another kill. GAM have overforced Levi. Doesn't look like he will pay the price, but a nice fight in the end for the side of JT.
Hey, Levi actually made it happen right there. Botched initial engage attempt, though, from Hana is ultimately what enables GAM to try and turn that one around, as well as Fofo's ultimate just pushing Zeros underneath the tower for all that bonus damage.
And despite the fact that so much has really been going well here for J-Team, they're scaling really well, they're playing well. GAM isn't that far behind, right? They're only down 1K, so there is going to be possibilities for them if they really can pull off those proper engages, but Lil V showing off the early Q evolve. Anytime you have an early Q evolve and you get that isolated damage, as he has, you are going to shred through someone.
How crazy is Levi? Down 2 levels, but there's no ultimate on towards rest. Levi going up and just pushing the wave there. Shamina response now from J-Team. Or potentially a dive down here. Xin very low HP, just over 50%.
And now we finally get to see the defensive capabilities of the Volibear, as he can't Ferocious Roar to deny the headbutt pulverize. That's about all he can do, though.
I thought you were going to say the defensive capabilities as he was running away.
I was ready for that too.
Go. Wow.
I thought the bear was supposed to run in.
He gets out so fast.
Heyo.
And Levi must be counting down on the ultimate.
Yeah.
A lot of confidence to step up there. And this means that they are going to get some good damage down. Too late to get plates.
Right. GAM just want to keep finding these isolated, smaller skirmishes or pick tools because, remember, they do still have a lot of damage. They're lacking in frontline. They're lacking in reliable engage. That's why we think team fighting is a little bit more difficult for them. But if they find fights around, you know, a strong Kiaya plus Levi, Zeros 2 once he finishes off that Gunblade, should be a whole lot more powerful.
Streamer Shuffle goes in, pushes him right out of the Shroud. There's no chance for the Akali to escape. She's going to have to burn everything if she wants to get out. Zeros will go down.
And you're exactly right, Ender. That's why they keep going to top lane, because they're saying, all right, if we can get Akali ahead, if we can start getting picks in side lanes, then J-Team gets spread. All of a sudden, Azir doesn't have members around them, is much more assailable. But nothing has worked in the top lane. Rest is so far ahead, has the Shojin, as well as the Hex Drinker, has gotten some Turret Blade Gold in the mid lane. And he is just really in a position of power with that rank 2 ultimate.
And that's the really hard thing for GAM is even if they want to commit members towards a side lane, more often than not, right now we see Fofo down bottom side, but later once Baron spawns, it's going to be Rest down here. So he's going to be able to buy so much time that even if he does go down, the combination of Azir plus Kai'Sa can instantly delete that Baron buff. So GAM have to be very creative in how they do find these tools, and maybe hope that later on, if this game does drag out, which it feels like it's going to go a little bit later, the added range of Xin and the disengage tools of the rocket jump as well as that ulti could give Xin the ability to outplay in these fights.
There's always the possibility, but the engage on J-Team can be so explosive.
Yes.
It's really tough to react to the body slam flash, to the Q flash from Alistar. So it's going to be tough. But if they can execute on it, if Volibear can disrupt any of that engage with his roar.
Keep laughing at him, Draco. He's going to prove you wrong.
He's one scary bear. We'll see.
I mean, he's got a support item. He's got some shoes on his feet. He's ready to go.
And all right. I'm ready. I'll believe. I'll join you on this magical journey, gentlemen.
Wait. I'm not believing. I'm just saying it might happen.
There's a possibility. But for now, J-Team look to continue to extend their lead. They've already got double Drakes, 6 kills to 4. 1 tower to 1, looking to make it a second one, but still giving Zeros enough respect, not really risking anything. And I think it makes sense when you look at the scaling. It feels pretty easy for them to move later into the game. Zeros, though, a lot more confident in the 1v1. The ult is still up. I feel like he should slow play this one, but is going to dash in anyway. The rest of the team is now here. The Volibear now going in. It is one scary bear using the ultimate, trying to finish this kill off. They dash in, but Rest is still alive. He gets the stun. He's still able to make it out of this one. They want to kill him so bad. Levi will get it, and that's the Rampage, but the Alistar goes down, trying to protect him.
Here comes Little B!
Comes in. Levi goes golden. It's a brief break before the fight continues. Now the cask is knocked it back. The Volibear gets taken down. A messy fight on the top side.
And it turns into a 2-for-2 at the end of this. We saw the same thing happen in the game versus FPX earlier for GAM, where they find the good initial fight, but aren't able to escape from it at the end. So after spending so much to get those kills, it's just even at the end.
And partially that's because they commit so heavily to these long chases. And when you're chasing someone for 30, 40 seconds, it gives a lot of time for J-Team to walk across the map, to be there to respond, and try to pick up some of these counter kills.
I'll be real with you. I thought Rest could have turned that straight onto Zeros. He was running, waiting for his team to try and show up, but just 1 or 2 auto attacks away from finishing off that Akali. And because of J-Team winning the fight at the end, they should be able to pick up this tower.
Fofo, easy for him to knock that one down. And gentlemen, there is good news. Levi has gotten more money. This is a bit ambitious. He's just going to push him right into the Gragas. That is not the play that they were looking for, but Kiaya still alive. Not on the way in. The heal has come out. Now they're trying to chase the target down. Volibear is here as well. Hex flash over the wall. Going in, wants to finish the kill. Knocks the Gragas back. That's going to be one. Tristana has the reset. She needs to make it out to safety, but she gets knocked back under the tower. Leaps in instead. He sets his sight on Fofo, but no, Fofo gets it. The shield from the shifting sands barely keeping him alive.
It happens again to GAM, and J-Team are able to punish one more time, finding the big turnaround onto both Kiaya and Xin, and they continue to push in other areas of the map too, so winning out more and more. And now Slay better be careful, because this could end up really badly if he gets caught out in the jungle.
Chasing down, breaking open the mid lane, but I mean, this is kind of exactly what you expect when you talk about a GAM game, this back and forth trade. And really, once again, gotta give praise to Fofo. Such a close exchange there between him and Xin.
Wow, Levi has a lot of kills, a lot of gold. He's actually building 3 different items at once right now, so he doesn't have as much power as you would expect for someone who has that much gold in his pocket. It looks like he's going towards the GA, but also a Black Cleaver. He stopped for the Hex Drinker, so it's a little bit of a garage sale going on right now, and he's going to have to wait a couple minutes until he completes some of these items before you really get the most out of that gold he's picked up.
He's certainly a little confused at the moment. I was going to see this one more time. It is a really good turn on towards Kiaya, but he does so much damage. Forces the flash to come through from Fofo, but this is where the collapse comes in as well, because Slay is able to find this initial kill on Tortana, but Koala with the flash forward, Little V as well. I mean, Xin gets punted underneath the tower and just barely misses out on the kill himself. It was just over-ambitious from GAM, but it feels like that is what has to happen, because once again, they have a composition that relies on finding these skirmishes over and over, so they're going to keep doing it.
And that's kind of just their style, right? They haven't really shown us the ability, when you think back over the years, to just kind of play this calm, slow, side lane style game. They overwhelm their opponents through constant aggression, and they depend on their individual mechanics to make these outplays and snowball a game. It's almost always a GAM win through kills, not through objectives.
They're going to need a lot more kills as they do want to find that win as the Cloud Drake goes down. Double Cloud and a steadily growing gold lead for the side of J-Team. No major objectives yet, though. And we've seen, despite the deficit, GAM still very, very willing to force. See if J-Team can continue to match the breakneck pace. Last game they played against each other, that was not the case. See if Fofo can stay alive, the Kai'Sa can stay alive in these long, kind of drawn-out exchanges.
Well, the question becomes, where can GAM actually play around? because bottom lane, the difference is massive. You know, 60 CS between the two. Little V now with 3 full items. Xin just barely trying to put the Zeal together into a second.
It's a 3,500 gold lead on Lil V over Xin, and that is just enormous.
X-Flash Bear, they're gonna go in, they kick him back, he can't do anything! That's the death brush! GAM still able to find the kill. Gragas fishing for the disengage. The rest of the team on the way in, but he's gonna get taken down, and the Bear has finally found purpose in the game, and it is to absolutely eat this Gragas.
GAM need to turn this into a Baron, I almost feel like. If the game is slowly slipping away from you, so they must force on towards this objective. It's a 5 versus 3 for at least 25 seconds until Fofo can teleport in. They have to be able to zone. No, there's no smite on the other side. They can go for this fight.
3v5, the Baron pit is there. Zero's coming over the wall, fishing for the flank. Needs to find purchase in this fight. They need to get this one down. They have to threaten the Baron, or J-Team don't have an incentive to step forward. Zero's versus Rest on the bottom side of the map, but now the Renekton's in the pit. He's on the backside. He's going to dash right back out. It's slow and it's steady, but members are going to start to respawn. Fofo getting closer and closer. TP up and available. Can move into
TP flank.
3K getting lower and lower. Eyes on the Baron. They're going to leap in anyway. Xin goes in, but the Alistair goes in. The follow-up is there, and Rest has taken out the AD. Fofo pushes them all back into the pit. He says, you want it. You got it. It's a clean sweep coming out from the side of J-Team. They have just murdered GAM's dreams.
They got the clean ace, they got the Baron, and you've got to say they have this game. J-Team with so much patience, waiting for Fofo to respond, just buying time, trying to draw GAM off of the Baron so that they wouldn't be able to just focus it down and finish it.
GAM just kept looking when to find the turn, when they could actually make that play happen, but they don't have the engage tools. It's so hard to turn off of that objective. You have to look for the burst down, and in the end, with the TP coming through from Fofo's Azir, this wasn't possible.
We see this play, and this is kind of the dream scenario, right? They're finally able to find this pick. Everyone gets to push their buttons and feel good about these 2 kills, but sadly from this point on, it does start to go downhill.
I mean, it was a great play, and it's a great attempt. They were already down quite a bit of gold, potentially getting outscaled here. So GAM has to make a play to win the game instead of just to try to hold on. And I think this was the right move to make. But you can see, Kiaya, Xin kind of getting zoned off the Baron constantly as Lil V will move forward.
Yeah, they lose a lot of DPS right there where they could have bursted down and then maybe set themselves up for a better turn. But instead, they're trying to burst down the objective while also trying to team fight. That numbers advantage all of a sudden means nothing because of how low Levi was at the start of that team fight because Xin was bursted just immediately.
And it was just great positioning and great presence of mind to know that you don't have to just rush it in. How quickly the Baron is dying. How much time until Fofo is up. They calculated it all perfectly. And
81 damage.
And this is of course the damage from just the Baron fight, but the patience was fantastic from the side of J-Team. They only committed to the pit when they saw the Baron was actually potentially going to drop.
I mean, you guys were making fun of Volibear scaling. He can do just as much as late game Tristana. I mean, it seems really good to me.
Don't do him like that. That's...
I mean, they have to recall. Tristana's still mid lane. Ryze is top lane. They're just going for the base right now.
They're just going to end the game. This is a perfect setup for Azir. The sieging, it's going to be easy for him to continue to poke down. Maybe one final fight for the side of GAM. J-Team running out of minions, a wave behind them.
Again, though, how do GAM force the fight? Like, they got a realm warp. Maybe put the Volibear in the back line. This is what we've been waiting for.
Time for an 80 damage Volibear to make his name in the competitive scene. Okay, Slade does not have that cooldown, and they are just slowly getting chipped away.
You gotta do something.
It's the last chance for the Gigabyte Marines. They have to find a fight now. The Gragas to push them away from the base. The Renekton clearing the waves in the meantime, but no one wants to go in. The Gragas cooldown being down does give GAM a slight advantage in the fight to come. Still going up against a monumental gold lead and a Baron buff, and BM from Rest. Remember, GAM go out here if they lose. Everything is on the line in this final fight. Continue in. Volibear fishing.
He's still doing it!
Scared. They're just BMing. They're just pulling him back. But the Renekton might just get cut down. No, he cuts through the Volibear instantly, and they're setting their sights instead on the Nexus. They don't care about the kills. They want the win. They want their way out of groups. J-Team are going to knock GAM out of the tournament.
J-Team playing a really strong, stable game. And you have to say, Rest really showing up for them, being able to handle so many of these 1v2, 1v3 situations. And once he got that advantage on the top side, it felt like GAM didn't have any other opportunities, any other ways that they wanted to play. They were just so dedicated to putting their Akali ahead, and Rest shut them down completely.
Yeah, they kept doing it. He kept punishing it. And the later we got into the game, the better J-Team worked as a team. to punish the aggressiveness of GAM Esports. They were able to continually find, the turnaround fights after GAM find that initial kill, and it all culminated in that Baron where once again it was a 4v5, but J-Team played it perfectly.
They deserve so much credit, honestly, for that Baron. Even a 3v5, both Fofo and their jungler was dead. They managed it perfectly. They timed out the death timers. They were not over-aggressive, and felt like J-Team really did show up in this game.
Absolutely did. And for GAM, you have to feel for them, because it felt to us, at least watching, like they had to go for that Baron. That was the only way for GAM really to get back into the game, but their back was already against the wall, and it really only got harder from there, and that was the final nail in the coffin for GAM's run. And it's a shame, seeing low-key drop out, now seeing GAM drop out, the VCS leaving the tournament. Of course, they will still get to play a few games today. They can, I like to call it the Dream Crush bracket. They're just here to ruin other people's
To style
days.
on kids' Dracos.
Exactly. Potentially Splyce's day, so we'll see.
And sometimes, once you're out of the tournament, the pressure's off, and they can really relax and sometimes perform better.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting to see if they just take the gloves off, if they go all out, because it felt to me like this game was pretty all out, and it didn't
for Levi,
super
for
work.
Sure. Levi was so ahead in this game, and for me it was really exciting to finally get to see him play, at a peak level, but they just couldn't convert it into anything else.
And I just think a problem we've seen in all their losses is not enough hard engage, not enough ways to actually start fights, because they play these compositions that need to skirmish, that need to fight, and in the VCS, teams will always opt into it and go blow for blow and take those fights, but a lot of these teams at Worlds are becoming more patient and are just sitting back and absorbing the aggression from GAM and getting leads.
Or in the case of Rest in the top lane, just absorbing all that aggression and outplaying anyway. But MasterCard is making sure to spotlight the best fans eSport has to offer. Now, today's MasterCard fans of the day are Marius, Lars, Johannes, Neem, and Hauk. I mispronounced your name, and I apologize for that. They've been playing League together for 2 years. Despite living in separate countries, they received World Scarves and Red Plush Minions. So excited for them. But of course, when we return, Splyce returns to the Rift as they face FunPlus Phoenix in an absolute banger of a match. And you shall receive, Azale. I don't think he wants to dash back into that Renekton. Very bold play. They're going to try to burn him down, but he's just going to try to finish the kill. He's going to grab one. They've got the burst now to potentially finish off the Renekton. He dashes in the wave, gets all of his health back. There's no wave there anymore. They have to try to finish this one off, but still the Renekton is massive. The Hexagon comes in. This one's going to turn against them. The TPs are coming in. The fight is raging back and forth, and they push the Akali back under. Zeros is desperately trying to escape. Levi trying to save the net. Zeros is still alive. Zeros has managed to make it out. Wants to finish the kill. Knocks the Gragas back. That's going to be one. Tristana has the reset. She needs to make it out to safety, but she gets knocked back under the tower. Leaps in instead. He sets his sight on Fofo, but no, Fofo gets it. But the Alistar goes in. The follow-up is there, and Rest is taken out the AFK. Fofo pushes them all back into the pit. He says, you want it, you got it. It's a clean sweep. They don't care about the kills. They want the win. They want their way out of groups. J-Team are going to knock GAM out of the tournament.
Safe and Safe discount.
Yep. Using the app, driving safe. You wanna go? You wanna go, bro? Hey, do not mess with my discount. Woo! You can save up to 30%. Let's go! Nice to meet you. Go get him, Tiger.
Sounds like you've got this.
Yeah, definitely.
Get a discount up to 30% with Drive Safe and Save from State Farm.
Welcome back, everyone. Laure here. J Team stay in second place contention here with the win versus GAM Esports. I'm standing here with Fofo. Thank you very much for joining me. I want to ask you about the mental states. Having to play 2 games back to back, given that you lost the first one, what did your coach tell you to just reset the mental state, given that you had such a little amount of time between the games?
首先，我想问一下关于进到这场比赛的一个心态，因为你们是连续要打2场的，你们的教练有没有跟你们讲说要怎么样去重置或去调整自己的心态？
那个时候输了第1场之后，教练说没有关系，下一场一定要赢，然后叫我们不要太紧张，因为本来我们就没有预期我们会打得特别好，就是尽全力，不要后悔就好了。
So after the first game, our coach told us to don't be so nervous. After the loss, he told us not to be so nervous because really we weren't expected to do so well anyway. Just try your best and give it your all.
Well, it worked. Here, congratulations on the win. You have a little more time now to rest because you're only going to play the last game of the day against FunPlus Phoenix, and they have a revenge to take on you. So what makes you ready against FunPlus Phoenix this time?
就是对上 FPX 的话，因为你们上一次是击败了他们这样子，那今天最后一场你们也是打 FPX， 请问一下你们要你怎么样说服观众，就你已经准备好迎接他们了？
其实我还蛮期待跟他们交手的，因为他们真的非常强，每次跟他们打我都觉得受益良多，但是这一次可能会输啦，对，尽力打。
I'm really looking forward to playing them. Every time we play against them, we always learn a lot. They're so powerful. Unfortunately, this time, I feel like we might lose. So all I'm saying is that we should just try our best.
You say you might lose. Are you still confident? And tell me about the preparation, especially against Doinby, because he doesn't have a champion pool. He has a champion ocean.
你可以跟我们讲一下，就是你目前对上他们还有多少自信心吗？特别是对上Doinby，因为他不只是有个角色池，他是有个角色海。
我只能说他是角色还没错，但是我也是，所以我并不怕他，我会全力以赴，然后去学习更多的东西。
He might have a champion ocean, but I have one as well. I'm not afraid of him. I'm going to try it. Everything that I've got and try to learn from him as well.
Well, I wish you good luck on this one. Thank you very much for the interview. Thank you, Clement, for the translation. Now back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Laura. Well, I'm already looking forward to that Fofo versus Doinby matchup later in the day. For now, though, as I welcome you back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, we are going to hone in rather on Game 4 of the day, which is Splyce versus FunPlus Phoenix. A tall order, however, last time these two teams met, it was very competitive at some points in the game.
Yeah, I mean, this was the composition where we saw the Vigar bot lane from Splyce along with the Tristana mid, and it was a lot of trying to mitigate and control FPX in the early game. And while they couldn't completely control them, they were matching them pace for pace.
Yeah, and it was about beating FPX to the punch on what you wanted to be able to do, right? And I think Cersei is going to be key in being able to do that. This is a guy that does have the ability to run over an early game, and I feel like you have to respect the power of the picks like the Gragas coming into this matchup.
I think so as well, and I think we heralded the preparation for Splyce in that matchup, not as much the execution in the game. And in that light, I want to look at the first game they played here today versus J Team, because that was much better coming out of Splyce and something we want to see.
Yeah, so if we just see Azerze being able to perform just as well with, Humanoid, I think that's going to be really tough for FPX to deal with, because Humanoid came out with an incredible Cassiopeia game.
And I think the fact that their composition did Baron so quickly gave them actually a really simple objective in the mid game. Win one fight, go to Baron, and then be able to siege down onto these structures. I think that I would like to see a similar comp that has kind of a one-mindedness about how they want to be able to play it.
Yeah, I feel that you two have summarized Splyce pretty much exactly what we wanted to see from them today. Good mid-jungle synergy with Humanoid performing at a level that we expect, and a composition that is ultimately much easier to execute, and I feel like we saw that perfectly in their matchup against J-Team. While there was not a perfect execution from the side of Splyce, you have to still be very positive of what we did see.
And in that one, I do want to ask you the question immediately. We saw the Kai'Sa coming out for Kabi, right? And something that everyone's very comfortable on in FPX, and this goes back to the discussion we had at the beginning of the day. When do you play these mages and when don't you? We saw that Veigar pick. Where do you think things are going to go for Splyce's bot lane this time?
I think they should go towards the Zion Kai'Sa. I think for Kabe, he's been a very reliable AD carry front to back, and ultimately my major question is does he have the space in team fights being provided from the front line? And if I just looked at the last game, Vizicachi actually had, echoing the point, best game I felt of the tournament for himself. So I want to be able to see him be as connected as he was with the map as he was in game 1, and Kobe should be able to thrive.
And this time around, you are on the blue side, which opens up the flexibility in the bans. You don't have to ban away things like Kiana as well as the Pantheon. So I feel like if you don't want to play against the Kai'Sa, you can just ban it, take the better 80 carry for you in Xayah this time around, and it should give you more flexibility in that draft.
I thought you were going to talk and I was going to let you in. Go ahead.
So I think what's important to recognize is they are still going up against FPX.
Yeah.
And I'm still have question marks around this team because we've only seen them perform well against GAM. They've beaten the same team twice. And while I think that Tian is steadily getting better, the person in the jungle is Xerxes, who he's going up against, who I think so far has had a fantastic tournament. The big advantage I give to FPX is their man in the bot lane for Crisp. I think that the difference between the supports is massive, and I think the impact that Crisp is having alongside his jungle and mid is huge.
As we take a look at that FPX versus GAM game of today and also how they beat GAM the first time, what do you think to that statement of Veri is that, hey, we don't know that much about FPX. They only were able to beat this team, Raz.
Yeah, what we do know to the point about Crisp, incredibly reliable. Being able to find himself topside 2 times to defend those dives, and by the 14-minute mark, they were at a 9-4 turret plating against the Marines, who just dove topside consistently.
But that's the Marines twice. What
that
about
is
the
true.
other team?
So what I expect going up against Splyce is just, mid lane jungle, gonna perform incredibly, much better. And these team fights are what we should be looking towards. Doonby in interviews coming into the event, or at least even coming to today, said that they are the most coordinated team in the tournament. They have that faith in themselves. Team fights are their go-to. So if you're seeing team fights like these, you have a lot of faith in them.
And I think that we're not going to see a lane seeded through something like a Kayle. I think you expect Doinby to step up in that matchup, try and play something that will match the push and give Tien a lane to play through, because so much of JT's inefficiencies in that game was the fact that they were losing the push in all 3 waves.
And ultimately, I think it's all going to come down to the junglers. Tien versus Xerxes, we've already been talking a lot about them so far in this pre-match, but they are so important to the success of their team. Tien enabling his mid laner in Doinby and how he's able to impact the rest of the map, whereas Xerxes netting all of the early game advantages for Splyce.
And if that's the case, I have to give, I already was going to be tipping FPX in this one, but being on red side, having the last pick for Doinby here so they can have an edge in the 2v2, that's my focus. It will help Tien a whole lot to get their plans going forward.
And you said earlier in the show, for you, he's the best jungler in the tournament,
yes.
so surely this couldn't be an issue.
Yes, not going to be an issue at all. I think going up against the Marines, he was topside when he needed to be, and, it's going to be continuing on.
And let's get realistic. This is at minimum a 2v1 because he's going to pull Crisp into the play. Yes. If not a 3v1 if they have shoved through mid lane. So if this is going to be the featured matchup, and we do think it is on Xerxes to be able to win it, he has to do so against so many different members.
Takes and bans are about to be underway. If FPX win here, they are guaranteed the next round. Let's send it over to the casters to get this LPL versus LEC clash underway.
Thank you very much, Shox. I'm Medic, joined by Frosk and Jat, and as you said, we are right on into picks and bans. Splyce on the blue side get rid of Renekton and Ryze, whereas Pantheon and Gragas are the first 2 bans from FunPlus Phoenix.
And as we kind of storm into this draft phase, I really want to echo what Spawn just brought up on the analyst desk, which is this time around, Splyce are on the blue side, and there we go, they've already banned it. I wanted people to take note of this as Splyce continue through the tournament. They ban Kayle on both blue side and red side because their biggest priority picks are the Xayah and the Syndra. With Xayah left open, I expect this is going to be the go-to unless they want to try to play some mage flex and secure that Syndra.
But I also do wonder whether or not it would be worth it to take the Kai'Sa away, only because of how valuable it was for LWX and Doinby during the regular season. Kai'Sa, I believe, was 10-0 for LWX. I do believe the Xayah is the correct first pick, though, just because of what we've seen so far this tournament.
And it will be locked in for Splyce. Last time they played, Kobe was playing the Veigar in the bottom lane. That was the flex that they brought out on the red side. Here, as we said, FPX have the ability to react.
Yeah, and I think in the first game that these 2 teams played against each other, Splyce showed how well they can play around bottom lane, and actually I think it was the fact that Kobe wasn't on an AD carry that contributed to Splyce not being able to win that game off of the kills they were able to create bottom.
And part of that was because of how well FPX read Splyce's draft. If you look at their previous draft, they did things like banning out Xerxes, banning out the Nautilus from Norscaron, banning away the Xayah from Kabe. This time around, second rotation, immediately. Those are champions that you very much associate with Chachi and Norscaron. FPX have done their homework, and they are denying all of the power comfort tools that Splyce want to find.
But Chachi has a little bit of comfort still left in his back pocket. The Cho'Gath top lane is something we have seen him already play at Worlds 2019. Rakan is locked in for the Lovers Duo bot, and there's the Kai'Sa you were talking about, Jat.
Yeah, I think if it wasn't taken right now by FPX, then it would have been banned phase 2 by Splyce, but even though we don't see other teams picking the Cho'Gath, this isn't that surprising for Splyce to do it in this situation.
And now I expect FPX to start putting the squeeze on Xerxes. You can already see that they're going to get first pick out of red side. They can probably grab a jungle, so they're effectively going to take away 3 pivotal jungle picks. I didn't expect the Nocturne. I do expect a Gragas. Xerxes then still has his Karthus and his Olaf left available to him.
Gragas has already been removed by FPX. Splyce here looking to see where they want to put their bans. Could try and hamper Doinby just a little bit. Rumble is the pick for them, and we'll see if FPX once again go towards those jungle bans you were talking about for us.
There's also the emphasis on trying to take away AD junglers if they want to pinch there, simply because it is an AP-oriented top laner if Xerxes is going to play around Chachi and mix the damage profile up there. But there's the Olaf. I think it's so important that Tian gets the stronger jungle matchup against Splyce, because you know Xerxes is the X factor for this team that can unlock the map, so you want to make sure that you can keep him down if you're FPX.
So what's the jungle power pick they have left? Because I'm expecting FPX to throw it in here, and it's Lee Sin. I was just trying to go through all of the tier listed junglers. Like, surely they have something ready the first pick, then they can last pick the counter pick for Doinby.
Which means that Xerxes could go towards something like the Rek'Sai. She would certainly fit, and again, trying to find A, an answer into a Lee Sin, and B, offer him a lot of that speed and that control through the jungle. But he also has things like the Jarvan if they want to go more teamfight centric.
Well, the Rek'Sai is going to be locked in alongside Humanoid's Akali in the mid lane. Now FPX have their final pick. It's a counter pick for mid, we expect. But of course, Doinby could take the Gangplank into the mid lane.
He could take whatever he wants into the mid lane at this point. As you mentioned, there are actually already 2 champions that it could be, but in this case, we're pretty sure it would be the Galio going mid.
Could be Nautilus.
It definitely could be. He was a big Nautilus mid player throughout the summer split. He actually played it 6 times, but it has been slightly nerfed since then, and the recent power buffs to Galio make it so he can get decent shove against the Akali and then roam bottom, which is what FPX want to do.
Yeah, absolutely, Jat. And on top of that, it's also just really difficult for the Akali to A, have kill pressure on Galio, and the Shroud doesn't mean as much because of the taunt. So yeah, you don't have the possibility to flash taunt anymore on the Galio, but you can still be super obnoxious, walk into the middle of that Shroud, and make sure that you find her.
No kill pressure for Humanoid in the mid lane. Xerxes on a jungler who can have a lot of impact early game. We'll see if once again they decide to play around the bottom lane like they did the last time these 2 teams met. FPX have a lot of teamfight tools, have a lot of AoE, and have Tian on an strong early game jungler.
Yeah, and we're also going to get to see if FPX is really in gear like a lot of us expected them here, because they have another draft that really does suit their style.
FPX and Splyce fighting for their qualification to the quarterfinals. The crowd here in the Verti Music Hall in Berlin showing their support for Splyce. If Splyce win this, they guarantee themselves at least a tiebreaker in the qualification for quarterfinals. FPX would guarantee themselves a spot in the quarterfinals, although not guaranteed that first position.
Yeah, and we need to see if anything happens at level 1, because we saw Splyce's win over J-Team earlier today, where actually Visit Chachi managed to hand Xerxes first blood on a silver platter. From the looks of it, it is very defensive from both teams. It's not like the teams wouldn't have tools to go in. FPX could have done a Nautilus invade, and Splyce could have tried to do something with Cho'Gath, who has a very powerful level 1.
And checking kind of what we expect the initial jungle rotations for these guys to be. You already talked about this in Draft Medic, that Tian on this Lee Sin, the early game jungler, is the acting bridge for what is very clearly a team fight composition from FPX. They want to be in that 5v5, so all eyes are on him and what lanes he can attack. Now that said, he does have great setup in both his bot and his mid lane, and there's that delayed evade you were alluding to, Jat.
It looks like FPX might be going to try and steal away this red buff. 4 members strong, Splyce, unaware that it's happening. Question mark pings do come out.
Oh, he's unburrowed as well.
He's already unburrowed.
Oh, Doinby has the cutoff too.
Doinby has the cutoff. Xerxes still has his flash. Doinby looking for the taunt, won't land it, but Xerxes has had to burn that flash early on.
And that was a very big chance as they get the hook onto Norscarin. Persistent crowd we have.
Yes.
That was one of the longest chants that I've seen. I mean, in the LPL, they have chant leaders.
This is super dangerous for Humanoid. He's just been flashed on by Doinby. Tian going in as well, but the flash away from Humanoid.
Yeah, that's just going to be very greedy by Humanoid, trying to see if he can get that wave shoved in. Didn't respect the fact that he had eyes on Tian, walking into that jungle, rocking up into his lane with the red buff. And that's now 2 flashes gone, and Xerxes and Humanoid right out the gate.
I wonder, though, because it is mid lane burning flash, and technically Galio would be a little bit vulnerable. He's so tanky early, it's probably okay, but I think that just kind of goes to show the type of player that Doinby is, that he's willing to trade flashes that early.
And you can see kind of the impact of this initial invade across the map, particularly in that bot lane. Without red, there's not a lot of reason for Xerxes to be down there. He was chased and forced up into the top side of his jungle, which means that LWX and Chris now get to go fully on the aggressive, getting these health advantages over Kabe and Norscarin.
And they were having this discussion on the analyst desk saying they think the key matchup is Tian versus Xerxes. Xerxes has been one of the key carries for Splyce throughout the course of the split and throughout the course of this tournament, and he's been set behind early on here by FunPlus Phoenix.
Yeah, and you can see that FPX had the same idea as all of us did in terms of getting that to happen. I think a bigger thing is actually whether or not FPX can protect their lanes, because they actually have had their either top lane or bot lane crash fairly often so far this tournament.
I'm actually really curious what happened there with Xerxes canceling his back. Now, he does go back. He should be heading towards his Krug camp. And why I think this is important is because of the timing, not only on taking the Krugs, but on possibly finding a gank bot lane. LWX and Crisp are both pushed very far forward. FPX should expect the Krug camp is what he's going to go for.
They're going to collide here. How many cooldowns is Tian going to use? He's actually used just Q and W already.
Xerxes trying to get in there. Norscarin and Kobe on the way as well. Tian does still have his flash. Xerxes going to land the unbow. Here comes Kobe as well. And Tian rooted up with the Blade Caller. Norscarin standing off towards the other side of this. Chris flashing forward. Jumping by Norscarin. Heals up his AD carry for the moment. The Ignite is ticking. But FPX will just be able to escort their jungler out.
Quite a strange interaction there where Tian really knew he had a lot of backup coming, but since he was down cooldowns, needed to be very patient. The most surprising thing to me was actually the fact that Crisp flashed and ignited when it felt mainly like he was there for defense.
Yeah, a little bit of a misread it feels like there, but now in the mid lane.
Galio.
Gonna try and jump away, but the Justice Pump is blocked. Doinby still lands the taunt. Xerxes could look to try and catch out
He's just going to walk it out.
Yeah, just walks away. Xerxes, no flash on Humanoid, no way to chase that Galio.
Oh, Galio. Aftershock, waits that out, then gets the damage reduction from his taunt. So is really just reducing any potential burst from both Splyce people and just walks slowly towards his jungle. Really well played.
But look at the confidence. Doinby then immediately just teleports back into the mid lane. Xerxes could actually just walk around and look for another repeat gank here.
Gimgoon's going to teleport up towards top. This wave is pushing in towards Chachi, who's yet to have a chance to go back. Tian perhaps could look for a gank. He's going to spot out Xerxes, who is on his wolves, and just trying to steal away as much of this jungle as possible early on.
Yeah, and just track Xerxes as much as possible. Tian has been in his face, in his jungle, clashing on Krug camp, now stealing away Grom. And again, if you control Xerxes, you control Splyce. He is completely taking all of the teeth out of their early game.
Chachi's looking to back.
Doinby's also rotating.
Yeah, they would like to try and 3-man dive here, and the level 3 X side wouldn't be able to put too much of a hamper on it. It's probably enough to pull them off the dive, though.
And Xerxes in the right place just to make FunPlus Phoenix doubt themselves on that top lane dive.
Yeah, I think overall, even though FPX is trying to apply a lot of pressure, yes, the Rek'Sai is behind, but the bottom lane for Splyce is doing just fine. The fact that Crisp used his flash and ignite during one of Tian's jungle invades has allowed Kabe and Norscarin to kind of shove in this bottom lane. And if you're Splyce and you say, all right, 6 minutes into the game, Kabe's going to have the highest farm on our team, you're probably taking that.
kind of feels like Splyce have at least weathered the storm of losing a lot of those flashes. Now, the guy that can throw a wrench into that is, of course, Doinby there. You can see that even pre-level 6, he's already trying to see if he can cheat down there, get some sort of roam off. Obviously, that's going to unlock and get even worse as soon as he does have access to the Galio ultimate. And that's kind of the staple play from FunPlus Phoenix. They love to unlock their mid laner and then have his impact felt all across the map.
Especially when you have the Gangplank who can interact with the Cannon Barrage as well.
Chachi?
Now, Chachi is looking for the kill here. Cannon Barrage comes down from Gingun. He's going to eat some oranges, and he's K to walk out of that one, but Chachi was very close to bursting out the Gangplank.
Yeah, Cho'Gath does have very strong dueling at level 6. That was maybe one auto attack away, but Gingun, a very experienced Gangplank, timed his oranges as best as he could to end up just trading ultimates with the Cho'Gath.
Start to see Norscaron roaming away from his bottom lane. That wave is just in the middle of the lane, so he's not going to lose too much from this. But Xerxes still only level 4, is getting up towards that level 5, has been set behind, and because of that, Tian is able just to take away this this Ocean Dragon without Splyce really being able to react.
Yeah, one of the nice things about Lee Sin is his ability to do dragons pretty much solo as soon as he's level 5. So they've been up in Xerxes' face. They had the timer on the red buff, and it was a pretty easy plan play for FPX to force the dragon when you knew that Xerxes was going to be dealing with his buff.
You can see the difference between the two junglers, about 17 to 20 farm, depending on who has done their most recent camp. Crisp now roaming around. Vedius was talking about how powerful this support can be for FPX. Well, we already see him trying to team up with Doinby and Tian in this mid lane.
And we're just kind of waiting now for FPX to try and make their first strike. Galio can basically try to get the roam to top or bottom lane. It just depends where FPX is looking to spend their gold. Traditionally, it would be down to LWX to try and get him fed, but with the GP actually being a little bit pushed in by this Cho'Gath, there's a good argument to be made that he should send it there. So Splyce is just doing their best to try and ward the river and just be around in case Galio tries to ult, because if Splyce turn it, then they can actually run away with either one of those lanes.
Yeah, and with the early Ocean down and Rift Herald not spawned yet, it's pretty much fair for both teams to kind of go a little bit quiet right now as we're waiting for either other big cooldowns or other big timers to actually force anyone's hand. Both teams, as Jad is saying, are pretty confident to just continue to farm, so you should see the junglers either just shadowing underneath their pushed forward lanes to offer them some form of protection, and then waiting for things like the GP ultimate to be back and available.
Gingun does have flash. Xerxes is just standing by Chachi's side here. Chachi has the ultimate. Could look for a feast on that Gangplank, but Gingun's playing very safe.
And again, it's mostly protecting Chachi while he's this far forward. Obviously, if you find the Rupture, you flash chomp someone, then yeah, you look for the kill, but Gingun should just let the wave push into him.
And this is more what FPX is used to doing, leaving Gingun on an island.
Flash away, but the flash chase is there. The chomp coming down. Gingun is down. First blood to Splyce.
Big play there. Nicely done by Splyce going flash for flash. It all leads off of Chachi's ability to land that Rupture, though. It's what made it inescapable. FPX, though, looking to move fast. And I think Splyce has done their homework quite well. Humanoid was roamed down already to try and match.
Norscaron there waiting to use the Battle Dance so he can get away. As you say, Humanoid was on his way down here. They do know Tian is coming down towards the bottom lane, but early doors, Splyce have been able to match this aggression out of FunPlus Phoenix.
Yeah, and just as Jat was just talking about, the fact that Humanoid beat Doinby to the punch, was shadowing underneath him as Doinby was looking for the roam. That said, they still have priority with this mid lane, and Doinby is going to force these roams.
Yeah, and FPX is really trying to get bot side control, considering they have basically abandoned Gingun up on the top lane, but they haven't been able to do so, which is a fairly big and meaningful win for Splyce. Remember, Splyce did win the early game in the first matchup between these two, and they're looking to do it again.
Splyce have set up a trap here. Crisp and Tian now realize that Norscaron's on the way. Crisp flashes out, and the chase does not continue, but Splyce there understanding what FPX wanted to do.
I mean, it's pretty nuts that both teams seem to have a perfect read on what the other one wants to do, and it really is who's getting first to the punch, but you can very clearly see that everyone is putting so many resources and so much attention into tracking each other, trying to set trap upon trap.
And as we get just over the 10-minute mark, is about 1,000 gold lead here for Splyce. They have 10 CS lead in the bottom lane, about 20 in the mid lane, so their solo laners farming up very well. Although Xerxes was put behind, he's only 200 gold behind, where you see there's a 300 gold lead in the mid lane and almost 1,000 in top.
Yeah, and I think Humanoid and Vizichachi are having a very good day. The game one where Humanoid had such an influence on both side lanes and team fights with his Cassiopeia. Again here, having to blind pick his Akali into whatever Doing B wanted to play against him. And sure, he hasn't gotten a kill, but he's kept enough pressure and followed closely enough that Galio hasn't been able to get any roams. And then you also have the farm advantage, which is credit to Humanoid.
And the nice thing about the itemization, since he is facing a Galio, is that Humanoid didn't have to kind of right-turn spec into the Seeker's arm guard. He's able to just immediately rush for that Gunblade, so he's going to get it that much earlier. And Gunblade, obviously the big power spike for Akali, because it gives her kill pressure over virtually anyone on the map.
Xerxes here has been spotted out once again. You talked about it, Foss. The ability to track the enemy jungler is paramount here. Now Xerxes is going to step in. He realizes Tian's there. Chachi's gone forward onto Gingun. The cannon barrage coming down. The silence will be used with that feral screen, but Chachi has to flash away. The chase still on here, perhaps for FPX if they want. They decide not to dive the tower.
The layering of CC from Splyce there to make sure that Xerxes hit the knock-up on Lee Sin and that Chachi found the silence was so crucial because Tian was looking for the angle to get the Dragon Rage kick and kick Cho'Gath away back towards Gingun. It saved Chachi's life.
Chachi did have to burn his flash though, so perhaps a repeat gank could come out. Tian is taking away the Rift Herald. It will be the second neutral objective for FPX in this early game.
And you can see, even though the CS is in the advantage of Humanoid, Doinby's using that to move around the map. They will get this Rift Herald, and it'll be a question of whether or not Splyce want to try and fight them in the river. Giving up mid-priority for that Rift Herald could be relatively costly. If Doinby's actually going to recall, there's a chance he loses a good number more CS.
And so far, it feels like this game have been the junglers just making eye contact, tracking each other around, but it is Tian that is finding these slight advantages in terms of moving to the jungle, the early ocean, getting his hands on that Rift Herald. So small advantages that's not necessarily reflected in the gold lead, but that Herald could quickly come out and even things up for FPX.
Definitely could. We're starting to see first completed items across the board. Mana Moon stacking up for LWX. Proto Belt is first on Doing B, as you would expect, and the Hextech Gunblade that you mentioned, Fosk, has now been completed for Humanoid. FPX are going to step into the jungle here, I don't think. Well, now they know about Norscaran.
I think FPX is really just hoping that Splyce try and come fight them, because that's what they would wait for. Even though GP Ultimate isn't up, that's kind of what they're daring Splyce to do here, and it is just a second Ocean Drake, so Splyce decide to keep up their lanes, and that's not too different from the way Splyce has been able to play early games the whole year. Yeah. I think even though Splyce is a slow team, they're not bad early game, they're just different than the other top LEC teams. They still generally have gold leads, but it's through laning, which is exactly what we're seeing here.
They like to neutralize their opponent and try to make them play their style. Now, something that is kind of out of the ordinary is how well Chachi is actually doing up into this top lane. So finding something quite valuable in this Cho versus GP matchup, as now the Herald goes down mid with Tian also behind it.
Used just a little bit late there. No plate's going to be taken by this, but they could still look for the tower. Humanoid jumping in onto Doing B. Tian there as well. Crispin LWX coming up from the bottom lane. Rift Herald about to fall, but FPX do not want to go for the dive underneath the tower, and Splyce will hold on to that tower in mid.
Splyce doing a very good job playing defense on FPX so far. Once they start getting Essence Reaver onto Kabe and having a level 11 Cho'Gath with Righteous Glory, they're also going to have a pretty strong team fight, so things going quite well first 15 minutes of this game for Splyce.
And it's actually quite reminiscent of the first time these two teams met, but it's very different for Splyce. Just after they got demolished by J-Team, I think a lot of people have counted them out of this group, and now they've won their first game of today. They're pushing FPX back. They're about 1,500 gold ahead at the 15-minute mark.
Because it was about reflection on what were the errors that Splyce made to lose a lot of the faith, and it was execution-based errors. I felt like their game plan was quite clever every single time, but you had things like Norscaran diving towers or Humanoid overextending without any sort of safety, and that seems to be really cleaned up. Jack, you said it. It just feels like Humanoid's having a much better day, and you just need one good day today.
It's great to have the good day on the day when you play 3 games. Yes. Way better than having a good day on one of the first week group stage games. But the weakness of Splyce has been the mid game, which is what's going to be put to the test here. They have a pretty good early game. 2,000 gold lead and first turret in exchange for 2 oceans. I'd say is still probably a slight advantage to Splyce, but it depends on how they play from here on out.
Definitely does, especially since FPX have this team fighting comp that can work for them as the game progresses. We talked about Tiana's their bridge, where here comes the fight in the bottom lane. Grand entrance used, they're trying to take down Crisp. Here comes the hero's entrance, the hourglass has already been popped. Kobe fighting down towards the bottom side, takes down Crisp, goes golden himself. Doing B is low, Tiana's in the middle of it all. The jump in with the killer instinct. Now LWX is called out by Xerxes and Norscaren, and the Fangs will sink in. No way out for LWX. Xerxes takes the kill, and underneath the tower, Humanoid and Vizichachi take a double.
That is a huge win for Splyce. That's a 4-4-1 and now a 3-0 Cho'Gath, who's going to take a bite out of the turret as well.
And it was the numbers difference. It's the fact that it means more when it is Cho'Gath teleporting down to a fight than just the Gangplank ultimate. Gimgoon's still sitting on his TP. He'll be trading or attempting to trade back the tower, but doesn't necessarily have the minion wave behind him. Massive win for Splyce.
Accelerated them 4,000 gold in the lead. Chachi's not going to be able to take down the tower completely, but players like that from Splyce will be very encouraging for all their fans.
And it's important that Splyce were the ones to start this fight. So they basically take Crisp completely out of the fight and then also are able to kind of just withstand the Galio ultimate. Look how low Doinby is by the time he ults in. That was Humanoid chunking down most of his health, and after that happens, I mean, Chachi with Righteous Glory, we mentioned that power spike was going to be huge.
You can see, just as you say, it's Chachi being in the fight rather than just using a cannon barrage from the other side of the fight. And also, when you make Doinby use his ultimate early, you can then play around it rather than it being something you have to react to in the middle of a 5v5 fight.
But with all the gold that Chachi's now acquired, 3-0 on the Cho'Gath, he now not only has the completed Righteous Glory, but the Ninja Tabi as well as the Gargoyle Stoneplate. The front line is well and truly existent now for Splyce. And when a team is made entirely around playing Kabi front to back, the fact that Chachi is already at this level is massive. Now they can play 1-4 and feel super safe if it turns into a big 5v5 as long as Chachi is there.
Because although LWX on the Kai'Sa will have some tank shred, you don't usually see that as much from a Gangplank, and you definitely don't see that from a Galio in a side lane. So LWX really the only one who'll be able to work his way through Chachi in any prolongated fights.
Yeah, and it's the fact that there's not a tank line set up here for FPX. You're basically just working on the natural tankiness of Galio at this point because he went Proto Belt, still doesn't have access to his Hourglass. So if it is just about hyper carries, I'm going to go with the Xayah that has line damage and slightly longer range and a bit more protection than the close range of Kai'Sa.
And how nice for Splyce that this is the Infernal Drake that spawns.
Yeah.
So the two oceans, as Splyce seeds Drake control, go to FPX. Now we have Gimgoon trying to shove out top lane as Splyce, who just proved they are much stronger in team fights, get river control and get pretty much an uncontestable Infernal.
19 minutes on the clock, the Infernal goes over to Splyce. They have a 4,000 gold lead or thereabouts. I do want to remind everyone, last time these two teams played, Splyce were in the advantage. Splyce were in the lead until they made a bad Baron call and FPX fought back because of it. It's not all done. FPX have shown us so many times that they can fight back from a deficit.
Why you gotta do me like that, Medic? Yeah, that is definitely still true that Splyce can still mess this up. But now it's about how do FPX kind of break this formation or this play that Splyce want to set up in terms of their strong 5v5 front to back, as well as playing a Kali in a side lane, and it's using their mobility. It's using things like that Galio ultimate, like the Gangplank ultimate, to create unfair fights at this point in the map until they get some more itemization.
Yeah, and here's the gold graph from the last time they met. So yes, they have a 3,500 gold lead now. They had a 7.7k gold lead last time, about 7 more minutes into the game. So still lots of League of Legends to be played, but my eyes will consistently be going towards Chachi's Cho'Gath. Not only is he the strongest member on the team, he's the highest CS member of the team, he's had very good chomps so far, so the way Cho'Gath chomp works is you can get 6 minion eats and then you can't get any more, but you get an unlimited amount of champion or dragon eats. He's only consumed 2 of his minion ones, and he's gotten 2 champions and a Drake. So he's going to be very, very big in the late game and is off to a spectacular start.
Yeah, and anytime Chachi has Flash, the threat that he can have on someone like LWX, that just immediate burst damage, can force a Kai'Sa out of a fight. So we'll also be keeping track of that cooldown and see if Chachi is truly playing the super tank, or if maybe he's feeling lucky and he goes for the dive.
Wouldn't put it past him at all. Chachi now in the bottom lane. It's the 1-3-1/1-2-1 that we have seen from Splyce in the past. Humanoid in a side lane, as you say. It looks like Gimgoon's going to be the one to try and deal with him. No one yet dealing with Chachi, but as that wave pushes in, I'm sure FPX will send someone down towards that bottom lane.
It's most likely going to be Gimgoon, but he does also have to be careful. I mean, Chachi can just use Righteous Glory and run at him if he ever kind of sticks his head out too far.
So the play that Splyce want to achieve here is naturally pushing down this mid tower, and it's going to constantly be resetting. I'll hold it.
Chris lands the hook. Hero's entrance coming in. Chachi already popped the Gargoyle Stone Plate. Look at how healthy he is. He's going to flash away. Tian trying to get on Humanoid up towards the top side of the fight, but Splyce are able to disengage. The Rupture lands on Gimgoon, but FPX able to hold on to that mid lane tower.
But Splyce got a lot of key cooldowns there. They got the Gangplank ultimate as well as the Galio ultimate. So they just need to kind of do the same maneuver, which is hard push one of their side lanes. You can see Humanoid doing it right now, or look for a re-engage.
Quickness comes out. You say they got him, he goes golden, but that stopwatch is not going to stop his death. Xerxes takes down Doinb. Tian is still looking for the flank here as Splyce will push for the mid lane tower, and they will get it.
And it's keeping the pressure up, knowing that those cooldowns aren't available.
This has been such a good start to the day for Splyce. They look clean against J-Team. They look cleaner against FPX, and they're going for more.
Tian lands the kick on Xerxes.
Or not.
I think Tian made Xerxes go for a little bit more there. He perhaps didn't want to.
Yeah.
Humanoid was pushing in the top lane, not with his team. It's a 3v3 in mid, but Splyce will be able to disengage.
Just looks so bizarre because he was like underground the entire time.
I'm like, it looks like Xerxes diving. Nope, that was a Lee Sin kick. Yeah. He's dying.
The difference between diving and being delivered.
Yes, Splyce perhaps a little bit over eager to try and get that second tower in the mid lane. They chipped it down about a third of its health.
The ping goes down from Splyce on the top tower. Just the single blue ping, like, hey guys, I think we should have rotated here.
Yeah, maybe we should have got this one instead of opening us up to those Lee Sin flanks. 22 and a half minutes in. That gold lead is still sitting around the 3.5 to 4K mark for Splyce. They have an Infernal. There's another one up in a minute.
Taking another look at this one, we talked about how it was about the cooldown usage, but again, really nice CC layering. Chachi catches Doinb there with the Rupture, then silences him. They make sure that the Galio can't get away from them, take him down, but just a bit over-eager here.
Yeah, nice kick by Tian to kind of save the play, but the beginning of that was Chachi hiding around Fog of War to land that Rupture, and I think not only from the laning phase he's had, but from the mid-game, it feels like FPX isn't really used to playing against the Cho'Gath, the corridors you have to worry about to get hit by those Ruptures from Fog of War, and now, with 30 seconds remaining on the second Infernal spawn, there is an inherent pressure for FPX to try and contest this, but I think if they do try and contest it and they lose a fight, the game would basically be over because we're at a point where Splyce could win a fight and then go for Baron.
Well, Infernal up in 20 seconds. Splyce gain control of the river. FPX. LWX is at 2 items now. He's building up towards the Nash's Tooth. He's very strong. You have the Zhonya's complete on Doinb, and you can see FPX are pulling Splyce up towards this Baron.
They're trading Baron pressure and threat for Infernal Drake, so it's a way they can get control of an area.
But now they need to make sure that they hit their CC, because you know Splyce are going to check for this.
So Noskarin has the quickness, could look for the engage. Crisp is on the front line, misses the dredge line. Humanoid still down towards that bottom lane, pushing in. Cannon Barrage comes out, FPX not going to be able to push forward, and the Baron has reset. Doinb actually knocked up there by the Baron, so FPX are going to turn back towards it. Gimgoon's gone away, but Splyce now looking for the fight. Humanoid waiting, seeing if he can TP in. Gimgoon's on the back of this, but FPX once again disengage, step away, and Splyce have got the tower and are continuing to push in bot lane.
And Splyce are just playing with their food right now. They made FPX make a very tough decision. Are you going to sit on the Baron, or are you going to contest Humanoid? And they just got away with murder. They got massive cooldowns. They now force FPX off the Baron and got the tower.
Yeah, FPX is getting schooled. I think what they were trying to go for was, hey, Splyce is going to think we're just going for Baron Vision, so they'll hold 1 or 2 people back to kill the Infernal Drake, and then we'll be able to force. That's not what Splyce did at all. Splyce played this very smartly. They knew they could always come back to the Infernal Drake later, and they also knew that with no Mountain Drakes and a Galio mid, the Baron wasn't going to be very fast. So they slowly and safely made sure Splyce couldn't do Baron, while also getting the the second tier bot turret and Infernal number 2.
And I want to remind everyone how important this game is for both these teams. If FPX win this, they are locked in quarterfinals. Not locked in first, they might have to play a tiebreaker for that second game, but they would be guaranteed a spot in quarterfinals. If Splyce win, they are guaranteed a tiebreaker at least to fight for that second spot.
I will say at this point in the map now, things are starting to shift a little bit back towards FPX, and that they're going to feel more confident looking for 5v5s. They got the key itemization that they wanted on Kai'Sa, as well as now their Hourglass and Proto Belt completed for Doinb there. So if they get the perfect fight, if they find the Wombo combo, they certainly have the tools to really make it stick.
I don't think Splyce have realized there's a control ward spotting them out just in that curved bush in the river. They really need to clear that one out at the moment. Xerxes is just staying around it, now walks over it, but it wasn't spotted out. Kobe, depth charge lands, Norscarin hooked up, trying to get away, but Tian is there. Tian though goes golden underneath the tower. Chris going low, tanks up a tower shot. Tian able to flash away. Kobe has a lot of damage, but not enough to get the kill today. FPX will get a kill and get out.
Yeah, good job by FPX to get a little bit of gold back, but you can see even just that engage took many of them low, and it meant that Humanoid was just going to be able to free farm in this side lane. Look at that now, 280 CS, well above the average of the game, and yet another solo turret goes over to that Akali.
And frankly, Splyce are playing the map better than FPX, as Gimgoon now caught out.
Knockup didn't land there, so Gimgoon is just able to flash away. You feel like the CC chain would have been too much if the Rek'Sai Unburrow had connected.
Yeah, and just thinking about this game overall, double Infernal to double Ocean with a 5,000 gold lead, you turn nameplates off, you don't know what happened in the first game, this is just basically over, right? Splyce would have such a huge lead, but they need to be able to show the ability to cleanly take a Baron like this. They have so much sidewave pressure. They are stronger in properly set up 5v5 fights, so all they need to do is find a way to get FPX together and TP in behind him. That's where Splyce can win this game.
And this is where every Splyce fan just holds their breath. You can see it in the inventory. They know, chat. They've got all of the control wards. It's about getting priority, but someone's caught out.
Chachi kicked out. Hero's entrance coming down, but Norscarin's on the way with the quickness. Gargoyle Stoneplate has been used.
So
Chachi
tanky.
going low. He's already almost fallen here. It doesn't matter how tanky you are, because he has been shut down. Now Splyce all grouped up. Humanoid jumping onto the back line. Chris almost goes down. Doinb on the front line. He will fall first. There's another kill, but it's Humanoid who's fallen. 2 for 2 so far. Xerxes and Kobe still on the chase. Gimgoon trying to get away. Xerxes, roar, he says. 6 in the fangs, takes the double kill, and Splyce clean up FPX.
But how bold is Splyce going to be with this? Is this just about clearing out the vision? They have Xerxes, they have Kabe. Will they pull the trigger?
They definitely should. It's just Crisp alive, and Kabe with 3 items can shred this Baron. That Baron's going to be going to Splyce. Let's watch how it worked. And yes, FPX did catch Chachi, but he has 8,000 health after he procs that Gargoyle Stone's Plate. So the time bought lets Humanoid full channel his teleport and wreak some havoc on the back line.
It's the perfect champion for Chachi, a guy who has some of the highest isolated deaths in the domestic season for LEC. If you catch him out in rotation, which is going to happen, he doesn't instantly die. They have now band-aided with this pick of the Cho'Gath to mean that FPX invested so much time in trying to kill him that the rest of Splyce destroyed the fight.
It's the power of that front to back you were talking about. Chachi can tank up for so long. Kobe just has a lot of free time to stand away from the fight and slowly work his way through FPX.
That's if they set up the fight.
Sure, it still worked, Fosk, okay? We give them those. We take those, okay? As our North American brethren would say.
I mean, you can set it up by getting caught. That's a thing.
100% true. Rup just going to land here onto Crisp. Kobe is up towards the top side of this fight. Puts down some feathers. They're looking to push in this mid lane tower. It's still alive, but the Baron buff is helping Splyce quite a lot. Humanoid's down in the bottom lane. Doinb going in. Feather Storm used, flash away from Kobe, and Doinb is in no shape to survive. Another kill comes down.
This could be game.
Chachi eats up with the feast. Tian tries to jump in. He'll take down Kobe, but LWX is low. He's fallen, and Humanoid has yet to join the fight. Tian trying to get away. LWX and Norscarin on the chase. The knockup, the double. Splyce once again win the fight.
These are long death timers, and minion waves are in position. It is just 1 GP trying to defend the turret. At most, this is FPX losing 2 inhibitors.
Yeah, it's exactly that.
Least, rather.
It's the fact that the waves are both there, so even though the Gangplank ultimate comes down, he can only save 1. Xerxes has prepared this earlier up onto the top side. There's 2.
This could be over.
It could be over. Mid lane inhib is going to fall. Top lane will follow shortly after. I feel like Splyce will accept this for now. Further in the lead than they were last time by 1,000 gold. Maybe that's enough for Splyce to close out this game in the end. Mid and top inhibs are down.
I think Splyce saw it as a safe play to take 2 inhibitors there, but let's watch this fight one more time. Doinb thought he could get Kabe, but Kabe had the reaction time and the flash cooldown to completely turn that around. That's another one of those reasons the first pick, Xayah, can be so valuable. And then as the fight continues, yes, LWX gets yet another shutdown. So he's actually gotten 3 shutdowns now and is a 13,000 gold Kai'Sa, which would be like the one way FPX could still win this game. But after Splyce win that fight with Baron taking 2 inhibs, it's a fight away.
The fight was a 4v5 for all of it, as well as Humanoid had been pushing in the bot lane. Now, still a minute left on this Baron power play. 3 players from Splyce are down towards the bottom lane. Xerxes and Humanoid are going to keep this mid lane pushed up, try and crash those waves at the same time.
Yeah, because when you have 2 inhibs there, it's just about 5-man stacking in the last lane that has the remaining inhib. And like you're saying, trying to time the wave so FPX have to pick between the super minions and the charging Splyce, still trying to squeeze something out of this Baron.
Final inhib tower down to half HP. Splyce still pushing in. Kobe trying to get the damage down. Gimgoon takes a little bit of a chip, but not too much. Xerxes still in the middle lane. Humanoid in between the two, looking for an engage perhaps.
So FPX now need to make the decision because they probably won't survive these charges. You can either say, okay, maybe Splyce won't try to end the game here. We live to fight another day. Just hold the line. Or you find your single window to go in.
Norscaring goes in. The charm connects, and one is already down. Norscaring force as well. The hero's entrance now from FPX. Last chance saloon. Last defense perhaps. 2 for 1 in favor of FPX so far. Xerxes actually coming back out of the GA, but he will fall. Kobe forced away. Chachi forced away as well. FPX still very healthy. Chris gets rooted up with the Blade Caller, but it's not quite enough. LWX now pushing forward. Doinby trying to jump onto the backline, but the Feather Storm still comes out. Kobe manages to land the root. Can he take down LWX? Not quite, but LWX will fall. Humanoid goes golden on the backline, looking for the re-engage. Can't quite find it. Doinby is so low. The Rupture connects, and here is the chase. Double kill for Chachi, and now Splyce are focused on the base. The Nexus Tower is their target, but instead they'll go for Chris.
Splyce have so many minions coming through, and it's just Gimgoon, and Chachi is just an assassin with these ruptures.
Humanoid takes the kill. Chachi landing rupture after rupture. Gimgoon steps into it, uses the oranges, goes gold, and Chachi maybe gonna fall here as Tian can chase him out. Chachi's still able to flash away. Lands the rupture. Humanoid surviving. Humanoid goes back in, trying to take down Tian, but he can't quite get the damage out. Doesn't have the perfect execution.
They want to end. Chachi can teleport back in.
He can, but the respawns are coming up. 5 seconds on LWX. I think Splyce should back off from this one. You don't need to. You've got 2 minutes on top and mid inhib. Do not force it too hard because they have fallen from such a great position last time they played FPX.
Yeah, you can feel some of the flashbacks coming over Splyce. 1:20 onto the Baron. They wouldn't necessarily need it to end, but maybe they play it too cautious. But I really want to zoom in on Chachi here. 7-1-5 from 0 to hero. He has really stood tall today on this Cho pick.
Yeah, he probably landed about 7 ruptures in a row in the course of that fight. He's sitting at 10 feast stacks on level 16 Cho. 5,500 health before proccing the stone plate. And after LWX dive bombed in to kill Kabe, if Chachi doesn't land another rupture and kill him there, that's a repelled push by FPX. Now they have the triple supers going in, and they're looking to walk this one in with their beefy boy Cho'Gath and take the win.
It was 1,696 days from the first time Chachi played on the stage to when he first qualified for Worlds. Here, he stepped up. He has been the main man for them this game. He lands the 3-man rupture, and now the push comes in. Norscaring with the double charm, Doinby on the front line, but Kobe opening up. Tian's going to kick him away, but already that's a shutdown on LWX, and you have to feel the Nexus should be the target. Splyce have done it. 2-0 on the day. They locked themselves a tiebreaker at least for quarterfinals.
And they also still have a chance of winning the group outright, which when you saw this group draw and saw FPX sitting in this group, you did not think it was possible. But Splyce and Week 2 Europe make it happen.
And all we asked is that it had to be someone else other than Kabe. You knew that the 80 carat of Splyce was going to be your consistent man. You knew that Xerxes was a genius in the jungle. It had to be Humanoid. It had to be Norscaring. It had to be Chachi. And they did it.
The crowd behind them for the entire game. What a performance it was by Splyce. FPX, of course, still have their chance to make sure that they get into the quarterfinals. They play up against J-Team later today, but I'm sure they would have wanted to guarantee it with this game.
And how about some momentum for Splyce? They play back-to-back games on stage here, just now taking down FPX, now going up against GAM Esports, who is eliminated from the group stage and only has to play spoiler. If Splyce win that one, then they're through to the quarters. and playing a tiebreaker in the final game of the day for first.
What a performance it was by Splyce. 2-0 so far on the day. As you say, like everyone, we wanted someone else to step up, as you said, Frosk, and it was Chachi in this game. Norscare, and I also want to give him a bit of credit because he has been under a lot of flack for how many times he's died. This game, he played a lot better. He was able to follow up engage from Chachi, and perhaps that's how they need to be using him.
Yeah, and credit also to the support staff behind Splyce. I said it yesterday on social media that I felt that their drafts have been very strong. I think this draft in particular was no exception to that. And Splyce truly is a machine in the LEC about how they've built in and taken on all these new players to retain their consistent identity and now get to showcase that on the world stage.
Yeah, and we talked a lot about meta in week 1 of the group stage, and we always know that there's some type of jump that usually happens between week 1 and week 2. Even though Chachi had already shown the Cho'Gath, I feel like a moment like this, with how high the priority has been on Gangplank, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of the Cho'Gath, because not only can it win the lane there, you saw how much more functional the team is with an actual tank. They're so hard to come by in today's game, and Chachi, yes, a lot of other people did work. He's my MVP for this game.
Yes.
I think we all agree with you there. Chachi the MVP in our eyes, but we'll see what the analyst desks say right now.
Yeah. Snake with us. Come on, Snake.
Come on. No?
Feel
You
it.
don't want a snake?
Oh.
Okay.
Splyce just
Oh my
took
God.
down FPX. At the beginning of the day, I believed that FPX could lose a game throughout the day, but I couldn't tell where. I was more inclined to believe that it was GAM or J-Team. But for Splyce to find this huge win, what a monumental performance.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to keep the balance here in that it was a huge win for Splyce, but at the end I also want to kind of touch on what it means for kind of FPX in terms of the tournament favorite talk we had earlier in the day. However, I do want to start with something that we criticize Splyce for all the time.
Yep.
And in this game, it works out. They get the Baron cleanly. However, they were quite set up for it.
Yeah, so we have to start off things with this big fight in the mid lane because it looked like Vizichachi had been caught out. Oh no, Splyce are throwing again, but he buys enough time for the rest of the team to collapse.
And you can just see how much damage he soaks, and because it is such a spread out team fight, and the ease of the backline access is there for Humanoid, this is Splyce being able to get onto priority targets and whittle them down.
Yeah, I love the Gargoyle Stone play pickup just because it was going to buy them enough time to always collapse on the play. So this was a monstrous performance from Vizichachi through and through.
It absolutely was, and it's just going to bleed through in all the replays we see. But Raz, what do you take away from this now from the side of FPX?
Wow. So this is a pretty rough one. I think that being able to play through topside, or at least try to find a play against a team that is incredibly defensive. Going up against Splyce, what we learned was when Splyce was able to make a play on the top side of the map, FPX struggled in being able to replicate in the bottom side. And what I would like to see a little bit more frequently is empowering Doomby, especially since they're on red side. Galio was a pretty risky one to begin with.
I mean, he burned his flash in the lane and then was able to have complete control. I think that the problem here is that when you get Galio an advantage, he has to take it somewhere else, and they have to have setup. Where they wanted to take it was bottom lane, but Chris burnt both his summoner spells on a very bad TN invade, and I think that that cost them a lot of momentum in this early game.
I agree with you, and I think there we also have to then credit the Splyce setup, because if you remember in that first bot lane, or in that gank that goes 4-for-1 for Splyce, you see Humanoid just poking out the Galio so that he knows once he joins the fight, it is impossible. So I think there's many good things here we can take away from Splyce, and it didn't go in the way of FPX. And we're going to take a look at the bot lane fight right now. Also, if you're Splyce, you know that all they want to do is go bot.
Yeah, this was a really awkward position for Doomby to be in because he wants to go back to base, but this is the exact same time that Nautilus gets caught out. So now weigh your options. He has to join this one out, and the intent is to leave immediately afterwards because you have two members now with 30% HP.
Raz, you're a very nice guy, but I think Doomby, give it and Doomby take it away on that one, because all he had to do was back off the wave and walk the safe way, the way that he went the second time around, and he is a full health Galio when he arrives to this play. I've said it for a very long time. In the big games, Doomby has the tendency to choke, and I think that that was a very poor moment for the mid laner of FPS.
Raz?
Well, I mean, he was chunked out pretty heavily.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He had the wave already pushed and chose to go the easy way to rotate to that play instead of going the long way around. He should have known to go the long way there.
Is it one play you're attributing then now this moniker to, or is it more that you've seen throughout the group stage from not just him, but FPX in general?
I mean, he won Spring Split, was coming first, and then unable to make Worlds. He was MSI was unable to make Worlds last year when he had such a strong lineup as well. In big games, this has been something that has happened in the past.
Well, in the same vein, I'd like to just try to not overblow this single loss, Raz, because we know what they do. I'm just being careful.
They're the tournament favorites. Losing to Splyce should never happen.
Not even just the point about losing to Splyce, but also when they had such a large advantage experience-wise on the Rek'Sai, being able to track him as well.
So the problem is, right, I'd love to gloat. Right? But the problem is, no. But the problem is I can't, because in my predictions, I expected FPX to go 3-0 today. But what we were talking about a lot was FPX have actually failed to prove themselves so far in the group stages. They struggled against Splyce and J-Team the first time around. The only team they've convincingly beat is GAM. And if Splyce had not thrown at that Baron last game, Splyce would have a 2-0 advantage over FPX right now. And that should only give credit to not only how well Splyce is playing so far in this group stage, with the only loss so far being to, the second week especially, but also FPX, it feels like that this is not the team that we have seen throughout the entirety of the year. So question marks will be raised, but I still feel that we need to celebrate how big and how well the entirety of this Splyce team played, because it wasn't just Vizicachi, it wasn't just Xerxes. Humanoid, even though his KDA was not the most impressive, you can't find a single mistake in his play that game. Nor Scarin, considering how bad his Worlds has been, this was probably his best game of the tournament. And it feels to me like Splyce have fixed a lot of their issues from last week and are now playing incredibly clean.
Yeah, their ability to mitigate damage, this was probably the best example of just that. I mean, 5 minutes into the game, they were in an impossible position for Rek'Sai. And they had great bot-side river control that saw the Nautilus and Kai'Sa roaming up towards the mid lane at all times. So the Rift Child, useless. In fact, Splyce found themselves in a goal lead at that stage of the game. I think they played it out incredibly smart.
Yeah, it's I think we're a bit hype because of that win, because not a lot of people expected Splyce to beat FPX, and definitely not in this fashion.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Even if you did predict the upset, I don't think you would predict it this way, because as we mentioned, Xerxes is so much of this early game, and he was down a level and a half for majority of it. So I think the fact that the rest of the Splyce members rallied around their jungler and got him back in a good position just shows the growth of a young team.
Not in the least the man who finally made it to his first Worlds and is making it count so far, the Oppo player of the game, Vizicachi. There he goes with his Cho'Gath in this game and is having a fantastic day overall, also in game 1 with the Gnar.
And this is a guy that's been focused all Worlds long. Think back to the best of 5 against the Unicorns of Love. 3 bans going at him every single game. Coming into this game, he needed to have a big performance. Gimgoon is one of the better weak side top laners in the entirety of the LPL, and Chachi smashed him in this game.
I love what Jat said about how with this kind of performance and showcasing what a Cho'Gath can do against Gangplank, this champ might become meta. That's crazy to me to think that Vizicachi may have introduced a new top lane champion that could shape up how Worlds is played.
Yeah, we saw it in the play-ins, and I think that maybe we'll see a lot more attention being put towards Vizicachi. This was his second best game, or at least we already saw it today, not only the Cho'Gath game, but also the Gnar game. He's really stepped up today.
Yeah, they're all having a good day, which is very important for Splyce, but we need to come kind of back to the bottom line of how this group can play out, because you still have 3 contenders. Now it's for first and second because GAM is out. Splyce is going up versus GAM later. FPX is going up versus J-Team in the last game of the day. How is this going to play out,
Oh
Raz?
my God, I would have never predicted for FPX to be put in a potentially second place position. I think one big lesson for FPX is just to kind of play more cool and calm, focus on more offensive vision control when they have the leads that they had, because this one they kind of fell through. So I want to see a bigger focus in being able to get advantages through mid.
Final note, Verius Splyce is right now back on stage to face GAM for that quarter-final spot. If they win, they are in. What do you have to say to them?
Splyce, you can do it!
I was just about to say, have we been a bit too happy about EU winning, but you know what, it was an upset and it was great. So we'll cool down for what's about to come. An amazing comeback from Splyce so far. When we return, they look to secure their spot in the quarterfinals. Let's see if they can do it.
Splyce is used to doing, leaving Gimgoon on an island.
Flash away, but the flash chase is there. The chomp coming down. Gimgoon is down. Here comes the hero's entrance. The hourglass has already been popped. Kobe fighting down towards the bottom side. Takes down Chris. Goes golden himself. Doing B is low. Tian is in the middle of the The jump in with the killer instinct. He's already almost fallen here. And doesn't matter how tanky you are, because he has been shut down. Now Splyce all grouped up. Humanoid jumping onto the back line. Chris almost goes down. Doinby on the front line. He will fall first. Doinby going in. Featherstorm used, flash away from Kobe, and Doinby is in no shape to survive. No scaring with the double chomp, Doinby on the front line, but Kobe opening up. Tian's gonna kick him away, but already that's a shot down on LWX, and you have to feel the Nexus should be the target. Splyce have done it, 2-0 on the day.
We came to win. We lost before, but never again. Back on our grind, you know what it is. We gotta win.
Splyce are sacrificing Kabe's champion pool here to make sure that their weaker champion pools get priority. That's things like North Garen not getting Nautilus, so going to his Thrash. Chachi getting his signature Gangplank.
Well, we'll see if it pays off for them. There's the gym ban from GAM Esports. They locked in Lee Sin as their final pick on the first rotation for Levi. We have to expect Splyce actually removing the solo lane Tristana. You'd have to think here. So we'll see where GAM go with their final ban.
So is this Ezreal?
I mean, for Kabe, it might just be a mage. Even if they, based on the trends, they would keep banning away.
You called it.
Well, that's what GAM's thinking. It's because Kiana and GP are already locked in. That's heavy physical damage. They don't know for sure if it's going to be humanoid or Xerxes playing the Kiana. If it's a double solo lane AD champs, then you'd actually need a mage in the bottom lane. It makes sense from GAM Esports' side.
Well, we have seen Kabe play Vel'Koz in the past. I believe it was Spring Playoffs where he brought that one out. So there are other mages for him in that bottom lane.
I still think at this point, depending on how much hard engage he sees in these next picks come out of GAM, that he still has something like the safe Ezreal, which would work just as well here.
Definitely could. GAM looking perhaps towards their top laner here, leaving mid lane pick for last. Fiora will be the lock into the Gangplank up in that top side of the map, and now Splyce need to pick probably their mid and AD carry.
I mean, Fiora gets a free lane across from the Gangplank, and then in the side lane, when this eventually turns into a 1-4, she can just take over the map, and there's very little that Gangplank and Chachi would be able to do to solve that, which is why I actually like a Rise hover here. If this gets locked in, I think when you're competing with a potential 1-4, that you need that added mobility to try to disrupt Fiora with multiple members.
Jinx is another pick. Obviously, most AD carries have played it, but Kabe did used to play it quite a lot. So there's the Rise that you were talking about, Frost. So a little bit of magic damage, but a lot of physical coming out from Splyce here in a game that could lock them for a tiebreaker in first place.
Yeah, I agree with Frost about the Rise. I think the Jinx is a good snowball pick, but it leaves them open to hard engages from GAM, since Kabe, one of his best strengths last game was his ability to dodge engages with Xayah. You just can't do that with Jinx. If the other team does it right, they just kill you.
And with a final pickup of a Jace here for GAM, this is a very physical damage heavy composition. There's not a true traditional tank this time around for Splyce. It's not like they themselves have the Cho'Gath or the Malphite that Doinby pulled out. So we'll see how they itemize, but really late game, yeah, you have the Fiora win condition that you can play around, but you can also neutralize a lot of the potential damage with very easy itemization against GAM.
No matter what happens in this game, we will have a tiebreaker game today, whether it be for first or second spot. That will be played after game 6, so after the JT versus FPX matchup. If Splyce win here, they'll be playing for a first place tiebreaker. If they lose, they'll be playing for a second place tiebreaker.
Such a day so far for Splyce, being able to show up and really play so well. Based off of the first 3 games we saw, I think it was going to be a long shot for them to make it out, especially as the #1 seed. But 2 more wins today, after they've already had 2 wins against the teams that they would actually have to play tiebreakers against, would give them the 1st seed.
And we are on to Summoner's Rift. It is Splyce versus GAM, not GAM versus FPX, as we showed in our preview graphics. So a few of the players just slightly different here, but Splyce, as we've said, looking for that first place in the group. Now, I want to break down these compositions a little bit more, because we talked a lot about how much physical damage there was, how some of the lanes could work against each other, but what are both teams actually trying to do in the long run?
I mean, you have very different power windows that these teams will kind of creep up onto. For Splyce, you hate to hear it, but the late game scaling tools are obviously there.
For
Splyce. Oh, yeah. The lungs on this crowd is intense.
They start. Oh.
Come on, guys. There you go. So you got the Gangplank, you have the Rise, you have the Jinx. So like late game feels really good for Splyce, but they do have windows where you can play with Chain CC between Rise and Qiyana kind of in the early game, but otherwise 1-item, 2-item power spike early game, I'm really favoring GAM's comp here.
And once again, we see Splyce getting invaded at level 1 through the same route. Hey, they cheer for TSM. TSM are undefeated at this Worlds. It's the only time they've ever been undefeated at Worlds, so it's very impressive from them. Jat, do you want to tell us something about the game?
You speak facts.
I do. That's a Jat stat for you right there. So Xerxes Red was invaded. He's now going to counter-invade on towards GAM Esports side of the map.
And that means that we have a split map, theoretically, here, depending on what the junglers will do. Maybe they do a cross behind their mid laners, but that then means that Kabe and Norskaren really want to get this wave bounced. You can see that Norskaren has already kind of cut up, warded his Tri-Brush to check if Lee Sin's going to creep up behind them. But that's why they immediately started shoving in. They want to get that wave to bounce off of the tower and then kind of freeze in a safer spot because they're in a lot of danger here.
Yeah, Levi does have level 2 first. If they land this hook,
Hook connects. Play still available for Norskaren, looking to flash. There's the play, pulling Levi in. Norskaren low, ticking away.
He's alive.
But the ignite will not be enough. Slay getting chunked out here by Kobe, who switched across towards Pow Pow, but won't have enough to take down the Nautilus.
And Xin ended up burning his flash there, so it is a 2-for-3 summoner trade. This also draws my attention to what Xerxes is going to be doing next, because I really feel like the early game for the Qiyana jungle is so incredibly pivotal. If you can get to Warrior before the other jungler, you can take over the game. But if your early gang starts successful, she just doesn't have the farming speed to actually get there. So getting these 3 camps, and if you can get an early gank off, are going to be so pivotal.
It's about making sure that you have the kill pressure and the setup there, which is why that first back is so important. And things like the Krug cramp are so important here. So it was also an early take from Levi on the Krugs. So after this possibly attempted dive from Xerxes, he can reset and try to make sure that he gets the second spawn of Krugs as Levi is doubling down. Our junglers have truly split this map.
Big wave pushing in.
Yeah, he doesn't have Water Blade down bottom, so the game can be tough. Now we see TP bot.
Yeah, Norskaren lands a triple flay. Damage going down onto Slay, but already he's able to get out from the tower range. Heal coming out, Humanoid joining the team. Xin has burnt his flash. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Xerxes killed Zeros, so it is a cross-map play, but Xerxes will fall underneath that top lane tower.
And yes, the kill goes over. That will help Qiyana, but that hurts Vizichachi because he burned flash and didn't get the kill gold. Not to mention, Kiyaya's getting free time in the mid lane as Jace since the teleport didn't save Splyce. Another TP.
Oh, an incredible stop there. The Chompers came down. Kobe will die, but Humanoid will take the kill underneath the tower.
And Vizichachi is going to be very far behind here because not only did he not get the kill and burn flash, it's now giving Zeros free time and no teleports can actually go and catch that wave. So the game's going to get very strange here watching where Kabe's now going. He's going to catch the top lane wave and Norskaren's still level 1.
This is some bad news bears for Splyce fans. They're going to have to be really creative in how they dig themselves out of the hole. But if you're a Gigabyte Marine fan, excuse me, just the Marines now, it feels much better. This is a game that you're much more used to seeing if you watch them locally in Vietnam. It is kind of about this fast and furious style, especially for tower dives. So they're obviously playing in their comfort zone with nothing to lose.
Yeah, that's the thing for GAM. They are eliminated from Worlds, unable to qualify for the quarterfinals, but taking wins off teams like Splyce, if you can, is always a good thing to go home to Vietnam with.
And also, I'm watching this dive one more time as Levi makes it in for the first gank where they know it's a flashless Thresh. They have good turret aggro management of Splay getting everything. And then Humanoid also kind of gets stuck down bottom. And since Kabe is so low and doesn't have heal, they decide they can just do it again. The fact that it is matched with a teleport, but still only going 1-for-1 is very fortuitous for GAM.
We'll see what happened in that top lane tower dive that was occurring at the same time as bot.
Yeah, so much cross-mapping going on as a fight is happening in mid.
Humanoid's going to land the root. Here comes Xerxes trying to jump in onto Kiaya, but the chase is on. Levi can't quite land the Sonic Wave, but the flash forward, and Kiaya shuts down Humanoid.
Yet another early kill for GAM. And Medic, I've seen a few times at the World Championship, when a team gets eliminated, the pressure is off, and suddenly they can play like themselves. It's a very important spoiler mentality that some of these teams can have. It happened with Flash Wolves when they were 0-5 and their win over TSM stopped them going through. It happened for Kaboom back in 2014. So these things aren't completely unheard of, and Splyce has to watch out for the upset potential here.
And you see that GAM are on the hunt right now. They were waiting for the mid laner to return, potentially looking for the dive mid. Now they rotated it for the dive top lane. It's Slay and Levi both here. Chachi is in serious trouble. No flash, no ult, no chance.
Yeah, trying to get out of this one, but you can just see how easy it is to juggle the aggro. GAM get another kill.
And this is the game GAM has been trying to have all worlds. It's the early aggression, it's Levi's high activity and high lethality gameplay, and they're up almost 2,000 gold on Splyce.
Incredible lead for GAM early on in this game. They're pulling Splyce all over the map, and you can hear the crowd has been silenced after those early cheers. Turret plates going across to Xin in the top lane. Let's have a look at how we're sitting in terms of gold. There's 1,000 gold difference between the two bot laners right now. In the top lane, it's only a couple of hundred, but that massive gap between the two AD carries is going to make a lot of difference as we get towards those first completed items.
And now this is going to be about who problem solves faster on this map. We're constantly rotating around these lanes, finding different lane assignments, and this has been something that Splyce have struggled with domestically. It's why G2 and Fnatic really took the status as kind of the superior European squads, because they can play this fast and loose style. They can problem solve and adapt on the fly. Splyce are a set playbook team. When things start unraveling, they unravel with it.
Levi already level 6 before Vizichachi's gangplank is, but this is a completely open map. Look at where everyone is. Xin is top lane for some reason. We just saw Zeros down bot teleporting back. GAM is everywhere right now, and it's very difficult for Splyce to track. So Frosk, I love what you said earlier about it's about who can read each other and who can react faster, because Splyce, even though they have been so dominant today, massive wins over J-Team and FPX, they need this win to guarantee themselves a spot in the quarterfinal. And at least at the start, they've slowed down.
And I want to take us back to the point that you brought up earlier, Jet, about who was going to be first to the punch on Warriors. You can see that Xerxes is still not quite there, whereas Levi has it, which now gives him so much more confidence to start rocking into this jungle, use the early lead that GAM have built, and continue to play aggressive in on-the-hunt League of Legends.
Yeah, and also the game has slowed down a little bit right now. So when we were talking about the team compositions, you were mentioning that GAM just had faster power spikes. The early game was going to be stronger, and at this point, Splyce needs to be into a loss prevention mentality where, sure, they can look for a few fights, but they need to make sure they're not forcing anything. They need to let Kabe, Humanoid, and Vizichachi scale up a little bit, because if they overforce and lose another team fight, that's the type of acceleration that would allow GAM to snowball to victory.
Xin already at his Manamune. That's stacking up. As you said, the Warrior complete for Levi. He's going to look to take away this Mountain Drake. You have to feel clearing out all the vision that Splyce could have around it. Xerxes is on the bottom side of the map, but I feel, as Jat, you say, you don't really want to be taking fights right now if you're Splyce.
I mean, Levi's level 7. Humanoid just ticked over to level 8. So you can kind of see where a lot of the experience and power has been funneled into. The thing about the Mountain Drake is it's not going to give you the free stats like Ocean Cloud or Infernal Word. You have to be on the offensive to use it, so maybe you consider that a breath of fresh air for Splyce.
Humanoid maybe being a bit greedy here in the mid lane, dodging around as much as he can. Xerxes on his way, the Shock Plus doesn't connect, and Xerxes will just force Levi and Kiaya to back out.
Humanoid is still playing really well. That's the second close range Sonic Wave he's dodged. The first one he still died, but it cost Kiaya his flash. This one, it would have been 2 or 3 plates lost if he doesn't have great feet with that dodge.
It's fancy feet working out for Humanoid. Splyce do have a track record of underperforming when they play against teams that they think they can beat. I look back to the playoffs against Rogue, where they got 3-0'd against Origin, who they really should have destroyed in the gauntlet. It took them 5 long games, so maybe we're seeing a little bit of overconfidence from them at the start of this game.
And you would see why. They just beat FPX. That's the Titan that they took down. Vizichachi going in.
Zeros diving under the tower, takes 1 turret shot. It's not going to be enough, and now Chachi with the cannon barrage is just going to get locked out. Almost kills Levi! Oh. Levi just healing up with Triumph there.
But he also made sure that he cleared out the minion wave in front of it, so it's not like GAM can immediately kill Chachi and then turn onto the tower. So best defense that Chachi could have had in that situation.
The thing with that, though, is there was such a small amount of map pressure from Splyce that Chachi nearly outplayed 3 people. But the fact of the matter is he still died, and his team didn't have pressure elsewhere, so that is another successful play for GAM.
And now, with the Rift Herald actually spawned, the Dragon down, GAM can use all this initial power that they have in terms of first completed itemization, the fact that their champions are naturally stronger at this point in the game, and start exerting their pressure over this Herald and continue to try the acceleration tactic that has been so successful in the first 10 minutes.
And that's been so successful for the VCS in the past as well. Remember GAM as the team that got Nocturne to level 6 as quickly as possible against Fnatic. Remember them as the team that challenged TSM a couple of years ago as well. They are a fast-paced region and a fast-paced team, and this sort of tempo is definitely going to work for them.
And you can already see that they're setting up for it. You see the on-the-way pings across the mini-map, that they're forcing multiple members to leverage priority in this mid lane, push priority in this mid lane. It gives them early access towards the top side of the river. Levi potentially even looking for a very deep reach-around gank.
Vincent, right to the turret. Just do it over and over again. That's all you need to do. Levi jumps in. The kick connects. Chachi tries to flash away, but he's dead. Levi's on a killing spree. 3-1-3 only.
And just polar opposite games for Chachi. Last game, he was getting the first gank off, total control against the GP. He is now the GP. He's on the other side of the coin, and Splyce need to find a way to stop this snowball.
And Splyce prioritized getting him that gangplank as well. Kobe and Northscaren have been able to chip away at some of these plates in the bottom lane. They are keeping themselves relatively even with Xin and Slay, but it's still about 500 gold lead. And the teleport comes in top. Rift Herald being started here by Levi. Zeros just able to tank up those minions, and now Levi can just go straight up towards top, and now Chachi's in an awful place.
I think Chachi might be dead.
Well, we'll see if he can get out of it. He's going to try and push down towards the bottom side. Levi can jump across the wall. Zeros trying to get away. Chachi should just run away from this one. You know Levi's here. The Rift Herald comes down. Chachi backs away. And Splyce decide they want to make a play on the other side of the map. The play is going to land on Slay. Knocked into the wall with the Keanu ultimate. The hook tilt still connects. But look at how little damage they have. Xerxes falls. Slay will go down, and now the teleport comes in to join this fight in the bottom lane. Xin trying to get away. He's on a blast cone. He will escape. The round one comes in with the chase. Humanoid and Northscaren on their way. But they've left Kobe all by himself. Kiaya tries to take him out. Slams down the hammer. And will get him with an auto, and now it's on Humanoid to try and get the damage down. The cannon barrage coming in is a double for Humanoid.
But look at Chachi!
Now pushing in the top lane. Zeros delivers Chachi to him, and Chachi dies once more under the tower. And with the Rift Herald pushing in, this should be 2 turrets for GAM.
This game is exploding right now. So many fights all across the map, and again, it looks like GAM has the slight edge. That's 2 turrets they're able to take in the top side. That's yet another kill they're able to get onto their Fiora and Lee Sin combo. And even though on the side where Splyce was successful and they got a turret, they still kind of gave over kills to the hyper-scaling Kai'Sa. So GAM playing very fast and quite well.
And it's about where the gold is being funneled as there's all of these kills back and forth across the map. It's the fact that the Fiora has so much gold sitting in her pocket. That hyper-scaling Kai'Sa that you're talking about, Jat, is also getting fed. And Kabe isn't the person who's picking up a lot of this gold. He has the completed Infinity Edge, but they are going to need him way farther ahead of the clock if they're going to win through the tried and true Splyce win condition.
And the reason that kill took so long is because all the damage was dunked into the Nautilus Aftershock. And it was a good ultimate by Humanoid. The silver lining here for Splyce is that Humanoid has played extremely well all day. He's the best performing member in this game, sidestepping well, and it's a good thing to have most of your gold on him. And then, I mean, practice makes perfect with these top lane dives, right? That's the 4th time GAM has been able to do that.
And it's given Zeros a 2,000 gold lead. We said we wondered at how far GAM could scale into the game. Well, the Fiora is in such a good position for those side lane threats. Infernal Dragon here and available. Splyce maybe looking for the dive on Kiaya, who's up towards the top side. No blast come for Northscaren to get in that fight, and the Infernal will just fall. GAM secure it. 15 minutes in, they have a 3,000 gold lead. Here comes the dive. Kiaya is stunned up, but Chachi was already tanking the tower, and the teleport's coming in behind them. It's Zeros to join the party, and this is not a fight that Splyce would want. Zeros opens up on Xerxes. Chachi tries to run back towards the tower, but he's running to his death. Zeros and Kiaya will take him out, and Splyce fall apart in the top lane.
And GAM got everything there. They now have an Infernal on top of their Mountain Drake. They were able to clear out the wave to delay the potential dive from Splyce, and then with a TP from Fiora, turn it all around. This is disaster for Splyce. This game has gotten wildly out of their control.
4,000 gold behind, 16 minutes in. They're losing their jungle, they're losing their towers, they're losing their lives, and they're losing that guaranteed spot in quarterfinals. If they won this, they would have been locked as either first or second place. Losing it means they will play a tiebreaker for second against the loser of J-Team and FPX.
And this is actually the first game of the group stage where Splyce has had a 15-minute deficit. That's how good their early games have been so far. So really a huge letdown game for them here against GAM.
And let's just be frank, GAM are flexing on Splyce right now. They are absolutely styling on this team. As soon as Kai'Sa makes her back and completes her second item, we talked about kind of that mid-game spike that GAM are really going to thrive in. They'll absolutely be at it. This team composition is about to get insanely strong, and whatever they want, GAM can muscle in and take it.
And this is for pride for GAM. They wanted to come in and make a splash and make it through to quarterfinals, and they must be under, have immense disappointment that didn't happen. But that doesn't mean that they can't make a statement in their final game, which is absolutely what they're trying to do here.
At the moment, GAM are in total control. Control ward comes up from Xerxes in the top lane. We've seen this so many times before. Kiaya is going to face check, but it's a 3-level advantage at the moment for the Jace. Humanoid coming in and no escape there for Kiaya. Good shutdown.
Okay, and that's another shutdown going down onto Humanoid. So one thing we mentioned in Champion Select is how physical damage heavy GAM is. Splyce has played against Doinby's Rylai's Righteous Glory Rise. I hope that's the build that Humanoid is going towards, because Ninja Tabi, Armor Stack Rise can carry even if the team is in a large gold disadvantage. So Humanoid, for Splyce to win this game, has to put everyone else on his back and Righteous Glory them into victory.
And that means that his team also needs to slow down this acceleration, because GAM are continuing to trade things across the map. Yes, the shutdown bonus goes into Humanoid's pocket, but across map, Zeros is still picking up so much gold on this Fiora and is shredding through structures.
Really, as you can see, 8,500 gold sitting on Humanoid. Actually, the most gold in the game. Zeros still only at 8.2. Humanoid will get this tower gold for himself as well. It's still a 4,000 gold lead for GAM, coming up towards the 20-minute mark. That's when we hope to see them forcing a few more fights with these 2-item spikes that we talked about earlier.
Well, they're certainly going to get ample opportunity to do it, because check out the next Infernal spawn. Again, these dragons have played right into GAM's pockets. This is going to feel very good on something like a Jace if they acquire double Infernal. And it's going to extend that 2-item window to much further and much later in this game.
You can see level advantages across the board for GAM. They've just been so much better at picking up XP, picking up kills. So 2-level advantage in top, a couple of levels in the jungle as well. And now GAM trying to get control of the river. They'll clear out all of these wards and look for that mid lane tower, because that would really open up the map for them.
Yeah, it's what they need. Even though Levi had the Rift Herald, he decided to use a top lane. So Zeros needs to get that gold kind of efficiently used down bottom. The mid turret is really the last vestige of Splyce's map control.
Well, like it's gone. It's gone. Even with the cannon barrage.
Yep.
That has fallen. Zeros going to catch out Chachi here, looking for those vital procs. Even with the barrel, Chachi just has to limp his way away. And GAM will just take as much as they can out of the Splyce jungle. It doesn't look like it's going to be Righteous Glory here, Jat. It's Rylai's into a needlessly large rod, so it could be Spellbreaker or the Rabadon's Death Cap.
There's 2 ways to carry. You carry through a bunch of damage, or you carry by being able to run in, because this is a riskier way. It means that if Levi does get a kick onto him at some point, they'd probably be able to burst him down, but can't really fault him either way.
And now this is about lane assignments and side lanes at this point in the map. This is Chachi trying to clear out the minions as fast as he can, while Xerxes on this Kiana is trying to Peter Pan under Humanoid here. They get out just fine, and just be his protective shadow.
Realm Warp helping them escape there, but that is a cooldown down. It means that Humanoid, of course, can't play as far forward in that lane, and Zeros is continuing to pen Chachi down towards that bottom side of the map. Chachi 0-5-2 in this game. Zeros having a stellar performance on the Fiora. He was picked into this gangplank with the knowledge that it can snowball away from him.
But will Splyce try to contest for this Infernal? I don't think so. But what are they going to trade for it? Is this clearing out vision? Is this trying to get resets?
I think they just reset, so it's just a poor timed reset from them.
They're clearing out vision.
Yeah.
He's got it.
Yeah, for what it's worth.
Not
a lot of vision.
Yeah, Humanoid had used his Realm Warp, so it was unsafe for him to kind of go anywhere. Had to just reset. He's still the one picking up as much farm as possible. Basically, I feel like Splyce needs to wait for Humanoid to get death cap. Then maybe they can try a fight, but in the meantime, GAM is going to try their darndest to get Baron control and start that part of the game, because with the Mountain Drake, they can kill it pretty fast.
In this race, Jab, between Fiora and Ryze in a side lane, who you got?
I got Ryze. And it's more because the ability for Ryze to team fight effectively. I don't think, we haven't really seen it this World Championship, aside from one SKT game, a team actually win through Fiora split push. It's usually through some type of collapse. So the rest of the game can probably dictate it, but I don't feel like GAM is going to win this game because Fiora solo kills someone in a side lane. It could definitely happen. I think if GAM is going to win this game, it's going to be a pick into a Baron into a push.
Which means that we'll keep our eyes on things like the mobility from the Ryze ultimate, and if that is kind of the breaking window for Splyce to climb back in, or if maybe we're looking at a 22-minute Baron.
Now, Zeus is standing outside of vision, could teleport into this. GAM have already peeled off it without even really any contest there from Splyce, but Splyce do know that something's going on. They have that ward just outside of the pit. Should be able to spot GAM as they start this one up. A couple of question mark pings coming out as now Splyce step forward to try and trade with this one. Xerxes does have a good flank position. The cannon barrage has come out, but Splyce will just continue to push in the mid wave and wait for GAM to make a mistake.
Yeah, and I don't know how confident GAM are going to be about playing around those big ultimates like the Gangplank ultimate, because Qiyana still has her supreme display of talent, and if there's
relentless.
Anywhere she wants to fight, it's definitely in this pit.
I don't think they know that Humanoid came all the way up there when they restarted that. Chachi is now the one going down towards the bottom lane. Splyce deciding they want Humanoid there at the start of the fight rather than teleporting into the fight.
Splyce should just go mid.
Yeah, GAM has completely given up mid priority with 3 consecutive Baron starts that were called by Splyce. It does isolate GP in the Fiora lane, so it is possible if Zeros gets a big outplay, he could solo kill, but as long as Chachi stays close enough under the turret and doesn't take any mini trades before the wave crashes, he should be okay.
Okay, so we've had the last few minutes of this game at a much slower pace than it was before, and I want to reevaluate how we assessed it early on, because we said, you know, GAM have this big lead. They are still 5,000 gold ahead. They are still like half an item to a full item ahead in all of these lanes, but it feels like Splyce have been able to stop GAM from getting too much in the last few minutes.
Well, they've certainly been a speed bump, especially in that last iteration of kind of the 3 different attempts at running at Baron from GAM there. They lost a lot of their acceleration in this game and allowed Splyce to reach some of their core itemization. I'm not going to say that, you know, Splyce have made it out of the woodwork yet, because if GAM get a hold of them, that's still going to be very scary. But for now, as Jack was saying, as long as Chachi is playing defense, now that the death cap's completed for Ryze, it's looking a lot better for Splyce.
That control ward doesn't black out the control ward on the right. So GAM thinks they're unspotted, but Splyce knows.
Xerxes coming in, Kiaya pushing in the top lane, Norscarin there as well. Here comes Kobby, 5,000 HP left on the Baron. The hook's going to connect, and here comes the TP. Levi's going to have to jump out the back of the pit because the supreme display of talent lands a stun. Xin down, now they're looking for Levi. He will fall as well, and the Baron is there. Splyce take it with open arms. Humanoid chasing onto Kiaya, who tries to get away, but the zap connects. The Rune Prison comes down, and Splyce have found their fight.
In the smallest of windows, Splyce managed to climb back into this game. The control ward of all control wards. That has got to be a tilter when GAM review the footage.
And isn't it fitting that Splyce, who was close to a 2-0 against FPX, lose off of a bad Baron, are the beneficiaries of GAM not doing that Baron right?
Xerxes and Humanoid trying to keep Zeros interested. The hook doesn't connect here from Norscarin. He's going to put the lantern back, and then the play will land. Zeros trying to get the ult off onto Norscarin, but he is shut down. Norscarin ticking away, just about survives. And while that was happening, Chachi was pushing in the top lane.
And that's a gold lead for Splyce, who had been run over in the early game, but now have, well, they already have the richest person in the game in Humanoid. And after this fight, it is a certainty. So Levi is spotted, hooked into stopwatch. Xin at the back of the pit and isolated means he's taking a ton of damage from the Baron back spikes. Kabe is just able to snipe him with the ultimate, and GAM just get completely run over. They 5 times tried to rush down Baron, never trying to set up a pick with their large advantages. Very poor Baron setup, but that has got to feel amazing for Splyce, because now they have withstood the GAM storm. They have the Baron. If they push forward, they are through to the quarterfinals and would await the winner of Game 6 to see who can get first.
They're pushing in mid right now. 1.5 minutes left on this Baron power play. They do decide to reset. Humanoid pushing in bot. As you say, a 2,000 gold lead now for Splyce, and what redemption it must feel for them after being 1-2 and very disappointing in the first 3 games in their group, now to be on the brink of 3-0, on the brink of making it to Madrid. I think a lot of people really discounted them even after their Plains knockout games against Unicorns of Love. Most people were saying 3rd or 4th in this group at best for Splyce.
Yeah, and also kind of the comeback story for Kabe since 2016. Splyce didn't even make it out of groups. He is now on the cusp of going the farthest that he has at an international tournament, surrounded by guys like Chachi and Xerxes, who have tried for so long to make it to this spotlight.
And that is a 6-kill, 13,500 gold Rise, who's about to also complete his Zonias against a mostly physical damage team. And Splyce have a minute left on this Baron, but they're going to pick him.
No Zonias yet, and there's the shutdown. That's a great pick by Levi. Jack, you're cursing Splyce.
Why would you do that to him?
Please don't do it again, Jack. GAM Esports showing us they can still find those picks. And it was Zin who killed him, who's the magic damage on this team.
Okay,
yeah.
You're not allowed to say anything.
Oh dear, that could be a turning point in this game. GAM, that's the end of the Baron power play. It is a large shutdown. That went on to Zinnes, right?
Yep.
I was face-palming too hard to see. But that is what happened as Levi finally finds a pick. That's the stuff that GAM should have been doing 6 minutes ago. Zeros now also picked.
Base check, stunned up. Pops the riposte, but the chase is on. Flash away. Xerxes can still look for him here. Norscaven coming in as well. Xerxes with the cannon barrage. Zeros goes golden. But this should be enough. The hook not quite going to connect, and Zeros actually gets away. Through the cannon barrage, he walks out.
And they were trying to give the kill away there. They saw the barrels being set up. They're like, Gangplank's got this one. Just take it. Just play it safe.
Mega Death Rocket. It's missing by a mile. Don't get excited. The observers are baiting you guys.
What if it loops back again? What if it curves into him?
Hey, I've watched Wild Rift, okay? Can do it with Ash Arrows. Now, Splyce are 28 minutes in this game, still have a slight gold lead, have scaled up 3 completed items on Kobe. As you said, Zonya's on its way for Humanoid, and the Trinity Force and Sterex complete for Chachi. But on the other side, you're looking at 3-item Fiora, 3 items in the mid lane for Kiaya, and a 3-item Kai'Sa.
And kind of going back to what we were talking about previously, is it feels like Splyce have weathered the storm, and now they've kind of made it out front in this marathon. And they will have higher endurance because of the natural scaling on their composition, as long as things go to plan. Obviously, getting picked out like that Lee Sin kick is always going to be a viable option for GAM, but that means we need to keep track of Levi's flash, which is down. So kind of a sigh of relief for some Splyce members now, as they should be feeling much more confident in how strong they are.
And now GAM needs to completely avoid team fights, because if they get into a decently set up team fight that is Kabe shooting from the back with nearly 4 full items, and Rise, who, as you can see, is getting those just massive overlords out.
He's a big boy.
On the Rise. It's all about picks for GAM here. So GAM was in a way better spot 8 minutes ago. Now I think Splyce is definitely favored, but it's not over. Zeros is still a very fed Fiora. Zin is still a very strong Kai'Sa, and if GAM gets the right pick this time, there's still a chance they get Baron. So going to be an interesting end.
You feel it's a game of inches here. One small mistake from either team could cost it for them. A minute on the Baron, 2 minutes on Infernal Dragon. Don't want to give 3 Infernals to GAM either. Here goes Zeros jumping in with the ult, with the Lancerns there for Chachi if he wants it. The play coming out, the riposte used by Zeros. Chachi gets the Starax, and there's the GA popped. Now Slay has tried to join this fight, but it's 4 members versus 1 in favor of Splyce. Humanoid kills Zeros. Slay now not in the best of shapes, as Humanoid is looking to rattle off. There's the cannon barrage. Zin has to run away, and Splyce find 2 quick kills in the bottom lane.
And it's GAM who make the error right there, thinking that they've made a pick right there, but Splyce make the call, turn it around. It is possibly a tower. Not even that.
Well, I think the timing is actually spectacular for Splyce, because the Baron is coming up in 4 seconds, and they're forcing GAM into a slow retreat in a 5v3. Splyce just needs to push them back to base.
Trying to take him out before he can do anything, but the Supreme Slayer talent is there, and Kiaya jumps into his demise. Levi tried to find the path, but Humanoid chases him down. Levi goes into the GA, but there are no Guardian Angels for him to save today. Double kill kill to Kobe. Splyce clean up GAM.
That's going to be the second Baron of the game for Splyce. So Zeros tried to set up the split push. Splyce collapsed on him. Kiai was top lane when that play started. So Splyce, with superior teamwork, has clawed back in this game. And now, with this Baron, take a commanding lead.
30 minutes in, Splyce take their second Baron, a 3,000 gold lead, and they are on the cusp of making history for this organization. Never before have they made it to Worlds quarterfinals.
And they're actually in time for this Infernal spawning in 28 seconds. With the Baron, it's going to be that much easier for them to get priority. They're very confident in their 5v5 at this point. Should be noted, Kabe missing his flash. Levi will have his flash up very quickly here, so there's still that possibility that Levi makes the heroic snipe on Kabe in a backline, but otherwise, this is much easier for execution for Splyce.
No flash on Humanoid either, but he has completed his Zhonya's Hourglass. It looks like Splyce are going to try and split GAM up just a little bit. Humanoid will push in the mid lane while that Infernal Dragon comes up. Splyce will start it as 4 members, then Humanoid will come across and join the GAM. Not going to contest it. It will be the first Infernal for Splyce. Big buff from it, but GAM do have 2 in their back pocket, and now they're looking for this flank play they tried last against Kobe.
Yeah, at this point, it's almost just desperation engages for GAM. Can they catch Splyce unawares? Splyce should know they have a pretty large outscale. The dangers are obviously another pick onto Humanoid, even though it's less likely with Zhonya's, but mainly Kabe. The flashless, no defensive item Jinx.
Here they go. Zeros looking for the engagement. The Lantern comes out. Dredge line from Slay just hits into a wall.
And that's what's really critical. As long as Norskaren is playing heads up, yes, they're forced off of this mid lane tower, but he just needs to protect Kabe with that Lantern.
Humanoid's just going to push. And it'll be interesting to see. The Cannon Barrage just clears the way, so GAM can't respond to him. And at this point, Splyce just needs to stop recalls. With that much AP, the Rise autos kill the turret so quickly.
Teleport used to the mid lane here, so one player from GAM at least will get out. Zin actually stopping his recall. Supreme display of talent used. Kiai stunned up, locked down, and that's the first kill for Splyce. Humanoid fighting Zem as he wins the 1-1. You cannot step on the snake, GAM. They will just shut you down. Splyce take 3, and as you say, Jack, it is all but done. Humanoid pushing in the Nexus. Splyce chasing GAM across the map, and this should be it.
And no one would have ever said that it would have been Splyce to get out of groups. It was all about G2, it was all about Fnatic. But with this win, Splyce have guaranteed they will go to knockout stage.
Splyce are 3-0 on the day. They will not be stymied, they will not be stopped. They are going to Madrid.
What a day this has been for Splyce. Coming into today, 1-2, matching up against FPX, the #1 team from the LPL, the region that won Worlds just last year. Splyce sweep through the day, and now await the winner of J-Team versus FPX. Whoever wins that game will actually fight for the #1 seed. So even though Splyce has been amazing, it can get even better.
They could take that final step, overcome that final hurdle. But what a performance it was from the Splyce team today. After a disappointing start in groups, to fight back and show the mental strength, especially in that final game after they fell so far behind against GAM, to find that single fight that got them back into it.
And I do want to look across at GAM for a minute right there. They fought valiantly. I think that they can feel very proud of the first 20 minutes of that game. It felt like we truly got to see the VCS style, that ferocity and how they attacked the map, tried to tear Splyce apart. But at the end of the day, it was the mental fortitude, the endurance, the consistency for Splyce that got them here.
Yeah, GAM is going to be incredibly disappointed. This marks the end of their Worlds run. They got the entertainment of nearly playing spoiler. That was a devastating early game from them, but at the end of the day, Splyce's mid-game actually won them this one. So that's the thing that has changed for Splyce from yesterday to today. Their early games have been good all Worlds. Their early game in this game was actually really bad, but today their mid-games and their teamwork and Humanoid have been standout.
We're going to have another look at the fight that really defined that game for them, the Baron fight that started the Splyce comeback, and that ward was the MVP in my opinion, Jazz.
Yeah, also GAM, that controller is just too far over. You should never put a control ward that far in the corner, otherwise it won't see the right side of the pit. GAM, make that mistake. Xin really just smack dab on the middle of the ward, and also the patience from Splyce, right? 4,000 health, no need to go in until near the end, where GAM is going to be trapped in that decision between peeling and finishing. By the time they make up their mind, they're already dead, and Splyce take it.
I will say, even to get Splyce to this point where they could look for a fight and a turn on this Baron, it is credit to Chachi and Humanoid. Not necessarily reflected in Chachi's KDA, but he did put up the defensive wall, he bounced the waves back and forth, he tried to slow down Fiora on that side lane, and then they funneled all of this gold, all of this experience into Humanoid to make sure that GAM couldn't just break the game, that they had to look for a Baron there, and that Splyce were able to contest it.
And especially after Humanoid's performances in the first half of groups, I think a lot of people would have doubted him being able to put the team on his back. He really struggled. I remember his Syndra performances just not actually being able to have a foothold in the game. And at your first Worlds, it's very easy to feel like you can't come back after a start like that.
Yeah, so many of Humanoid's games have been good laning phases. Then he just like ints 2 or 3 deaths in the mid game, and you wonder why Splyce can't do anything. He's cleaned it up today and has taken his great mechanics and combined it with playing well with his team.
We'll see if he can take it into the tiebreaker as well. When we return, it's do or die for FPX and J-Team as they fight to stay alive at Worlds 2019. We'll see you after this.
Yeah, he doesn't have Water Blade down bottom, so the game can be tough. Now we see TP bot.
Yeah, Northgaren lands a triple play. Damage going down onto Slave. Humanoid and Northgaren on their way, but they've left Copy all by himself. Kiaya tries to take him out, slams down the hammer, and will get him with an auto. And now it's on Humanoid to try and get the damage down. Levi's going to have to jump out the back of the pit because the supreme display of talent lands a stun. Xin down, now they're looking for Levi. He will fall as well, and the Baron is there.
And Splyce have a minute left on this Baron, but they're going to pick him.
No Zhonya's yet, and there's the shutdown. Trying to take him out before he can do anything, but the Supreme Display of Talent is there, and Kiaya jumps into his demise. Levi tried to find the path, but Humanoid chases him down. Supreme Display of Talent used. Kiaya stunned up, locked down, and that's the first kill for Splyce. Humanoid fighting Zebas, he wins the 1. You cannot step on the snake, GAM. They will just shut you down.
The new Oppo Reno 2 quad camera. Zoom into imagination.
Welcome back, everyone. Laure here. Splyce just made it to the quarterfinals. We'll talk about that a bit later because I'm standing here with Chachi. And you know, sometimes in League of Legends, you don't get to play the game. And I feel like this is what happened here.
Yeah, someone had to be the sacrificial lamb, and it was me this game. And I think we got out ahead from that because we really fell behind in the early game. And by sacrificing we could get Humanoid ahead, and I think that was good.
Right, tell me about it, because 16 minutes in, there's a 3k gold lead on Fiora. There is absolutely no way you can match her on the side lane. So talk me through the steps for turning things around here.
Okay, well, basically it started at like 3 minutes for me when Kobe said that he can't really play the game anymore, so I just offered the swap, and we kept swapping around, so we funneled a bit of gold into him. And, well, I had to be sacrificed, but the thing is I'm a GP, and I'm fine with low resources because I still have the ult anyways, and I can farm up later, so in the end it turned out good.
Tell me about the pressure during this game.
Well, it was pretty high because we got behind and we wanted to win this game, obviously, and we needed to win this game. And it got a bit rough, but I think today we were unbeatable.
Now, tell me, you qualified to Worlds when no one believed in you. You made it out of groups and qualified to quarters when we also stopped believing in you. So tell me, Chachi, how do you feel right now?
I feel awesome. But anyways, we always believed in ourselves, and I think that's what matters the most, because as a team, we knew that we will come in victorious today. We came in with the mindset on stage that we will be victorious, and I think this showed off in our gameplay.
And you're going to play a tiebreaker for first or second place against the winner of the next game. So whether it's going to be J-Team or FunPlus Phoenix, who would you like to face?
I think at this point it doesn't really matter because we just wanted to qualify, and we will see whoever it is.
Congratulations on that, and thank you for the interview. I'll see you a bit later today, and back to you guys.
Yeah, Laure said, I'll see you a bit later today, implying that the tiebreaker would be won by Splyce. So, okay, wonderful to see Chachi like this. We've talked about him a bit today already, but for a player who fought to get to Worlds for so long with the Unicorns of Love and now it's Splyce, to get this and a lot of it being off the back of his performances also today, you know, we're going to discredit that leading phase of the last game, must be wonderful.
Yeah, it's so great to see Vizichachi for his first time on the international stage after trying for so many years. The fact that he's able to come up here in group stages and have the best performance that he's had in a very long time is great to see.
And the message coming out of the camp just looks so positive right now. They're saying, we don't really care what the analysts say. You know, we're going to go in and we're going to play our own game. And I think that as one of the veterans on a young lineup, having that quiet confidence goes a long way. Absolutely.
Also, you know, putting the eggs in the basket of Humanoid, saying, we trust you to do this. Now, in terms of the stakes for this next game of J-Team versus FunPlus Phoenix, basically, it's an elimination game. Woo! If FPX lose, they are out. If J-Team lose, they are out. Whoever wins goes up in a tiebreaker for first place versus Splyce. What is going on in this group?
How do we get here? Am I still sleeping?
What's happening?
So,
don't ask me.
It has been crazy, but there are a couple of things that we need to take into consideration. The first one is, in week one, stylistically, we talked at the top of the day how J-Team came in with an advantage because these teams were not good at playing around mid lane. And Fofo is what makes that team so good.
Yeah.
The second part, and the part that we're now seeing in this week, is teams' ability to grow and adapt. And something that Splyce has showcased is their issues were very obvious, but they were fixable. Whereas other issues in terms of what happens if Doinby isn't able to successfully roam around the rest of the map? What happens if Fofo isn't able to get a lead? And what happens if Levi cannot get ahead? We saw all of those things happen this time around, and it's making things a lot harder for the other teams.
Yeah, and I think that this game ultimately is going to come down to which mid laner gets to play their style of League of Legends, whether Fofo gets to isolate that mid lane and go to work on Doinby, or whether it is going to be the open up map, get Crisp, get Tien involved, and start running around as those three-man death squads.
Yeah, I think it's impossible for this to be isolated. I would love to see Fofo put onto his LeBlanc and to challenge Doinby into the mid lane. I think what's going to be happening is you're going to be seeing the Goon Squad. For sure, you're going to be seeing top jungle support find their way through mid lane and try and get Doinby ahead. What I love, because you being able to hit on the point of adaptation throughout the entire group, they're able to, J-Team in particular, are willing and able to pick up fights in the early game, and I think that's really helping them out.
Yeah, I agree. I also think that what we're seeing today is that mid-game execution needs to be really tightened up from both of these teams, because if you make that mistake, there are teams that are willing to play a little bit slower. So the pressure becomes on FunPlus. If you do make that mistake, how do, you going to allow J-Team back in to capitalize?
Yeah, because we just saw the last game from FPX, and it was massive coordination issues regarding how the Galio ulti was going to be utilized. The moment he was completely shut out of the play, they still went for a bottom lane play with Chris. So they need to get this stuff kind of sorted out, because that's what made them LPL champions. And now they're one game away from being kicked out of Worlds.
Yeah, let us talk about that then for a second. You have these two teams, first up, first seed, coming out of the LPL, the region that is currently world champions, heralded for their individual play, and they just running over you, now in a big stumbling block. And on the other side, a J team trying to get that glory for the LMS.
It's a strange situation that we find ourselves in right now, and for me, FPX have showcased good individual performances, especially in the form of their jungle and support, and I think that in this matchup, Crisp is someone that I once again look at to kind of be part of the linchpin to help FPX come out clutch.
I completely agree, but I think we have to start looking at pressure. J-Team came into this tournament, and people were really expecting not all that much from the LMS. A chance to get back into those quarterfinals would really cement them. They have the whole region behind them. LPL fans are pretty savage from my experience with LPL fans, and right now, FunPlus would be feeling the wrath of all their supporters. That dreaded first seed of the LPL supposed to be coming in with world champion contention. They would be very nervous taking the stage as a young team.
Yeah, and it's funny that you mention it, because the first seed from the LPL always seems to struggle when it comes to group stages. They're either getting knocked out here or they're getting knocked out in quarterfinals, but the first seed always seems to be the one that struggles, Raz.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to see, and I think in this case in particular, if you isolate to FPX's situation, is that you have a lot of young players coming into this one. Players that don't have that international experience. And if I look at LWX in particular, and we've seen what he's able to perform throughout the entire group, I haven't even seen a fraction of what he was able to accomplish during the split. And I hope that at least in this, theoretical last game, for for both of these teams, that they couldn't put their all into it.
Yeah, if he doesn't win here, DoinB could be doing nothing. And I do want to center things around this mid laner, because he is so important for this lineup spawn. You had a bit of a monologue earlier in the day as to, no, that was actually about Fofo, but that is why this is so important, because DoinB is finally at Worlds, and LPL fans as well as fans around the world expect so much from him in this squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that when you have a look at DoinB and how he's been able to come into the World Championship this year, this is what the LPL fans have wanted for so long, Raz. Yeah. From QG Reapers the whole way through. This is a guy that they've lauded as maybe the savior. He's been able to do it at Rift Rivals in the past. He needs to do it now.
Because he's probably the most unique person, a superstar in a lot of cases, that when he gets put in the highlight, that he is more of a supportive position. So you get put on tanks far more often. He puts the onus on other players around him. I think that when you are in this position, I want to see a carry performance out of him. That, a lot of the players around him to prop him up.
And I love that you mentioned that, because for me, Rise is the pick that can take DoinB into the quarterfinals. I think it is something that he has defined a lot of his career on, and I think that this is the game where he can get the advantage over Fofo, and if he can just get his hands on that champion, that is how he can take FPX to the next.
That's the case that we haven't seen from DoinB in the tournament, is that throughout the LPL, he's had multiple games where he's had 40% damage percentage off of either the Victor or, you're right, the Rise is a great example of that. That would be fun, harkening back to the Rift Rivals play that he had.
And I'm going to pull up your predictions that you made at the beginning of the day. And I know all of you predicted FPX to win this game without any of the context before we saw any of these games. And I can imagine that even with everything that FPX has kind of let people down in this day, it is still very hard not to vote for them because of what they showed in the LPL. So do you all stick by that?
So I'm going to stand by my FPX vote, largely just because I think the problem for J-Team is they only rely on Fofo. And I think that the jungle and support
Hasn't been such a resounding success for everyone, but we'll see what they go here for a first pick. It might be for Gimgoon that Renekton in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Gimgoon at the moment has been struggling in a couple of matchups. However, when he gets a Renekton, is able to play a little bit more of that strong side position. I think that they need him to have a carry performance because Rest on the Gangplank actually had a fairly good game when J-Team were popping off.
And I'm going to cut you guys off. Thank you for jumping in, but our casters are going to take over from here.
They say that they're tossing.
Well, we're definitely going to try to. Yes, we are now here. Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm joined by Frosk and Jap, as per usual. They talked through the first set of
There we
bands.
go.
Renekton is the first pick here for FunPlus Phoenix, and the Gragas is the next lock-in.
Thanks for the handoff, guys.
Yep.
Well, we were just actually discussing this. I was looking at the bans from J-Team, and while we're very used to seeing Pantheon, Qiyana, and Kayle, there's actually not that high of priority on a Qiyana from FPX comparatively to other teams in the tournament. So I actually find it really curious that J-Team decided now, of all times, to make sure that the Qiyana was taken away.
And surely we see the Rise.
Yeah, you got
the fact that Qiyana was banned instead of Rise is a little shocking to me. The fact that there is a Kai'Sa on J-Team with the Xayah ban will be nice for Lil V, and FPX still hasn't gone for the Rise. There it is.
But we have the... I shouldn't call it the LPL special because it's now kind of like the global special, but this surely is a staple of the LPL. The Renekton, the Elise, it means that that dive top lane is incoming. It means that Tian will be visiting Gimgoon up there, and you really have to prepare what is Rest going to take to try to survive such a potent and threatening Renekton Elise topside.
Well, at the moment, it doesn't look like they're going to pick anything for top lane. It's the Azir locked in for Fofo. So we have jungler, AD carry, and mid laner for J-Team. FPX locking their top side of the map down. Still looking for that bottom side after the second ban phase.
Yeah, Fofo going a little bit late game. So the early pressure will be on FunPlus Phoenix to try and make this one work. And I also like the fact that they're continuing with their marksman bans down towards LWX.
And I also like the fact that it feels that J-Team know that they're against an LPL team. Chances are there's going to be a lot of team fighting, so build a composition on a comfort, but also the ability to look for those late game team fights. This is the pressure scenario where lose here, go home. You don't typically chance that on early game compositions. You usually want to bring your late game insurance policy, because this is when teams start to feel that caution take over.
Especially since early game leads haven't been indicative of winning games this tournament. We've seen a lot of people have a lead at 50 and have a lead at 20 and then have the game swing round at them as the match progresses. So with the Gangplank and the Narband away here by FPX, they're trying to get rid of some of those safer top laners for Rest, as we know that Elise Renekton combo is going to go up towards top.
Yeah, even though Gimgoon has played a lot of weak side top lane, you're expecting them to want to play through them here. And the Ornn is a pick we saw used by G2 against Griffin to try and neutralize some of that early Renekton power. So again, J-Team looking to play for the late game.
Yeah, and the thing about the Ornn is it's just very difficult to dive. Elise and Renekton get a slow push, a big wave crash comes in, and you have to play it picture perfect to get around that tankiness and CC.
Okay, so I know a lot of people at home will be saying Tahm Kench. I don't like Tahm Kench, but I listened to an interview from Frosk about LPL teams and their Tahm Kench Varus bot lanes. And I want you to break down why this could be an aggressive lane for FunPlus Phoenix.
Well, because you use the Tahm Kench to dive towers. One of the things is the tools that they have to reset tower aggro through the Devour as well as the Elise E, her ability to repel up there. And that's typically what you see from this composition. This is about Doinby having access to that ultimate. It's about running down to that bot lane for the Tahm Kench and the Varus who control the wave and then slow crash it as Elise comes flying out of the woodwork. You got 16 people under your tower.
You promised it to us now, Frosk, so if it doesn't happen, we know who to blame. Pyke is the final pick here for J-Team.
Yeah, and there's a reason this is only the second Tahm Kench we've seen in Worlds. He is at potentially his weakest point as a pro support, maybe ever. The fact that he can't move that quickly once he devours an ally, can't flash during it, has much less damage, he isn't that as good of a duelist. There's a lot of things that have been taken away from him, so he's really just going to have that tower diving ability and that global map stuff. Outside of that, he's fairly limited.
And I was going to say, and then on the other side, we did have that Pyke lock in, so the ability for Pyke to just peace out. She says, okay, the lane's getting dove, that doesn't matter, I can cause chaos elsewhere on the map. Team up with this Gragas and try to find some sort of pick, but I look at J-Team's composition and I still feel like even though they have the tools that they could divide and conquer, they still very much want to stay grouped up.
One team left for both these teams to prove they belong at Worlds. One map left. One more time onto Summoner's Rift. The loser goes home. The winner plays a tiebreaker versus Splyce to see who gets out of this group first.
And it's pretty incredible to think that this group has come down to this. FPX was coming in as a top 3 team in the world by most everyone's ranking, the #1 team in the LPL. 29-4 was their game score during the regular season. The question wasn't would FPX advance, it was would they lose a game? And now we have a little bit more time to talk about the stakes here as we have a quick pause at the start of the match.
Just to quickly go back to LPL and FPX's dominance. For the European fans, I'm going to assume it's a bit of a European-skewed audience. They play twice as many games, and they still won more than G2. They were that much more dominant. They were like 0.7% off the winningest record of all time in the LPL. The record is still held by OMG of 2014, but FPX were the dominant frontrunners. They conquered everything. They kicked through LPL.
And they kick through RNG and IG on the way. Coming from the region who currently hold the World Championship, FPX were expected to dominate and destroy. And now they play against J-Team from the LMS, a team that perhaps people didn't really expect to make their mark, a region that people thought was underpowered coming into this World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, considering what happened to the LMS last year where we had Flash Wolves make it into a tiebreaker, not advance, and then the other 2 LMS teams go 0-6. And then we saw Flash Wolves lose many of their players and coaches. I mean, in fact, Warhorse, Flash Wolves' old coach, is the head coach of FPX now, to give you an example of how many Flash Wolves players ended up in the LPL. But J-Team was really the #1 team remaining in the LMS and just didn't have that many expectations. The fact that they've walked in here actually beaten FPX once already, if they were able to knock out and be the final blow to the #1 team from the LPL, that would be big.
It's a grudge match. It's the fact that the LPL has cannibalized the LMS, taking their star players, their star coaching staff. J-Team themselves have lived in the shadow of AHQ and Flash Wolves for so long, finally getting their Worlds debut. We saw them kind of peek their head out at things like Rift Rivals, but it's been such a long time coming for Fofo and the boys, as they're lovingly called. And so if you go out like this, this would be the time to do it, to leave it all on the court.
Got to put all on the Rift for this game. We're going to jump back on into the action. Not really much has happened at level 1. A couple of wards will spot people out. But early doors, don't really expect any heavy level 1 invades from either of these teams.
Yeah, and we got to pay a lot of attention to the early jungle pathing of Tien on Elise, because his first gank, especially when he has 2 lanes, one of Ryze, the other of Renekton, that gank combo is lethal. That's why you see Fofo bringing Cleanse and actually an Aftershock on the Ornn to try and potentially give him just a little bit more durability in the event he gets ganked.
That's also why the vision that J-Team have secured onto Tien's red buff is so important. They'll have information that Tien has started the top side of the map, and then now try to figure out what they're going to do with this information and how they're going to change up the pathing.
And right now, both of them just starting on the top side of the map. Fofo trying to trade with Doinby here, but expectation is that that top lane will push in for Gimgoon. Ornn really doesn't have the best of pushes early on and can't match a Renekton in the early stages of the game.
And I want to draw our attention to the mini-map right now. You can see multiple blue pings on Gragas right now. Both junglers know where they're pathing. It's assumed that Gragas will go red, Krugs, Raptors, reset for Predator boots. So Tien's got some windows that he can play around.
We'll see if he's able to find a window that is open enough for him to slither his way through and find one of those early ganks, get one of his lanes off to an early lead. Bot lane is pushing in for FPX, and with a Varus, you always expect them to have some wave control.
We have some adaptation happening right now. So Gimgoon, because the pathing was pinged out and it's so common from Gragas, has now moved into the jungle to place a ward on Raptors. Meanwhile, because Crisp and LWX have push priority in bot lane, Crisp has also walked up and placed a ward on the blue buff. Tien can now either gank this Azir in the mid lane or actually go and try to contest the Gragas' blue buff.
Yeah, and we've seen this type of jungle pathing from FPX already today. They were doing it to Xerxes. It's just a matter of what they can do with it. Can they convert that into a big early game lead? Because now he's looking to contest the Wolves, waits for the cooldowns, now he's going to try and steal.
Wolves in the way for that cocoon. He steals away one of them. Actually, I think Hana got that.
Yeah, with the Talisman burn.
Cocoon doesn't connect. Tian's just going to try and take away this big one. Gets it with a smite. That makes it a lot harder for him to actually fight over the blue buff, but his team is on the way to try and help him out.
Yeah, FPX are just going to fully muscle Gragas out of his jungle there. The push priority in mid and bot lane, that ward that Chris played down earlier. This is bleeding Gragas out.
And if there was a way for FPX to try and regain their form, it would be with 3 pushing lanes and trying to steamroll. So you can see they're taking full advantage of their push prio mid and bot to try and deny the Gragas as much as possible.
Hook does connect there in the bottom lane, but you see the power of Tahm Kench with a quick devour. LWX is fine, and now Tian maybe even looking for the gank down towards this bottom lane.
These are the dives we talked about. They know Hana has reset. Yes, they see him on a ward, but there's not much J-Team can do. They could potentially teleport the Ornn down if they wanted to try and stop this, but look at how much denial there already is on this bot lane.
Hana is on his way, has the Predator. You can see Koala's taking just a little bit of damage. Tian's going to try and get away, but the flash comes in, the repel is up. Can Tian get out of this one? Chris flashes forward for the Devour. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Ornn is beating out Gimgoon in the 1v1. Hana locked up with his cocoon down towards the bottom side. First blood comes out, and Gimgoon with a great flash escapes in the top lane.
And everywhere else, if you see a Varus and you see a Tahm Kench, you're like, no, it's a defensive bot lane. They're just going to push waves back and forth. Not LPL Tahm Kench. They use it to dive towers. They use it to be hyper aggressive, and it's just like that.
I mean, they might want to just stay here. They know that rest is low, and using his teleport top, so no one can actually come down here to help.
Koala lands the hook, gets the aftershock, but you can already see Tian once again with the repel up. Chris will use the thick skin. Tian comes down, and that's 2 plates already taken off this bot lane tower.
2 plates and first blood to Varus. It's a 700 gold lead at 5 minutes for that bottom lane, and it's not like they lost out elsewhere to do it. The whole time, Hana was down there, not getting experience, not getting gold. Gimgoon actually was able to take the top Scuttle Crab because he knew no one had been top.
It's also 2 missing flashes and 2 missing TPs on these top laners. So both junglers can now choose to go and attack that top lane. In fact, you can see Tian scuttling his way there now.
On his way up towards the top side. Has got his jungle camps there as well if he just wants to clear those out. But as you said, Frost, very easy then to gank and Ornn without his flash. Chris comes up towards mid just to help Doinby push this one out. And you expect, well, Doinby should back and try and get those first completed parts of his items pretty soon.
Yeah, and FPX starting this game exactly the way they would have wanted. They didn't come into the game the way they would have wanted, but there is still a chance that FPX can get first in this group. Remember, the winner ends up playing a tiebreaker with Splyce to see who ends up at #1. And the loser, their world's run will be over.
Small thing that I wanted to point out there, but it didn't actually hurt Doinby, but with Chris walking into his lane and taking, I think, 3 creeps of experience, he actually was behind level 6. Now, he managed to get level 6 off of the final minion, but there could have actually been a very obnoxious window there where Doinby was stuck at level 5 because his support stole his EXP when he was trying to gain priority. So we'll keep our eyes on that if they continue through this tournament and that ends up biting them in the future.
At the moment, not really costing them too much. Tian able to use the push pressure they have in this bottom lane to secure the Cloud Drake pretty darn easily. Not going to be spotted out by J-Team at all. And early doors, FPX have total control of this game. Leads in the bottom lane, even in mid, even in top. And with a strong early jungle here from Tian on the Elise.
Yeah, ends up burning a lot of his resources in order to secure that Cloud Drake. It is a bit of an investment for later because it lowers his pressure for a potential repeat dive on the flashless Koala, but can understand why he would want to make that call, since that kind of means now the next dive will probably be a 4-man, knowing that Doinby is level 6.
Yeah, and he'll have his teleport back available for him, which is why I think that it's fine to invest those resources, like you're saying, into that Cloud Drake, because you are just kind of waiting on more key cooldowns, the 2 TPs on your solo lanes before FPX feel confident to pull the trigger again, because they're just flat out winning down here.
Yeah, the thing is, right now, how often do FPX need to actually pull the trigger? They can just put the threat in, and you're then getting probably another plate in this bottom, maybe even 2. Tian, as he puts the control ward in here, you'll see J-Team, Koala, and Lil V really have to back away and respect the fact that a dive could come in.
Yeah, even just placing the control ward and leaving immediately just sucks everyone on J-Team down, because they say, we can't just let them keep diving us, surely. 3 plates already gone in 8 minutes, and here he is just pushing through. Fofo showed in mid. Tien then went into the triangle brush.
And Crisp and LWX are pushing
seen
this
this
very
before.
well. We have Hana on his way, trying to protect the tower. We're not really going to be able to get too much more out of it. Hook looking for it, but already Lil V's dead. I did not expect him to die that quickly. Crisp takes the kill. Koala follows. Doinby joins from the mid lane with the Realm Warp, but really J-Team can do nothing about this. The pushback with the Emperor's Divide will keep Fofo alive just for the moment, but the Tahm Kench is on the chase and Doinby is looking for it as well. Flash away from Fofo. FPX are opening up this map beautifully.
And this was the expectations for FPX, just frankly making it look very easy. They casually walk up to the tower, they nail all their cooldowns, they just delete people from the map, and they continue to just hard win these lanes. Look at the CS differences opening up virtually everywhere. Look at that jungle CS difference.
Blade of the Ruined King completed at 9 minutes for LWX. I mean, there's a chance he could get 9 or 10 plates himself. They're actually going back down bottom lane, clearly wanting to repeat these dives, but if they get another dive and another 2 plates, they'll still have enough time to go get top. He could definitely run away with this game, as he did so many games in the LPL.
So consistently a key carry for this team. Rift Herald still 30 seconds away from spawning as well, so maybe even looking to take that tower before the Rift Herald spawns, then go up towards the top side, try and take that objective and open up more plates for themselves. It's a 3,000 gold lead for FPX coming up towards the 10-minute mark. And they are looking very in control of this game. Rest trying to trade onto Gimgoon, but really isn't going to be able to do too much to force the Renekton out of the lane.
It's actually going to be very scary for J-Team to try to engage on either side lane, top or bottom, because Doinby's flash is now, or excuse me, his teleport is now up and available. It's certain that J-Team were keeping track of that, because now Ryze, not only with his Realm Warp, but also with his TP, can just throw a wrench in all of those plans.
Yeah, almost all of the gold lead for FPX is concentrated on jungle bot support. So even though Tien is top lane, kind of collecting experience right here, I would wonder how quickly he's going to get onto the bottom side, as he did with the Cloud Drake, where he kind of just spent his advantage on securing the objective. That's what it looks like he's doing with this Rift Herald, knowing the Dragon is still down for another minute and a half. They have pressure in the bot lane so heavily that is kind of making sure Hana has to be down there. Look, Gragas just is afraid of where Tien could be, so he's using this pressure to just basically take a free Rift Herald.
Doinby doing the same there, using his teleport to get to mid to make sure they could push the lane out, so they couldn't have a quick rotation. Hana coming in here, good explosive cast, LWX able to dodge away from it, but he gets a streamer shuffle, and Koala's already killed LWX. Doinby's going to open up from the side, Crisp flashes away, but J-Team find a fight.
Yeah, find the mistake of LWX in his positioning, just because Tien, like you said, cross map, taking the Rift Herald, so they still trade across map in terms of objective, but that was a misposition by LWX.
Yeah, I think that's a very big mistake. They shouldn't be attempting to get river control when their jungler is taking the Rift Herald. So they're going to get plates out of the mid lane, but a lot of LWX's advantage was handed back there.
I mean, but they might even just take the whole tower here.
They have such a lead already.
Yeah,
like they could have done this regardless of whether or not they went for the river.
I totally agree with you there, Jack. An unforced error by FunPlus Phoenix, but they're so far ahead that perhaps it won't matter in the state of the game. 4,000 gold up 11 minutes into this match. They are in dominant fashion.
And having the mid lane tower kicked in like this makes it that much easier for Doinby to threaten bot side dives. There's some wildness happening right now.
Yeah, I think the thing with LPL teams especially is sometimes they thrive in the wildness. Like having a few of these skirmishes, having a few mispositioned fights can be just their style generally. It's what China has always been known for. Dodge away there by LWX towards the bottom lane, and this is going to be the second Cloud Drake as well for FunPlus Phoenix. So they might get, well, they'll probably get the tower and get the Drake at the same time without really sacrificing too much.
Yeah, this will be 10 plates just between mid and bot lane. Top lane still completely full, so probably not going to get more than that, but just really extending their lead. But
again, perhaps an unforced error. Tian's just overstepped now. The teleport's coming in, but perhaps that's a little bit too late because all 5 members of J-Team are here. Chris stepping forward, Gimgoon pops the dominance, the Realm Orb coming in as well. And look at the damage from the Renekton on the back line. Here comes Doinby. LWX outside, Lovi able to dodge away. Hana is the first to fall. Doinby rattling out the spells as now Fofo's forced down towards the bottom side of the fight. He uses the Emperor's Divide, but all he does is push FPX across the wall. And now Koala's going to try and dodge away. Doinby looking for the damage, can't quite land it. The hook connects onto Chris, but then he dives in, he goes gold, and Doinby takes the kill onto Koala, and FPX come out on top in the fight.
Great bait by Koala, and that's one of those jungle invades where you're just asking the other team to fight you. Because you're 2v5 at the start of that. J-Team should try and fight that in most situations, but they are at such a large deficit. Like, you're thinking, what is this Elise thinking? There's a control word in this brush, there's no blue, he dies. But then all 5 of J-Team are there, and because Doinby, Gimgoon, and LWX have such giant packs of gold, they win.
Oh, imagine being Little V in this game.
And
like, who can you lane into?
Remember, this is an elimination game as well. Yeah. J-Team would be a win away from making the quarterfinals again for the LMS, but they have been absolutely decimated by FPX's 3 winning lanes and ability to push the tempo.
And it doesn't get better for J-Team for a very long time with the tools that they have on their comp. This is a extremely dire circumstance and dire situation. We kind of talked about it briefly in Champion Select, that you have this Pyke here, and yeah, he can kind of piece out and try to attack side lanes, use that mobility, use that damage that comes into his kit, but who does he really team up with? He's got an Azir, who's frankly kind of hard to move around. He's got the Kai'Sa, who is frankly terrified for her life, or he has an Ornn, who's a tank.
And he dies so quickly that he's gone for a no magic mantle as his first part of an item here on the Pyke, not even going up towards that Duskblade first off. FPX, 7,000 gold in the lead at the 14.5 minute mark. You've got Blade of the Ruin King and Zeal complete on LWX. The Spear of Sojourn already there for Gimgoon. And Doinby has got both of those stacking items, Catalyst of Aeons and the Tear complete on the rise.
And FPX has accelerated this game so much, I watch them walk through River and think, ooh, I wonder if they take Baron. And then I realize we have to wait 5 minutes until it actually spawns. This is a 7,000 gold lead. A mountain will spawn before that happens. So this is the type of game that FPX is going to hope to win before 25 minutes.
I'm going to say this very loosely. They'll probably take Baron. Like, spoiler alert, but I have a feeling FPX will get the Baron as soon as it spawns.
It's definitely possible, unless they've closed out the game before them. J-Team will be hoping that is not the case. As you said, Jax, so they're playing for their tournament lives here, but
yeah,
it's just difficult to see them coming back when when FPX is so far ahead this early in the game with a comp that scales relatively well as well.
Yeah, and FPX is going to want to do everything they can to end this game quickly because they have Splyce up next. The winner of this game will face Splyce to see who gets the #1 seed in this group. We know Splyce is already 3-0. We know FPX has looked inconsistent. So getting back to the fundamental things that made FPX win the LPL is what they're trying to do in this game.
They're kind of just asking J-Team to come and try and defend this tower in the top lane. Will be the third to fall for FunPlus Phoenix. 3-0 so far. 7-2 on the scoreboard and an 8,000 gold lead at the 16-minute mark.
I will say this of J-Team's composition because they have so much wave clear built in with a single pick like Azir. It is decently easy for them to stall out the game as long as FPX don't attack multiple lanes and try to tear this Azir around. Now, that said, it's actually really easy for FPX to attack multiple lanes with those semi-global ultimates in the Realm Warp and the Abyssal Voyage. So J-Team have tools to stall, but FPX also have tools to run them over with.
I did get a confirmation from our stats guys. If FPX win in 39 minutes, 16 seconds or less, they get side selection for the tiebreaker game.
That's very important because we talked about this earlier. Splyce have been banning Kayle from both blue and red side, which can really hamper them in drafts. And you can see what happens when FPX gets some of these signature champions like the Rise.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to get a bit ahead of ourselves because it looks like FPX is crushing this game if they don't make a big mistake. But the fact that when these two teams have played each other, just having access to a first pick Xayah is so huge. Or even if they trade Xayah, but it gets Doinb Rise. Because if it's the double Kayle ban for Splyce on red side, Kayle Pantheon, they don't have enough left to actually deny FPX their bread and butter. Will be very interesting if we get there.
Definitely will. J-Team trying to try and stop it right now as Hana jumps in onto Tian, but Tian does still have the repel, I believe, and can go towards the blast.
Oh, he wasn't close enough.
But here comes the TP. Kimgu's going to flash in, straight into the middle four, and Koala is just deleted. And here comes the Ornhorn. Rest trying to do what he can, but Doinb is on the back line now. Hana is shut down. Oh, sorry, that's Kimgu going down, but Hana will fall as well. J-Team trying to flash out of the back of the pit, but Tian is there waiting with open arms. Rest trying to run away, dodges away from the cocoon. The Tahm Kench Abyssal Voyage is going to chase them in, and that's another kill to Tian. FPX are cleaning this one up. All 5 of J-Team fall in exchange for just 1 of FunPlus Phoenix.
And that's how it's done? As Tian just gets cornered in the Drake pit, but again, it just leads to a total just massacre of the team right there. So you could see how far ahead Kimgun is and how willing he was to jump in there to burst and how far behind J-Team are. That's now an over 10,000 gold deficit before 20.
And they got the dragon.
Of course they did. Why not?
Just the cherry on top right there as we take another look at it. So Tian was trying to get to the blast cone, I believe, with this repel so we could get over the wall. Just short right there. And then it just turns into, okay, we're dogpiling in, guys. Let's go. You see the TP come in from Doinb and that absurd damage from Kimgun.
The unassisted 100-0 burst on the flashless Pyke. And then Tian is the one who ends up being the cleanup, the guy who started all of it. So another 1 for 5, and things are looking good for FPX to not have the total disaster, right? To not be the #1 LPL seed that doesn't make it out of groups, not going full LGD. They still have a chance to be the #1 seed.
And you look at that and you're probably avoiding people like the SKTs, like the G2s of the world in the quarterfinals, which of course gives you a much greater chance of making it further in the tournament to those semis and the finals. Of course, the rest of the groups play out across the next 3 days, so we'll see exactly how they shape up. Today, Group B, I think, has surprised a lot of people. And maybe we'll see more surprises this weekend.
If today's any indication, you can't just see what happened in week 1 and say, yeah, that'll happen again.
I can for G2, Jad. That's the important.
Oh, yeah, for them, of course. Obviously, it's exactly the same will happen again.
Right.
That is where we are. Yeah. So.
Well done.
11,000 gold lead for FPX at the 20-minute mark. That Baron is coming up. Maybe they'll want to take it before they end out this game. They are splitting in mid and bottom lane right now.
I mean, they could decide that the only way J-Team get back into this game is through a Baron steal, and frankly, FPX don't really need it to win the game. They have so much dive threat. Or they just rock up to it and they say, you have to face check it.
I guess their only real problem is they don't have a true tank. The Tahm Kench can tank it for a little bit, but the Baron does still do quite a bit of damage. And so if FPX started up without proper vision control, they could lose out.
But they're actually so far ahead of the clock in terms of their itemization with the Mountain that while I understand what you're saying, that a team in a different situation might take a lot more damage, I think they just burn through it.
Makes sense. Here comes the Realm Warp behind them. Hana trying to get onto that front line, but already he is down. Doinb going in for Koala, gets stunned up with the Phantom Undertow, but now FPX will turn their attentions towards that back.
Yeah, that'll probably do it. They got rid of the J-Team Control Word, they got rid of the J-Team Smite. It is technically possible to steal it with something, but as long as Tian has his executes down, he can take it. Not to mention, they don't need everyone. We know Kimgun and Doinb can just fight the rest of them.
Yeah, right now, that's exactly what they're doing. The Baron goes down, Kimgu's going to kill both. Just 2v5 them. FPX are too strong. J-Team, you tried your hardest, but FPX are not getting knocked out today. They will take the Baron and look towards breaking open this game.
They have so much gold.
Yeah, 16,000 gold ahead.
I'm just taking this in a little bit. This is the fastest game. We've had some stomps. We got SKT over
We've had 24-minute games,
I mean,
think, so far. G2 against HKA, I think, was pretty quick.
This feels like it was over on the initial tower dive.
Yeah, but it's the fact that they've accelerated so quickly. It is so hard now to really assess the strength of FPX going into their next game against Splyce. Splyce undefeated on the day. FPX lost to Splyce, but their performance in this game, I think a lot of it does have to do with the fact that they were able to get winning champions in all 3 lanes, and then also a great turret diving jungler. That is something that Splyce cannot let happen in their tiebreaker game for first. But FPX really just, this is like the new textbook. The textbook League of Legends is to do it much slower. This is the FPX
the
textbook.
Spark Notes.
Yeah, the FPX textbook is, okay, so 3 people take Baron, the other 2 fight the rest of them. You never write that in a how to close out games in League of Legends textbook, but it's what FPX is doing.
It's brutal to watch. It feels like the beast, to quote Azael, really has awoken with this FPX. It's now kind of the level of consistency. I do want to point out, kind of in those last replays, LWX still hasn't had the best positioning despite being 6-1-7. It really has been on-point devours from Crisp to keep him safe.
Doinby's going to clear out this top lane. The rest of his team are in mid, and FunPlus Phoenix are truly arisen from perhaps the ashes of their first few games performances here. Challenging Splyce for that #1 spot. Doinby's pushing in top still as the minions are on the tower. The Predators not going to be able to find an engage, and J-Team starting to lose their base. Here comes the call of the Forge God from West. Last chance saloon, you have to feel. Only hits 1. They've landed onto Chris, but look at how tanky he is. Serena Shuffle comes out. Already Fofo's down, and the dive onto the backline from Gingoon is massive. LWX is dominating. There's 3. There's 4. Give him 1 more. Gingoon's on the chase. Hana's trying to run away from this, but he is running away from his base. He is running away from the game, and FPX are looking to close it out.
Yeah, and that is all she wrote right there. FPX have steamrolled this game from minute 1 with those tower dives. They have kicked through the door, and they are taking the Nexus.
In dominant fashion, FPX prove they are here to party. The LPL's #1 seed will be playing in the quarterfinals.
A 21,000 gold lead by the time they kill the Nexus, less than 24 minutes into the game. It isn't the 6-0 a lot of people were expecting, but they still have a chance to get that #1 seed. Splyce is up next in the tiebreaker.
And Splyce will have watched that game probably hopeful at the start, and then seen how much domination FPX had, and maybe now a little bit scared about facing a team just that strong in a tiebreaker.
I mean, we have one of those situations right now where you have momentum for both squads. You have FPX, who just absolutely dismantled J-Team walking into this tiebreaker, and then you have Splyce with the confidence of their streak in week 2 as well as going through FPX. So we should see both teams on their highs.
Yeah, you can see FPX doing the quick bow at the front. Their focus is on the next game, and for J-Team, the disappointment ends up setting in. They had the chance to knock out the LPL 1 seed. They were 1 win away from advancing to the quarterfinals and also having the same chance to fight Splyce for that #1 seed. So as we have the victory on one side, there is always the disappointment and defeat on the other.
And that's always the comparison that you see at Worlds, and it's why Worlds is one of the best tournaments, in my opinion, to watch every year, because you see the heartbreak and you see the elation, and it's always not enjoyable to watch, but it's always a very emotional time.
I mean, to be frank, though, after G-Rex, Mad, and Flash Wolves just kind of collapsed last Worlds, to be a single game away from knockout stage, I think already the LMS have done much better than previously. It definitely doesn't feel that way right now. This one will sting because they were so close, but I think given perspective and given time, that conversation should start to change.
Yeah.
It definitely should. We'll see if it's able to change, perhaps for some of the other LMS seeds that we do have in the other groups. They still have some chances to fight back. But for now, coming up next is our tiebreaker game between FunPlus Phoenix and Splyce with the first seed on the line. Don't miss it. Can Tian get out of this one? Chris flashes forward for the Devour. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Ornn is beating out Gingoon in the 1v1. Hana locked up with his Cocoon. They're not really going to be able to get too much more out of it. Hook. Looking for it, but already Lil V's dead. I did not expect him to die that quickly. Chris takes the kill. Here comes Doinby. LWX outside. Lil V able to dodge away. Hana is the first First of all, Doinby rattling out the spells as now Fofo's forced down towards the bottom side of the fight. And here comes the Ornhorn. Rex trying to do what he can, but Doinby is on the back line now. Hana is shut down. Oh, sorry, that's Gimgoon going down, but Hana will fall as well. Right now, that's exactly what they're doing. The Baron goes down. Gimgoon's going to kill Fofo. Just 2v5 him. Last chance saloon, you have to feel. Only hits one. They've landed onto Chris. But look at how tanky he is. Serena Shuffle comes out. Already Fofo's down. And the dive onto the backline from Gimgoon is massive. In dominant fashion, FPX proved they are here to party. The LPL's #1 seed will be playing in the quarterfinals.
Welcome back, everyone, to the analyst desk ahead of our tiebreaker game. FPX just secured their spot in the quarterfinals, and now they face off against the stampeding Splyce to determine the first seed from Group B.
Can snakes stampede? Is that what they do?
This snake can. This snake definitely can.
So, as we have arrived at our first tiebreaker, hopefully of many, for this world's group stage, let's take a look back and see what these teams have done so far. I want to start with Splyce. The fact that the expectations coming into the third seed from EU, we all know the meme with the dragons and it was derpy, they weren't very high. And I think this is something, all jokes aside, that Splyce has always fought up against. Never being taken as that team that can push further. But when you least expect it, they more often than not do it.
Well, the thing about Splyce is, over the years, they've been considered the gatekeepers in Europe. They were the team that sat at 3rd, 4th, 5th, that would often be the benchmark for whether or not you could compete against the best in Europe. But unfortunately, they were never a team that could compete to the best. Even coming into this World Championship, they were like the estranged cousin to the two superstars that were G2 and Fnatic. And given that they had a tournament favorite in their group, expectations were very low. Yet, in this second week, they have surpassed all of those expectations, and now they're fighting for first.
They have gone 3-0 on this day so far, and I think also wiping away a lot of the considerations that people had by saying they got third seed and then they got an easier quote-unquote group than Fnatic, who has been above them this year. And in that context, I think it is really reckoning for them and a fantastic performance so far.
And the most important thing to acknowledge is the growth and confidence that the young rookie players have shown in the second half. All of our criticisms over the first week were directed towards Norskeren and Humanoid. But this week, those two are the big carries of Splyce that have got them to this point.
And on the other side, we have FPX, the first seed from the LPL. So hyped coming into Worlds, Raz. Have they finally gotten underway? Is this the real FPX?
I really feel like they do, but every time you kind of get that conjuring up, then it immediately crashes down. And for me, it feels like they always have a lot to prove. A lot of these players coming into the or at least the finals of the LPL summer, they ended up achieving greatness. And so, like, if they felt like they were able to silence the crowd, now a lot of those doubts are coming up. They need to do the same going up against Splyce tonight.
Because let's just run through some of Doinby's regular season places, Raz. He came second in spring 2018, failed to qualify for MSI. Came first in summer, failed to qualify for Worlds. Came first in spring, failed to qualify for MSI. Came first in summer this year, and now finally on the biggest stage. It looks like FPX is starting to show up, but we need to see them do it in back-to-back games. There's always going to be that doubt in people's minds if they are unable to take this game versus Splyce.
It's Worlds. It's the climax of the storyline. This is when you evolve and a story actually comes through. We're actually starting to see, much like that last game with the Rise performance, super carry Doinby.
Absolutely. However, history can repeat itself. Just as a fun little note there, 2016 Worlds, EDG, first seed out of LPL, found them as in the group of H2K. In the end, H2K went on a 4-0 day, beating EDG in the tiebreaker. However, even though that's a fun little fact, I agree with you, this is a completely different scenario. But we can't count any of those two out, Vedius. And I wanted to take a look at the games that Splyce and FPX have played in these groups so far.
Yeah, and we always have to look at the early game, because it feels like that this is where Splyce are successfully finding advantages. Even in their most recent performance, it felt like that even though Splyce were put at a deficit initially, they played well through Vizicachi. They were getting him a bunch of kills. You're seeing on your screen right now some of these early fights where Splyce were taking advantage. And it feels to me that Splyce have just figured FPX out, and they are continuously finding leads against this team.
Yeah, see, the thing about this game was that your jungler was about a level and a half ahead and then failed to be able to execute on anything. So I think that this was more of the statistical anomaly. I don't like to take early games where junglers are popping off and say, you know what, this isn't replicatable, because I think it's actually very difficult to do what Splyce did. They were winning top lane by so much, Raz, despite that jungle discrepancy.
That's why I'm afraid of what kind of Splyce we're seeing tonight, because these are two situations in a row where they found themselves in an early deficit going up against FPX in the Marines, and they were able to claw themselves out of it pretty easily.
I would say for FPX specifically, they found themselves in a big lead in both of those games, which is so weird for me to say because I wouldn't expect Splyce to get those early game leads, especially not versus a team like FPX. So I'm wondering why that early game matches up the way it does.
So it was interesting because I would actually look at that specific game versus FPX, or at least the last one we saw, and say that was a big flub for FPX. They had a humongous lead, 2 Scuttle Crabs. Like, that was a performance in which that was on the jungler for FPX to be able to snowball that, and then obviously weren't able to accomplish that.
But this is the thing. It's the draft that comes out from Splyce every time that helps mitigate a lot of any kind of early game plays that FPX want to try and make. And this time around, we saw Splyce netting their advantages in the top side while also mitigating and making it hard for FPX to play through bot. We saw the same thing with the Veigar last game, and I feel that it is something we're continuing to see where, again, I think Splyce have figured FPX out, and I think that it is their drafting that is largely part of why they're finding their number every time.
And we'll see if they can come up with a good draft again for this one. Because, Raz, just now we saw FPX up versus J-Team, and they definitely bounced back. In that game where they were with their backs against the wall, they absolutely smashed the LMS reps.
And this is a new face to FPX for me coming into this one. Got blue side, were able to draft towards a Renekton in the top lane, and he was able to slam. And this was a Gimgoon performance. And so while statistics will say that Gimgoon receives the least amount of gold of LPL top laners and in this tournament, but when you give him the resources, he will perform. He is one of the best top laners in the tournament, and so being able to give him that, I think, is a big plus.
And I think more importantly, the ability for Tien to once again establish that early game lead and then visit multiple lanes with it. We saw how much of a camp he put down in that bottom lane. That was a luxury hotel that was set up by the end of it. Took down mid lane turret, bottom lane turret before plates had even fallen. That was a superstar performance. If you're a young jungler aspiring to play on the world stage, go back and look at what Tien was able to do on that Elise.
I mean, we talked about it, and I think draft is something, again, that was very important for FPX in that game specifically. When you looked at it, Frost was talking about it, this was like a classic FPX draft with very strong solo laners, making it very easy for Tien to play around that side of the map. You saw a Varus Tahm Kench, which may seem unconventional, but is something that LPL teams use to dive towers with, and they were doing it at level 4. I think that if they get this kind of draft, this team becomes almost unstoppable to beat, but I just don't think they're going to be allowed it.
Yeah, so they were, given side selection here, which I think is pretty big, being able to pick on blue side. And so I think now that the priority's been levied, that they're going to be having Renekton and Elise, I think that'd be something that they should feel incredibly confident.
Spawn is losing his mind for some reason.
How do you stop them getting it on red side? Are you going to give him Kiana or Pantheon or any of the other plethora?
I think that so far with picks like Cho'Gath and Veigar, they found ways of going around it, even if they're willing to go for these styles. So even if you get these kind of champions, it's not as easy to execute as it would be against a more traditional
I just don't think the top lane matters. We actually saw Gimgoon nearly get solo killed when the bottom lane dive was happening, and there's nothing you can do about it. Unless they have an answer on how they're going to fight for shove, then they're not going to be able to stop that dive happening, I don't think.
All right, we'll see. Predictions. We didn't record these at the beginning of the day since we didn't know that it was going to happen. Tiebreaker for first place. Raz, who and why?
I think it's time for the Phoenix to rise. You know what? Hey, where was the super carry doing, B-Chance, huh? I was hearing them. I think FPX are going to come back and nail that first seed.
Spawn?
Yeah, look, my tips are an absolute mess today, so I don't know how much weight this is going to carry. However, once again, we're going to have a very disappointed European crowd, and I think FPX come out in first seed.
Verius, are you going to let this happen? What is going on?
So, for my pick'em's sake, I would want FPX to win. But based on what we've seen and the evidence that has been provided to us, given that Splyce should have been 2-0 in this situation, Splyce should have the advantage. Their preparation will come up clutch. Both Humanoid and Norscarin are playing out of their mind, and there is no reason not to believe that this Splyce team cannot upset the apple cart and finish first in this group.
On that note, we are going to get into this tiebreaker because I don't think anyone can top this tiebreaker game for first between FPX and Splyce with Medic, Frost and Jat.
Thank you, Shock. Thank you, Shocks, and I've got some good news and I've got some bad news. Now, the good news, Verius, is that the LEC in Worlds tiebreakers is 6-0. The LPL is 1-1. Now, the bad news is I don't think we're on the side selection to really be helpful for Splyce, and I'm very scared going into this draft.
I think there's so much riding on this game, looking at how Worlds quarterfinals end up playing out. The difference between the #1 seed and the #2 seed. And we've seen situations like this before. Shock's brought it up on the desk. The team that runs through a day 3-0, you'd think has a pretty good chance. When H2K had that and they played a tiebreaker against EDG, they were victorious. Last year, Cloud9 actually had a 3-0 day that ran through to a tiebreaker against RNG and ended up losing that close game to drop into the 2nd seed. So much riding on this game. You wonder how confident or fearful these teams are going to be, because the team that can go into this game with their minds clear is going to have the biggest advantage.
I think that's the thing. There's been so much emotion and so much going through these players' heads today. With Splyce, it was coming back from a disappointing first 3 games in the groups. With FPX, it was actually fighting for your life in the tournament in that last game. That really you just need to reset. You need to play the game that you are ready to play in this matchup. And that is the team I think will take the win.
And as Frosk and I have been saying and Spawn on the desk, the blue side is probably a very big advantage. Even thinking about the way that Splyce won that first game against FPX today, a lot of it revolved around that Xayah being able to avoid the hard engage attempts of FPX. There's a reason that Xayah was basically permabanned in the LPL final between these two teams, because a great Xayah can shut them down. That's why they banned it.
And you can see there, FPX have the read on Splyce. They take away the Nautilus, they take away the Xayah, the Akali in there for good measure. Now that said, Splyce, yes, they are very easy telegraphed in what they want out of their champion draft. But so are FPX. You know that Doinby will love to look towards something like his Rise.
First pick it.
Yeah.
Which means that Humanoid has the option to look for his Cassiopeia to try to play that matchup. So there are answers here. We knew what was going to happen. Surely Splyce also knew.
It also gives Splyce the option to pick the other strong AD carry that's been left up. With the Xayah and Akali being banned out, they will go towards the Kai'Sa and lock that in straight away. Last time these two teams met, it was Renekton that we saw banned away by Splyce as well towards that top side. FPX have already shown us how strong Gimgoon can be on that just in the last game.
In games like this, you often see players fall back onto the champions that they were most successful on. You don't actually see a first pick Rise that often out of FPX at this World Championship, but in this case, knowing Humanoid had the great game on it, knowing that Doinby is the guy that needs to carry. Think about what has happened to FPX when he's been on Galio or on Sion. Those are their only 2 defeats. When he's on a champion that does high amounts of damage, they have been undefeated.
And now it's not the Cassiopeia, but it's Humanoid's other bread and butter champion in the Syndra. Trying to compete with a lot of that wave clear. Syndra can match Rise, especially in the early levels.
Did struggle the last time he played it. I believe it was into a LeBlanc. He went 0-5 or something like that. So we'll see if he has been able to recoup some of his skill on that champion. There's the Renekton for Gimgoon in the top lane. Looks like Tian is going to take Gragas into the jungle here for FunPlus Phoenix.
And you're already setting up the potential of that dive. Yes, Raz said it on the desk that Gimgoon usually doesn't get the time of day with Tian and making those dives work. But when you have a Renekton and a Gragas and you see the gangplank get locked in for Chachi, you saw how well GAM were able to put Chachi into the ground. FPX can say, we already have the blueprint about how we're going to maneuver you on this map, and it starts with punishing a gangplank in the top side.
And we get into that second phase of pick and ban. Lucian removed. Splyce could try and target out some of those AD carries here. Keep LWX away from any champions he's comfortable on.
I mean, I do really like the Lucian ban. It's a champion that has really fallen away here at the World Championship, but it was LWX's most played in the summer split, a 9-1 record. So Splyce doing very good prep work against FPX. It showed in their first 2 drafts against them, and I feel like it shows with that Lucian ban.
And it could also be why they pulled the trigger so early on Syndra. Not only is she just a great champion for Humanoid, but it also kind of acts as you're banning Lucian Varus, and then your first 2 picks are Kai'Sa Syndra, that you're continuously limiting that champion pool that can go down into LWX's hands. He's going to have to reach very deep here.
You can see FPX are trying to limit Xerxes in the jungle. Already got rid of the Rek'Sai. We've seen Kiana banned away. Gragas taken away by FPX as well. So that pool is shrinking by the second.
Yeah, I would imagine that LWX will end up going with Ezreal.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see, because there's stuff like Ezreal, Caitlyn available, or unlikely he reaches for something like Jinx that Kabe played, but we'll have to see.
I also wonder where Norscaren's going to go here. He's got the Thresh. We've seen him play that a couple of times, but with the Nautilus band, he could go for Rakan. It doesn't look like they're going to pick it in right now. It will be the Elise for Xerxes in the jungle.
Don't mind that pick there for a last pick support, waiting to see what the AD carry pick is from FPX.
And frankly, there weren't a lot of options left for Xerxes, so I don't mind, like you're saying, the counter pick option there. It was pretty clear that it was probably going to be an Elise with so many jungle bans hitting the bench. I think Norscaren, if you pick Thresh there and you suspect that there's an Ezreal, maybe then you don't want to go for the Thresh. Maybe then you reach for something like, I was going to say Norscaren's Leona, but in fact, they're going to double down and take away the Thresh anyway.
Thresh picked up here by Crisp. We have seen Norscaren get caught out quite a few times in that bottom lane across the course of the group. So having someone who can hook him in, having someone who can catch him out, could work out very well. Ashe as well gives you that long-range engage potential if you want it.
That's the LWX style.
That's the LWX style. Laying down the gauntlet in the bottom lane with the Vayne pick.
I do want to point out, it looks to me like that's Crisp's first Thresh game of summer. So more so, I think, a pick away from Norscaren than necessarily something they feel like they need in this game. And Vayne in this type of tiebreaker is just straight up throwing down.
You got to do it. There's the Rakan for Norscaren. So Kai'Sa Rakan into Vayne Thresh in the bottom lane here.
Something nice about having the Vayne there is you actually get a little bit more safety of taking something like a Rakan. Rakan as a support doesn't have a lot of winning matchups when he's not paired with the Xayah to get kind of the passive buffs off of that champion matchup. And so because it is a Vayne, it makes it less punishing for Norscaren to get a champion that he's so comfortable with and not just completely sacrifice the lane phase.
Well, this is it. This is the game for first seed. Both these teams revitalized in the second half of groups. Splyce undefeated on the day. Are they playing?
They just swapped Doinby off of Ryze. They just flex picked that Renekton into Doinby's hands. That is shocking that they would do that in this stage.
He's a man with a big champion pool. We talk about it so often. Has a lot of these niche picks, but as you say, getting him off Ryze is surprising to say the least.
But Doinby has absolutely played the Renekton in the mid lane. Maybe it was the trap. Like we said, both these teams so telegraphed in draft phase. We know that they can flex. Maybe FPX said, Humanoid will go for the Syndra, I'll take the Renekton, and I'll smash this kid in lane.
Oh, what a game to lay down in. FunPlus Phoenix, the #1 seed from the LPL, trying to fight, but they are against Splyce, the Snakes. Vedius and Shox in the crowd, showing their support for the LEC #3 seed. There are 3 #1 seeds in this group, from the LMS, from the BCS, from the LPL. Only one #3, but Splyce are trying to prove they don't care which seed they are. They will still take first in the group.
Absolutely true. So much fan support from Splyce coming into the day. You can check the Twitter vote as well. They voted for Splyce in all 3 games today. There'd be little doubt who they'd vote for in this one as well, Medic.
Let's get on to Summoner's Rift. Come on, let's stop delaying this. Let's get into the action. Final game of the day, final game of Group B. Everything on the line for these two teams. We'll see them both in Madrid, but that first seed means so much when it comes to the quarterfinal matchups.
FPX wanting to make their #1 seed. That's what everyone expected of them coming into this group. And even though they've stumbled a bit in the group stage, none of that would actually matter if they were able to win this game. And nice tweet there by Vizichachi about never dropping out.
Technically correct.
And still hasn't. He's going to be 100% advancement rate in every stage of Worlds he's been in, really.
I do want to talk about kind of the other changes, not only in the matchup in this mid lane between Renekton and Syndra, but also now what it means in terms of game plan for FPX. This is a AP jungler in the Gragas with now an AD mid laner with the Renekton. So potentially you have a lot more setup of playing that 2v2 mid, of constantly ganking that lane and really trying to punish this Syndra than having the Renekton on the top side. And that makes much more sense. Like, Kim Goon, you're on your own again, buddy. Sorry. Farm it out. Have a good time, because this should always be the Doinby and Tien show.
We have seen Humanoid struggle when he is put behind early on, so maybe FPX trying to play that card in this game. Press the attack on Doinby there as well on the Renekton, so that's a lot of damage that can come out very quickly from the Crocodile in mid lane.
Yeah, that's the expected play. You have to be so careful if you're Humanoid in this mid lane. As we mentioned during Champion Select, even though he is a good Syndra, the time he played Syndra against J-Team, against LeBlanc, he ended up 5 deaths, I believe, throughout the game. So once you do fall behind the curve on Syndra, it can be devastating, and would definitely not be surprising if Tian's first Gragas game is mid.
Is the Predator Gragas, so usually we see him clear a couple of camps, get that back, get the Predator boots early on. Humanoid is just harassing Doinby there in the middle lane for the moment.
It's because FPX have good information. You saw the ping, the blue ping go down on the minimap there with that ward on the Raptor camp from Xerxes. In fact, Xerxes taken some very creative pathing here. Red Krugs are now looking for an invade, trying to figure out what's been left on Tian's jungle. He's going to find it empty, and now potentially setting up a dive.
Gangplank can get a lot of health off of his lane opponent early just by spamming Q, so this is a potentially successful dive if they can land the Cocoon.
Gimgoon trying to dodge around it. The Cocoon misses by a mile. Gimgoon doesn't even have to flash away, but now he flashes and the chase is still on. Xerxes going to jump up. Chachi survives and first blood goes to Splyce.
Yeah, but by the skin of their teeth right there, Splyce doing their best FPX impression and making that dive count.
Still counts. Yeah. They get the first blood onto Visit Chachi, which is so important. The wave is still there for Gimgoon to be able to clear away when he comes back, but that's a good start for Splyce.
Doinby was harassing it down, Humanoid in the mid lane as well. Now he has to be a little bit respectful because he knows Xerxes could be around. He goes in, the knockback comes out. Call the meek use. Doinby's going to try and slice and dice away. Still has the flash. Xerxes has a flash of his own, but look how much damage Doinby's taken. Doinby flashes into no vision towards Tian, towards safety, and he will escape.
He's got to get escorted out the rest of it, though, so he'll lose some mid lane pressure. Very tense situation in this game. Xerxes still does have flash, remember. And they're out.
And that's the trade that I really want to highlight. It's the fact that Doinby now doesn't have access to his flash, where you have both those key summoners for Xerxes and Humanoid. There's a world where, you know, Xerxes tries to hard force that. He also flashes over the wall and tries to pick up the kill, or you just rinse and repeat, knowing that Doinby has to be that much more conscious in lane.
And you can really see how strong the Elise dive is when you have Gimgoon dodging the Cocoon outright, burning his flash and still die.
LWX is ticking down here with the Ignite. Kobe maybe looking for the fight. LWX still has heal. Plasma's not really going to do too much, but Splyce able to win the 2v2 trade in the bottom lane.
LWX has the biscuits, 2 of them sitting in his inventory if he wants to try and sustain up. Knowing that the Ignite is down, actually, and the heal from Kabe means that if Tian wants to kind of switch focus, since his solo laner doesn't have flash, bottom lane would be a potential gank opportunity.
And he does have great setup in there, obviously. He doesn't have to just walk around the corner. So even though North Scaran and Kabe are getting good deep vision in the tri-brush to try to check out for junglers, you could just throw a Dark Passage down there, pull Tian into the lane, force that gank with Flash Flay into Body Slam.
And he has got back and got the Predator boots now as well, so he'll be even quicker at getting into one of those ganks. We did ask where his first gank would be. Haven't yet seen Tian have an impact on the map. Xerxes been a little bit quicker in this early game, and Doinby now on this Renekton has to be a little bit careful because a Cocoon could connect. No flash, as you say. Tian coming in from the side. It's going to be on a ward. There's the Scatter of the Week. Flash. Oh, slice and dice away from Doinby just in time.
And Doinby doing a really good job playing the correct side of the lane, knowing that he didn't have information. He played towards the bottom side, tried to make the educated guess, and it was that distance that actually allowed him to get out of that, giving him the time that even though Xerxes burned the flash, that he could still slice out.
And now Tian is the one to look for that mid lane gank. Don't think he was spotted out on those minions. Humanoid is pushed very far up. Has the unleashed power, but no Xerxes to save him.
Has flash.
Here comes Tian. Flash away early on from Humanoid. Manages to survive the gank.
I think that was well played from both sides right there. Humanoid's low on mana, so they wouldn't necessarily be able to turn it. And Tian just knew that the flash was going to be forced because he had Predator boots.
But frankly, I think Xerxes actually needed to help Humanoid there. Humanoid did eventually get the wave shoved in, but Xerxes kind of pieced out into the bottom river and let his mid laner try to force that wave in by himself, leaving Humanoid exposed for that type of gank. So kind of a disconnect there between Splyce's mid and jungle.
And this is kind of similar to what's happened in past Tian versus Xerxes games, where Tian has way more CS, and Xerxes has ganked more than pretty much any other jungler of the world's group stage. So he's definitely a little bit behind right now, and with the level 6 on Renekton, FPX is doing their best to try and invade and get that advantage.
Yeah, Splyce just not able to react to this one quickly at all. Xerxes will now realize that something not very good is going on for Splyce, but Tian secures it. There's the hook coming in, and Xerxes already stunned up and locked down. Norscarin with the blast gun will knock them back, but Humanoid's not in the best of shapes now. LWX going low, dodging around as much as he can. The kill comes out. GPO doing a lot of work here, but Doinby can step back forward, looking for the cold. The Meek will heal him up a bunch. Humanoid is down, and now Norscarin and Cobby have to run for the hills. No flashes available, no escape really. Norscarin tried to battle dance out, will get the jump away in the end. Ends up being a 2-for-1 trade in favor of FPX.
As big as that was for FPX, they can't be happy about the kill distribution. Thresh has very poor gold scaling, and picking up 2 kills there means it's just the assist gold that'll go over to the Renekton and the Vayne that we're hoping to snowball off that river play.
And frankly, that's the only silver lining there for Splyce fans. That was Splyce completely losing track of where FPX were, either miscommunication about who was rotating, but Xerxes came around that corner and it seemed like he was very surprised to find 20 members.
He can sneak around for this top lane gank, though. There's a sense of security from the control ward for Gimgoon right there, and he is still he has his flash back, but he's got a lot of lane to go.
Realm Warp is there. The Cocoon's going to connect and stop it, though, and now the chase is on Gimgoon. Tried to Realm Warp out, but didn't have the flash. Norscarin in the mid lane, trying to get the knock up here. The hook still lands on Humanoid, and that Syndra will fall once again, gifted over to Doinby.
And notice how Crisp canceled his auto attack there. So properly giving the kill over to Doinby, as FPX have now been able to manufacture some positive plays to fight back in this game against Splyce.
And now, talking about that gold distribution, as the gold's now being funneled back into Doinby's pocket, if we look across on Splyce, you can see that Gangplank's now 2-0-1. With the 2 extra kills, he got himself a very early Hex Drinker. He's going to be very competent in that lane. But this can always help if you continue to try to snowball Chachi as your strategy for when Gangplank has that level 11 ultimate, has kind of that snowball lead. Maybe that's the difference maker for Splyce in these fights, having that big cannon barrage, which has been so well funded by Xerxes' time.
We wondered if Doinby would have the same impact on the Renekton as he could have had on the Rise. At the moment, he is in a very powerful position early on this pick.
Yeah, the fact that he's 102 Renekton, 600 gold up on Humanoid is fantastic news for FPX. When Doinby does well, FPX wins. So this 700 gold lead, having it nearly all be concentrated onto Doinby, means they're going to play through him for as long as they can.
You can see how much Humanoid struggles in that lane now. Really not too much he can do. Cobby perhaps caught out just a little bit here. Pops the heal to get away from the hook, but it was LWX using the final hour to try and chase it.
And this is multiple members of Splyce having big issues with their wave placement and now being forced to either burn summoners or just take really bad trades. Xerxes needs to focus a little bit less on ganks and a little bit more on helping his team get their proper wave set up so they're not burning things like heals or letting a Renekton slice and dice through waves to smash them in lane.
I'm pretty sure Xerxes was spotted coming into this bottom lane by that ward that Norscarin's about to walk across. Now spot the control ward in the bush, and Xerxes unable to find a gank path. This wave is now pushing back towards Splyce. And Cobby and Norscarin perhaps looking for a back timer. They've actually fallen quite far behind in CS in this bottom lane as well, about 10 to 11 behind on average.
Yeah, LWX has played this Vayne and Kai'Sa matchup before, so you can see their comfort right there. And they're going deep in this game.
Yes, too easy to shut down Humanoid underneath the tower. Doinby just about survives. The unleashed power wasn't enough.
And it was the fact that Xerxes was spending so much time bottom that he wasn't in position for that type of dive. FPX found the perfect window to punish Humanoid, and they are just making this Renekton Syndra matchup a punching bag.
And that is reminiscent of the last time we saw Doinby take over the game, when they were diving the Tristana mid lane with the Rise there. So Doinby and Tian trying to play through here, and they
Guess
might
who's coming
get
top?
shutdown gold.
Doinby's on his way. Chachi still has Splash, but the Hex Drinker has already been procced. Counter teleport used by Humanoid. So they will be able to stop Chachi from dying at the expense of Humanoid's TP.
Definitely a needed counter there by Humanoid. If that TP doesn't go through, there's a chance Doinby just never would have been able to be shut down after that point. But they do, and because the resources were used top, Xerxes can get this Ocean Drake.
But I believe that Gragas is currently sitting on the Rift Herald. So across map, yes, the teleport came to from Humanoid to dissuade the dive, but Ocean for Herald, this could be a big window for FPX to continue to accelerate their gold lead.
And all that does is open up extra lanes, extra gank paths for Doinby and Tian together. They've worked so well together so far in this game. We now actually see Humanoid in the top lane trying to clear this out. And he'll be in a very sticky spot if he stays up there. Expect him to go back towards mid. The shorter lane definitely helps the Syndra a little bit.
It's really rough, though, now that Doinby has his Tiamat as well as a BF sword. Not only is he going to hit exceptionally hard, but he's not in trouble of being burst out, because as long as he has his ultimate, he kind of gets like the health and the resistance there, and then he'll have the push priority with the Tiamat. So Doinby's always going to have rotation and first access to this river.
Yeah, and I think with the Rift Herald, it's probably going to be dropped right now in the mid lane. They're just going to get mid-turret. Yep. They're going to open up the map so much earlier than you're used to seeing. And with a immobile, not even Ludens yet Syndra, it's going to be so difficult for Humanoid to stay in the game with this turret being down.
A 2-level down Syndra as well. Tower about to fall. The Cannon Barrage coming out. Splyce trying to defend this one, but Humanoid is already knocked back by the explosive cask. And the tower in mid goes down. Gold given to Doinby once again. FPX, very good play early in this game. 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, and that's because Doinby's 1,900 gold ahead of the Syndra. So it is a concentrated advantage for this team. There's actually a lead on Chachi, 600 in the top lane thanks to those 2 kills. And randomly, about 800 gold on Crisp that doesn't manifest in that much. So really, Splyce need to play away from Renekton for a while.
I just have a feeling that when you're playing against FPX, Doinby is going to be in the middle of absolutely everything. And we were kind of talking earlier that, oh, you know, if Chachi's ultimate is really strong, you know, that could help get Splyce over the line. But you now have such a beefy, fed Renekton. Team fights are going to be very scary for Splyce in the next coming minutes.
It's Doinby teaming up with Crisp and LWX to take down this bot lane tower. 2 plates already fallen. Splyce trying to react because you can see Xerxes coming across. Chachi trading with Gimgoon in the top lane, but not on the winning side of that. Plate's taken by Humanoid in mid, but it's all small trades that Splyce are trying to get because they are not in control of the tempo of this game anymore.
That was almost very greedy from Humanoid.
Yeah, but still worth in this case, since the punishment didn't come through, being able to get 320 gold just because Doinby was going to control a little bit of vision down on the bot side. Something to keep Splyce in this game, and you can kind of feel what's happening in this game. FPX is very close to just snowballing to the victory, a la what they just did to J-Team. And Splyce has had such an incredible day, going 3-0, making it to quarters, having a chance for first. This next 5 or 10 minutes of the game is where Splyce kind of has to do something. And I think it's pretty critical that they get something onto Doinby somehow, whether that's vision or a pick.
At the moment, Doinby just controlling the pace of the game pretty well. 14 minutes and a half in. It's still that 3,500 gold lead for FPX. We have an Ocean Dragon in a minute and a half, and of course that Rift Herald already been used and taken by Tian.
Doinby's going to go ahead, make his back, and have his big buy. And now it's a question of where do FPX strike now that they have the Spear of Shojin complete. I would expect it would probably be the bot lane, since that's kind of FPX's that motto, as well as the fact that Ocean's going to be spawning in 130. But there is a small window that they could play topside before the dragon spawns.
Yeah, and the struggle here, I think, for Splyce is that with current itemization power spikes, FPX is stronger everywhere. Yep. Even the 0-2 Rise was winning trades against Vizichachi, but it is still their best chance of somewhere to go. So that's where I think they should spend their time.
Xerxes is on the top side of the map right now. Tian's down towards the bottom. Gingu trading in with Chachi. The wave on its way in, but really not going to be able to tank that up. Gingu just clears it out, gets back underneath the tower, and Chachi will wait for the next wave to come in.
But with Xerxes on top side, you see the pings from FPX on the bot side. They have numbers advantage there, and there's Doinby.
Yeah, just flashes in with the Dominus Humanoid, going to try and flash away, looking for the Scatter of the Weak, the Unleashed Power. It didn't really do too much, but Doinby decided he didn't want to trade anymore.
Flash all trades between those two is a win for Splyce, because he's the strongest member. Now they can try and dive.
Realm Warp used by Gimgoon, flashes away from the cocoon. Beautiful stuff there from Gimgoon in the top lane. He will sacrifice some of his tower for it, but meanwhile FPX are taking the turret in the bottom lane.
It was the fact that damage has already been done. FPX, by forcing Humanoid up and making sure that they can threaten and apply Doinby's pressure towards the bot side of the map, just completely cracked open that tower. Now LWX is going to be very fat and happy on this Vayne, and then Gimgoon cross map makes the crazy outplay so that the only thing Splyce get in return is a tower themselves.
That's the other thing that FPX kind of have in their back pocket is the potential for a late game Vayne who just got the solo turret gold and is sitting at a healthy 10 CS per minute so far. So we've seen Vayne fall off because of some minor nerfs after his meta, but the late game Vayne is still incredibly potent.
Norscarin hooked up here. You can see he uses the charm straight away, trying to get in, but they jump in for the Vayne. Instead, Norscarin's able to get away. LWX taken low. The cannon barrage not going to be enough. Here goes Kirby. Tries to jump into the backline, goes golden straight away. One flash forward for the auto. He should fall here. Chased down by FPX, but it's a 1-for-1 trade in the bottom lane. Flash away from Norscarin from the explosive cast. Xerxes stepping forward, looking for a bit more damage.
flanking.
Chachi has the flank. It's a 4v3 in favor of Splyce. The Snakes are trying to bite back against the Phoenix, but the Phoenix will rise again in this fight with the TP coming in. Gingu joins the fray, gets the root onto Chachi, and now FunPlus Phoenix looking for the re-engage. Hook lands. Chachi eats the oranges though, and he's K'd. Shut down! Scatter the weak hits too! Splyce still fighting for their lives, but they will sacrifice Xerxes, and now the re-engage comes in. FPX trying to get away, dodge away from Chachi, and here comes no more damage from Splyce.
Well, Doinby's teleport is 20 seconds from now on a control ward if Splyce stick around. This has been Splyce fighting back and making this fight even. They got the shutdown where they needed it, and they were able to get 2 kills onto Kabe.
And from a 4,000 gold deficit, it's now only 2.5. They have closed that down so much with this fight.
But this was very scary and required a lot of step up from individual members from Splyce. So it starts with Kabe really feeling himself, looks for the dive and manages to pick up the kill on LWX, expending everything, including his flash. And then when you see the flank from Chachi, like, okay, maybe this goes Splyce's way, but Crisp plays this fight so well.
Watch the auto attacks on the barrels, not letting Chachi get off that barrel, and then yes, Chachi can run away, but he's not doing any damage. So many mechanical plays towards the end here as FPX chases back through, right? You see Doinby going in, but everyone properly focuses him, and Humanoid had the ultimate for that moment to try and get his team back in the game.
Chachi was able to get rid of both the hook and the Ruthless Predator stun with 1 oranges as well, which meant he stayed alive in the fight. Let's look at where we are in terms of items. Chachi finished Trinity Force, finished Luden's on Humanoid, the Manamune into Ginsu's on its way for Kobe. On the other side, LWX almost got that Zeal item complete. The Spear of Sojourn still sits there for Doinby. He's almost towards that Black Cleaver. There is still a strong lead here for FPX, 3,000 gold or so, and they're looking for another tower in the top lane.
And Chachi is constantly just playing weak side as Xerxes is playing around with this dragon right now. Now, he does have the ultimate. It eventually buys him some time, but he loses half health on this top tower.
Gotta say, pretty good weak side player to be 2-0-3, 19 minutes into the game after getting a little bit of jungle attention early. They've definitely swapped that around to have Ryze and GP being the weak side players as Renekton gets played around for FPX.
With Xerxes and Humanoid both here in the bottom lane, Gingoon abandoned his turret. Splyce will get their second of the game, but FunPlus Phoenix, as we said, put a lot of damage down to that tier 2 in the top lane. Baron is up in just 12 seconds time, and FunPlus Phoenix trying to get some control around the vision here.
At this point in the map, it kind of feels like very different goals. For Splyce, yes, you have some item breakpoints on most of your team, but you're really looking at Kabe getting to that Rage Blade, and that's going to be your big go button. For FPX, it's now about how you utilize your lane assignments with such a powerful Renekton and your Ryze, and making sure that you're picking the right side of the map. As Jat said, they keep going at Chachi, but he has so much wave clear, and he's stalling them out while Splyce are kind of bleeding FPX out on other sides of the map. And in a situation where they were so far behind for so much of this game, they've been stalled out long enough that Splyce has started to crawl back into this game to have a fighting chance.
After being put miles behind, Humanoid actually up in CS over Doinby now, still only sitting at an item and a half, but the further he can get towards those second, third items, the more power he can have in a team fight. Just think of LWX and unleash power on him. if you get a couple of items on Humanoid, could be game-changing. Right now...
I think with the Phantom Dancer, though, completed...
That's true. Phantom Dancer will help a lot.
Gonna feel not as dire as it once was, just because Humanoid is so far behind, 0, 3, and 2 on the Syndra. I don't know if he has... Like, if he lands everything, he might just 100-0 Vayne, but with the Phantom Dancer and with Humanoid being behind, I actually don't think he has that much threat. I think Humanoid at this point is actually just responsible for CC and kind of initial burst, while Kabe plays cleanup duty.
Yeah, and FPX has been unable to get sustained vision inside the jungles of Splyce. That's the big thing that's allowing Splyce to kind of neutralize this game. Additionally, the 2 big roams that Tien has pulled off have kind of been sensed by Vizicsacsi, and that's kind of wasting a lot of this Gragas' time. So the natural catalyst for this game will likely be the Infernal Drake, since FPX doesn't have the deep jungle vision required to start baiting Baron.
Which means that we could potentially just have a timeout where teams look at that 2-minute timer and it's hoover up as much gold as possible in this 2-minute window before everyone kind of straps on their pads and looks to clash.
Gimgoon currently has the push in the bottom lane. It looks like Chachi is the one to go and answer that. Doinb is still in the top side here for FunPlus Phoenix, but Chachi realizes perhaps he's not in the best of positions, hadn't cleared out that bush he was hiding in, and that gives Gimgoon a little bit of free time with this tower down bot.
Yeah, actually a little curious that Vizicsacsi grouped in this instance with no objectives being up, but it allows Splyce to get a little bit of mid lane priority, and now Humanoid, he's just going to get jumped on.
Face check straight into Doinb there, and Doinb should just be able to clean this one up. Humanoid does have flash, so does Doinb, and there's the flash forward. Too easy for Doinb. The Cocoon coming out. They're still looking for the fight. The dominance is there, but the quickness comes out. Oh, here comes Kobe jumping from the backline, and Doinb will fall. Got a lot of damage down, but wasn't able to take down another man.
That was about a quarter second away from a 1v4, with that Sojin giving him the cooldowns if he could get another empowered Q healing up. But with all of that being said, more gold goes over to Splyce in that trade from a solo kill versus an assisted kill. So if they can neutralize, it will be worth. They lose so much pressure, though, because they sent a bunch of people top lane.
Losing damage on the mid lane tower. Cannon Barrage did come out, and that means the Demolish Block wasn't able to be used by FunPlus Phoenix. Gimgoon forced away from the bot side of the map, and now we're 55 seconds away from that dragon. The Infernal on its way to spawn.
Which is why you're seeing the resets come in from FPX. I want to quickly go back, grab the necessary control wards, and then start setting up the map for this Infernal. This was Humanoid. Yeah, you can say maybe you just flash that much earlier, but it was also the fact that Doinb held his flash to make sure that as soon as he did, he'd have the stun just to burst.
Yeah, it was a bad start from Humanoid, but then the rest of Splyce was up here, and because Kabe ulted in, right there, the Q was about to come back for Doinb, but I want to say here, I don't think Doinb should have flashed for that kill. Because Infernal Drake's up in 20 seconds now, and the flash on an ult Sojin Renekton is his trump card. If he can't get into this fight, Splyce might actually be able to win it and control the Infernal Drake.
And I agree with you. So Doinb is trying to get very creative about how he's going to do it. Now, he will be spotted because he's hard shoving bot lane, trying to get push priority in there. But you can see that Doinb is trying to slip in underneath Splyce and make sure that he can find a proper flank position without that flash.
Chachi's going to spot him out. Repel already used here by Xerxes, but Chachi forced away. Doinb, the round warp coming in as well. Is this going to be taken? Two people take it in. FunPlus Phoenix have separated themselves, and Crisp almost falls. Norscaren dodges back. Gimgoon's going to get the Lantern into the fight, and now the Infernal Dragon is FunPlus Phoenix's reward, but maybe Splyce want to keep fighting it. Infernal Dragon down. Splyce cannot find an avenue into the fight.
I mean, it was messy, but it did work.
Yeah, and now they get the hook.
Hook onto Humanoid. Humanoid, no time to react. Another kill to FPX, and FPX might just turn their eyes straight towards the Baron.
At least he still had his flash. Wasn't useful in that case, but it was Doinb actually finding the flank onto Vizicsacsi that started that fight off so well, and because it is a 5v4, they're going to at least start it, but I think they should be looking for picks here.
I agree with you. Baron on the cards. We saw Splyce throw at Baron against FPX the first time they played. Teleport coming in. Chachi still has his teleport in the bottom lane at the moment. 7,000 HP left on the Baron. Tian is just backing it up. The explosive cast doesn't connect. The repel was used by Xerxes. Here comes Tian. Doinb screwdriving his way into the backline. Norscaren lands the quickness. They lose their jungler. Chachi did not burn teleport. Humanoid is on his way back up.
Chachi and Humanoid both have teleports, so it would be a 4v5 and a lot of ultimates down for FPX. If they want to stop this Baron, Splyce have to go now.
3,000 HP left on it. Splyce going to try and fight it, but already the Baron has fallen. You have to feel Tian gets it. Chachi now on the front line. Crispal has fallen. Splyce, you got to take the fight. You got to make your moment happen. Humanoid jumps in. Tian goes golden. Gimgoon has the flank position. Tian will pay for the Baron with his life, but FPX get 4 Barons out alive.
And FPX force a beautiful decision on Splyce, a very hard one to crack. They didn't have the Syndra, so they knew that they could force the fight, probably win it. They get the Baron in the end, and Splyce aren't able to force the fight afterwards. They didn't have critical cooldowns like the GP ultimate, which would have helped them close the distance to try to hunt down some of those Barons that got out for FPX.
Watching that again, Humanoid just not enough patience to wait for the minion wave to come to him. His second death because of that, and then Splyce just have a really hard time getting the proper vision over this pit. You knew that FPX was probably going to peel for at least the first one because they're such a kill-hungry team, and you could see Gimgoon hunting in the top. So sure, Splyce pull off and lose one. It ends up being their jungler, and from there, Splyce is probably expecting FPX to just come back, so they wait and they're so cautious to go in, worried about a full turn that would lead to a wipe and a Baron. And yes, the Baron goes over to FPX, but Splyce was in a very difficult situation to get this one. Big play and big advantage for FPX.
Yeah, they are now almost 5,000 gold ahead. 2 minutes left on this Baron power play. You can see how quickly that snowballed after the last couple of fights. And you have a great 1-3-1. Doinby is in a great position. Gimgoon, very strong as well. They can just split the map and pull Splyce to try and answer.
I don't think Chachi's getting out of this one.
We will see. He hasn't got the flash, the cannon barrage is coming down, but I believe you might be right there, chat. Chachi falls in a side lane, but Splyce may be looking for the fight here as Kabi jumps in. Crisp goes golden. North Scaring going in with the quickness with the charm, and Crisp has fallen. The shutdown goes to Xerxes. They're trying to get Tian on the back alive, but already Doinby's taken 2, and meanwhile in the top lane, Gimgoon is just pushing in to the inhibitors. Doinby gets another. Kabi can't take him out. LWX will fall in the end, but 3 kills go to Doinby in a 4v5, and FPX are looking at the Nexus.
Oh man, that's a big play by FPX. Didn't even realize Gimgoon wasn't there with how close that fight ended up being. Kabe getting a lot of gold out of that, but FPX ends up getting the inhib.
Yep, Kabe trying to go hero mode, but Gimgoon just walked it in. There's still 2 Barons live for FPX, so while the timer is very quickly ticking down, they still can do a lot more damage with it if they want.
Have another look at that fight, because it's Chachi who gets caught out at the start.
Yeah, and then you can see Splyce say, well, we actually have to fight. Otherwise, we're going to probably lose 2 inhibitors. Rises up top lane. This is our chance. Kabe jumps in early and gets a lot of damage onto Chris, but then just watch Kabe and LWX the rest of this fight and the ability to apply or dodge CC. So, right here, LWX looks like he'd want to clean the CC, but he gets stunned into also a cocoon, and that's what buys time for Kabe to pick up the shutdown goal.
Doinby is now 7-2-3 on Renekton after that fight, though. Titanic Hydra, Sterax, Black Cleaver, and the Spear of Sojourn complete.
Yeah, and moments like this is where the best players need to step up. Doinby said he didn't want to be put on a more passive champion, actually swaps off of his signature rise to get on the Renekton, and on Splyce's side, yes, they're 5,000 gold down, but they got gold on the right guy. They got it on Kabe with a 5-1. Nashor's Tooth completed. Zonya's on the way. Kaisa. So, for FPX to win, it's Doinby. For Splyce to win, Kabe has to carry.
You just think about how terrifying that is, though, with how Kabe has been flying in there, trying to walk down Doinby. It's just a single chain CC that would end it all. I think that's
sidestep from Humanoid.
The best play that Humanoid's made all game.
Yeah. I think that's reminiscent to his Rise play earlier on versus GAM Esports. Was able to dodge a few ganks in that game. This game, he has been on the receiving end of a lot of hurt. Hook not going to connect there by Chris, but this mid lane tower is going to fall. FBX get their sixth turret of the game, make that 7 as Doinby looks for the bottom lane. Ruthless Predator coming out. Doinby's going to tank up a couple of tower shots, but not really going to care too much about that. He can heal back up off the minion wave. Scatter the Weak connects on Tian, but FPX are just trying to pull Splyce around the map right now. The Baron has expired, and perhaps that means they're going to have to halt their aggression.
And I think they have waited a little bit to take that Drake now. I wouldn't be too surprised if FPX goes down and takes that Cloud, meaning the next spawn would end up being the Elder. Or there's a chance they don't want to do that because Splyce has the same number of Drakes. I would suggest FPX goes down and do that, though, since with the Renekton, they don't want to fall off too hard.
And it looks like that's what's going to happen. Tian is on his way down towards the cloud. Should be a pretty easy secure for him. GameGoon's making sure those super minions continue to pressure the Splyce base in the top lane.
Yeah, although I gotta say, watching more and more Sojin Renekton in LPL, LCK, and here at Worlds, it definitely falls off way less than you would expect. We've seen late game Renektons 1v3, 1v4. If there's any type of fall off, it's about fight access. So it is still possible to CC the melee champion as he goes in and burst him down, but at every point in the game, if Doinby gets the right access, he will wreck.
So you're saying it's broken?
There's a reason that they said Sojin's going away.
Yeah, there's a reason it's leaving the game.
It's a bit overtuned.
Little bit strong. Doinby now looking for Chachi in this side lane. He'll clear. Whoa! He'll clear out the control ward in a heartbeat. Didn't expect it to go down that quickly. 4 items are complete on Kobe, the key carry, as we've said, for Splyce. He's now got the Zonya's Hourglass alongside the Nash's Tooth, but you have to remember, LWX is playing Vayne as well. So as much as you can focus down Doinby in a fight, that Vayne is still going to shred through you.
But you still have ridiculous burst damage, basically, on both these compositions if Doinby gets a hold of you and just how he'll just wreck an entire team. But multiple damage threats across the board. This should come out to execution of team fights. And so all eyes are who gets picked, who can use the vision control, do the barrels actually land, does a death sentence connect with Humanoid again?
Noskaran was looking for a flank position here. He's on a control ward, means he's not being spotted out, but now he has. Going to clear out a ward. Chris will have a hook in just a second's time, but not going to use it. Doinby still pushing in the bottom lane by himself. This would be another tower. Over to FunPlus. Phoenix, Splyce, trying to react, trying to get vision around this Baron that has now respawned. But FPX with a 6,000 gold lead are still very much in the driver's seat.
But with that inhib missing up into the top lane, Splyce are losing their window where they're actually just kind of getting choked out of this area.
It's only 25 seconds before that inhib does respawn, though, so this should be the last super minion wave on its way in.
Yeah, unfortunately for Splyce, though, they don't have mid-priority or river vision, so this is the danger zone, really, when dealing with other teams' Barons. The one saving grace would be that they do have Chachi off in a side lane who can lend aid faster than the Renekton, thanks to the GP ultimate, but FPX is just going to start this with Vayne, because they can 2-man it while still being able to pull off.
Doinby is actually fighting off to Chachi. Chachi has to flash away. The Slice and Dice not going to be able to chase him down. Looks like Doinby wasn't able to find the connection, flash for flash in that bottom lane.
But you can see that FPX don't have to just play around the Baron because of how strong the Renekton is. They continue to sit in a 1-4 formation, have Doinby or even a 1-3-1, and also put GameGoon in a side lane, and slowly just, again, brute force Splyce in these side lanes, force them to make a decision where they're not comfortable, where Splyce would have to overcommit to a side of the map, and that's when FPX want to punish them.
Yeah, however, they have to deal with this ultimate cooldown on Doinby now. I have to credit Vizichachi here. Goes back, finishes his Infinity Edge. If he lands a barrel in a late game team fight, it could be group deciding. And the fact that he was able to withstand the Renekton ultimate while maintaining his own ultimate gives Splyce time where they can work towards mid-priority without having to worry as much about the Baron.
Of course, both these teams already. Oh, no, Scaren's going to go in. The Cocoon's landed onto Tian. There's the charge as well. He's dead. Tian, the jungler, down. And now Splyce have an opportunity, but Chachi has been caught out by GameGoon. GameGoon still has his flash. How's the roam up? Looking for the chase. Teleport coming in. And they're going to try and join the fight. Here's the TP. I believe it's Humanoid joining his teammate. The cannon barrage comes down, and GameGoon flashes away. The Unleashed Power is going to chase him. He goes golden, but he's not going to live for too much longer. Splyce find 2 kills.
Oh, this is interesting, because it's now 5v3 on the map. How quickly can Splyce move over? And would FPX try a 3v3 here?
Doinby has the ultimate backup. No flash on him, but remember, no Scaven, no quickness. Kobe has both of summons and the nose killer instinct. Couldn't get the shield. Splyce now pushing in the bottom lane. Chachi going up towards top. Splyce will try to take this mid lane tower.
Yeah, because suddenly it's Splyce that have tempo advantage on the map. They've finally got that mid lane priority. You can see Humanoid's also shoving in. He's now cutting back towards his team, trying to get there in time.
As kills.
FPX are hunting for them.
Splyce needs to be so careful around this because FPX, all they need is a second. That's all Doinby needs. He's got his GA now as well on the Renekton. You got to kill him twice if you want to take down FPX.
10 more seconds until Splyce can have 5v5. Kind of ridiculous that Chris flashed for that, knowing that there's still only 4 people alive, but FPX trying to keep the aggression up to get back control of this mid lane.
And reminder that GameGoon does have access to his teleport. He's currently now walking to the play, but there are so many random wards littered around everywhere.
A ward just behind Splyce here as well. They haven't spotted that out. Chris not stunned up with the scat of the week, but Splyce will step back here thinking they're a lot safer than they are because there's a ward sitting just behind them.
But the decisions are about to get very intense tense here as we are now going to move from fighting over one side of a map to two. The Elder spawns in 20. The Baron is already up, and FPX have now just brute force through mid.
FPX has such poor vision that they have to be very careful about how they check. The Realm Warp will give them temporary vision, and now Baron's at 6,000.
Splyce starts to peel off it. They're not keeping it aggroed. It's going to start to reset. Mid-wave Prio. Hook gonna land, but it's only onto Xerxes. Tian looking to back away from this one. Splyce, clear out the vision once again.
So now Elder's alive as well. So mid priority becomes even more important. They're kind of both able to clear out the wave so quickly, but it's still Splyce that has the inner track towards Baron.
And frankly, you can actually just kick one of your ADCs to go pick up this Elder. If FPX don't want to play around with this Baron, LWX can actually just go take that by himself.
They can't though, because Splyce has been so aggressive with this Baron. As FPX spots it, it doesn't stop Splyce.
Tian could look for the steal. FPX still there. Baron's still aggroed by Splyce. 7,000 HP on it now. Perhaps they back away. Doinby still a quarter of the cooldown left on his flash before he can get into this fight. And Splyce disengage, but they give up mid-prio. They give over control over the Elder Dragon.
Splyce has won this battle, and it gives them the advantage in the ward. They had completely been starved of control wards. So quickly, crisp resets for the two controls. And now, knowing Splyce is on a recall pattern, FPX is just going to go for this Drake.
FPX just bled them out right there. They played merry-go-round with the mid lane priority. Like you said, they exhausted the vision line. They exhausted the priority. FPX now have control over mid lane. It gives them the Elder, which now they can use that to force control over the Baron.
FPX called Splyce's bluff. They said, stick on the Baron if you want, but we are going to fight you over it. Splyce backed away, lost control, and FPX take the objective.
Now this Elder lasts for 2.5 minutes. There is 25 seconds until Doinby has flash again. We'll have to see if they actually just force a 5v5 around the Baron pit, because if Doinby gets access in a team fight, it could be the game. I don't want to see him burn his ultimate again, attempting to get a 1v1 kill, because I think that is stalled out FPX. But there's the teleport. They have the controller vision. It is FPX's time to act.
There's also the added benefit that at this late in the game, whoever has control over the Baron pit, in this case it's FPX, could actually just two-man it. You have the necessary tanks as well as the AD carries, so everyone has to be so aware of maintaining vision control of this area.
Looking for a flank. Splyce did restock their control wards, so they have 4 that they can put down that would slowly need to be cleared away.
So Chachi's trying to come across to join the team. Doinby stepping forward, lands the stun on North Scaven, who tries to jump away. There's the charm as well, but already Xerxes dead. That's 2. They get crisp, but the chase is on. LWX jumping onto Humanoid, who goes golden. Kobe pops his stopwatch as well, but you have to feel this is it. Fly, Phoenix, fly. They clean up the fight in the jungle. Splyce get wiped away, and there's nothing Chachi can do. He flashes away, but FunPlus Phoenix will look towards winning this game.
Doinby finally got his flash off in a team fight, and he destroyed Splyce. They now have a minion wave and 3 strong while preventing the Gangplank from recalling. This should be it.
This is not the LGD story. This is not the Invictus Gaming story. This is Super Carry Doinby taking first in groups.
FunPlus Phoenix rise from the ashes and lock their spot as first in Group B.
It may have looked a little bit more difficult than FPX had intended, and Splyce put up a hell of a fight. Splyce had such a spectacular day to fly through and force this tiebreaker, but at the end of the day, it is FPX who win the series against Splyce 2-1 and are the first team to advance as the #1 seed in their group.
Great stuff by them. They waited out. They were patient. They made the calls they needed to, played through Doinby when they needed to in that game.
Patience, and that's the key word. Not a word that's often associated with LPL teams, especially not with FPX. It was the patience and the out macro around the Baron and the Elder Pit that really broke that game open for FPX. You saw the viciousness in how they attacked them out, their ability to snowball, how competent they are on these different champions, but you also got to see them outthink their opponent.
And I think we also saw the two sides of Splyce today. First 3 games, they looked incredible. Humanoid had some great performances. players, nor Scaring the same. But in that game, we saw sometimes they're just not as experienced. Sometimes they get picked out. They can't play on the defensive side of the map. Humanoid especially struggled to have a great performance in this game versus FunPlus Phoenix.
Yeah, I think both of these teams had consistency struggles throughout. You thought maybe this day was just going to be blessed for Splyce and they'd be able to keep up their great mid-game performances throughout the whole thing. Had a bit of a lull in this game, although did stall it out fairly well. I think they can walk away from this a little disappointed because they didn't get first, but ultimately very happy.
If at the start of the day you told me Splyce was getting second in this group, I would have bitten your hand off. Like, there's no way anyone really expected that to happen. It's bite the hand that feeds you. It's like, yes, yes,
okay.
Definitely.
Okay, I'm just going to sound like this.
Okay, I'm not actually going to bite his hand. You guys don't understand idioms.
But the rest of FPX as well, when I say Splyce walks away a little disappointed but still happy, I think the same should be said of FPX because they too are a young team. They're attending their first World Championship. They were so dominant in the LPL, and they were expected to finish first. They finished first.
They did.
It wasn't in the manner that they wanted, and they definitely had some games where they looked much more vulnerable, but they aren't ultimately punished for it, and maybe even stronger because they've had the high-stress matches in the group stage.
It's definitely true, Jet. Thank you very much for joining me on the desk, guys. We're going to hand it over to World's Cooldown to break down the day.
Thank you very much, Medic. Great cast on the day. As always, welcome to World's Cooldown. I am Freak Azale's on the far side. In the middle, the one and only Spawn. How you doing?
I never doubted him, Freak. Not for one moment. I didn't think, not even close, baby. That was a good game from FunPlus Phoenix in the end.
Yeah, honestly, my pick'ems are fairly safe. I had FPX #1. The one I tweeted out had Splyce at #2. The one I actually chose was Splyce at #3. So not perfect.
How many you got going?
I only have the one tweet, so
okay.
You know we're going to that one.
That's the one you got to go with.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
No one can prove otherwise unless they have the celebrity pick'ems on the website like the other years. Regardless, though, I mean, an incredible day. Splyce 3-0 to get into this tiebreaker. Sadly, couldn't finish the day, but like that is still an awesome performance and a great showing.
Yeah, absolutely is. And I think that when I came into yesterday's show, I was actually saying that there's a lot of positive. Well, not yesterday. There was a day off. Day before, there was a lot of positives for the young Splyce lineup, and all they needed was that one play, that one moment, that one day to be able to push it in. And I think that what we saw today is that momentum in League of Legends at Worlds is still a major factor when you play all your games on a single day. And the young stars started to ramp up and started to play good League of Legends.
I think the biggest thing for me was honestly in their wins, Humanoid was so important, right? He really was performing very well when you compare to how he looked in really all their losses. It's night and day. It feels like if Humanoid turns in a good game, the rest of the team is playing solid enough that they're going to win. If he has a poor game, they're going to lose. And that's kind of been the story for me thus far with Splyce.
And one of the things that I've heard a lot from, especially the EU commentators, is that Splyce seem to have somewhat limited champion pools, that they are one of the most predictable teams here at Worlds. Of course, we will see them in the quarterfinals. We'll see if research against them in the next couple of days and then into next week is going to matter here. But they're getting comfortable champions, right? Again, everyone's coming in to week 2 of the groups, essentially. Everyone knows who they're playing against, and all 3 regularly scheduled games Splyce took home.
And in these pesky like best of ones, it is so easy to get the champions you want. Just pick blue side and make the other team ban Pantheon, Kiana, Kale, because they're all apparently OP, unplayable against. You saw that multiple times today, teams did not want to target out specific players as opposed to letting through the OP champions that we've seen with such a high ban presence. So, you know what? If they get into a favorable best of 5 and they're able to sneak away some blue side games, hell, at this point, anything is possible in draft.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, but being that second seed makes it so much harder. I just think that the teams that are going to come out on first of these groups are going to be so dangerous. You're expecting G2, SKT, and then X,
TL,
right?
IG, or Damwon all look like pretty strong teams.
Yeah, so it will be a tough task for Splyce, really, regardless of who they get, I would expect. But it's going to be FPX coming out, as the beneficiary of that. Yes, there will be some very tough second seeds as well, but you're going to be feeling so much better that your poor showing in the group stage did not cost you a first place seed.
Yeah, this is something that actually happened last year at Worlds, where IG dropped their group stage, right? Dropped under Fnatic there and played KT Rolster first round. And a lot of people said, wow, that was such an incredible series. That could have been the finals. And if IG had won their group, it likely would have been based on bracketology. So I am kind of happy to see the FPX shaped up in time. I still think that they have the capability to be one of the top 3 teams at this tournament. Their very good games looked like that, but they had, of course, a lot of stumbles where they did not look like the top team they're supposed to be.
Yeah, and this is where I have to eat the humble pie, because I called out Doinby. I said throughout his LPL career, this has been a guy that has done so well throughout regular seasons and then failed to make international stages. People were hoping that with his great performances at Rift Rivals, that wasn't going to happen internationally. Well, this final game, Super Carry Doinby did show up to play, and I think that he had a terrific performance on that Renekton. It was a flex pick. It was more of that kind of dark magic that we talk about when we speak to this guy, and it just shows the importance of the mid laner on this roster, because he really is the heart and soul of FunPlus Phoenix.
And I think individually, he honestly played very well throughout the group stage as a whole. I think his laning phases were really strong. Yes, there were some mistakes, but FunPlus, I still think it should be disappointing. Yes, they're going to be happy that they got first seed, but that feels more like relief than happiness, because they even talked about in interviews, assuming that they were going to 6-0. Their stock has certainly fallen a lot. Yeah, you got first in your group, but a lot of people that I've talked to, the casters and analysts coming into this event, peg this as the worst group in World's history, if not at least one of the handful of worst groups that we have seen as far as skill level. So you're expecting to dominate a group like that if you're supposed to be a World's contender.
And they went 4-2. They were a game away from being eliminated against a team that had beaten the first time around.
And some of their wins weren't clean either.
Sure.
They went 5-2, Free.
They
went 5-2.
The regularly scheduled went 4-2. They did win the tiebreaker. Yes, 5-2 is the real record. Either way, we're going to hear from more from Doinby from FunPlus Phoenix.
Thank you very much, guys. Laure here. FunPlus Phoenix just took the first seed of Group B. Congratulations, Doinby. You didn't have the easiest road, and you came here at Worlds as favorites. What does it mean to you to end up with the first seed anyway, even though you had a difficult journey?
首先恭喜你们获得就是这一组的第1种子这样子，但是其实你们进来这次是世界总决赛的话，预期是非常非常高的。那中间也经历很多的这个挫折，那最终还是有办法拿下第1种子而言，对你而言是什么意义？
我们拿了小组赛的第1嘛，感觉这样的话，我们霸场不会遇到其他组的第1，我觉得挺好的。
So we took first seed, and what that means for us is that we won't meet other first seeds from other groups. So I think it's quite good.
Nice. And you had an outstanding performance for the last game. So for your first time at Worlds, being the main carry through the game that led you to first seed, what does it mean?
你刚才的表现非常的精彩，而且你也是作为一个主要的 C 位，发挥的非常出色。那对于你第1次来到世界赛有这样的表现，你有什么样的看法？
其实我觉得我对我现在的表现不是就很不满意吧，因为我最近就有时候打得好，有时候打得不好，就不太稳定。我不喜欢这种选手，我不喜欢我这种选手。
Actually, I'm not very satisfied with my performance because a lot of times I can be quite good, but a lot of times I can be quite bad as well. I really dislike players like that, and by saying that, I really dislike myself right now.
All right, so tell me then, what do you need to do to stop being a coin flip player, if you feel like it?
那你要怎么样才会不是一个丢硬币选手？
你什么？
你要怎么样才不会是一个丢硬币选手？
这个我也不知道。
I don't really know how.
We'll see how it develops through quarterfinals now. Splyce beat you on the first time. What did you change in the way you approached the game to beat them on the second round?
那第1次的话 ，Splyce 其实是击败你们的。那第2次对战他们，你们改变了什么，可以达到胜利？
就很简单，不选混子。
It's very simple. I just don't pick champions that are passive and do nothing.
Sounds simple indeed. Now, moving forward, what did you learn from group stage? Because you said you made many mistakes, you were not happy with your performance. So, what did you learn in group stage that will lead you to victory in the future?
你觉得你在小组赛有学到什么，可以让你在未来取得更多胜利？
就小组赛学到了，也就一个吧。我还是要选一个能 carry 的英雄，要带我的队友 carry。
I think I've only learned one thing, and that's I need to pick something that can carry my teammates forward.
Sounds really simple, like a plan. Now, is there anything you want to say to the fans who were cheering for you and watching you today?
你有什么话想对就是观看的粉丝们说吗？
想对我们 LPL 的粉丝们说，现在已经 就很晚了嘛，现在差不多凌晨3点了，谢谢大家的支持，然后你们就好好休息，就明天开始，大家我们希望支持我们其他 LPL 的战队，谢谢。
I just want to say that it's actually really late right now. It's about 3 a.m. in China. So to all the LPL fans, thanks for supporting and thanks for watching. Tomorrow we will cheer for other LPL teams.
Well, congratulations again, doing B, Shishay, for the interview, and thank you again for the translation, Clement. Now back to you guys.
Thank you very much. So to recap how today went, FunPlus, Phoenix, and Splyce are the top seeds out of the group. They advanced to the quarterfinals. Of course, that does mean that J-Team and GAM Esports are gone. They are finished. Worlds 2019 is over for those two squads. Maybe predicted for some, maybe not for others. We can see there are still teams to await them, of course, as we can look at the rest of the groups here.
Yeah, I'm most excited, looking towards tomorrow about this kind of battle for Group A, right? We have G2, clearly the heavy favorites to get out in first, but Griffin and Cloud9 were relatively close. Even HKA did have some close games in that group. So I think a lot to be decided, especially when you look at how Splyce's group ended up versus how it started. Still anyone's game.
Yeah, absolutely. If you had told me at the start of the day that the 1 and 2 then Splyce would end the day 4 and 3 and coming out in the second seed, I would be pretty shocked at that. And I think that the thing I'm most interested in taking away is how the ability to play fast, and we saw that a couple of times today, will actually influence some of the other groups, because we thought this was going to be a scaling meta. We thought we'll in for the long haul with some long days. However, tiebreakers aside, it does seem to be speeding up a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, Gretchen seems to be doing a whole lot more. So to kind of talk about that point, sort of final thoughts on both GAM Esports and J-Team. This will be probably the last time we talk about them on the broadcast. What do you think?
I think GAM, to me, was less than I thought they could have been, essentially. We saw kind of some promise in their 1 win over J-Team, and I just felt like they didn't draft enough hard engage in many of their matches to actually enable the kind of style that they were wanting to play. They were a very exciting team. They wanted to go aggressive, but they didn't always have the tools to actually force their opponents to fight them.
And let's get realistic. If you're playing top side of the map at the moment in League of Legends, you are leaving so much gold on the table on the bottom side, and the importance of early game Drakes. That's what we saw from GAM, a tendency to want to play around. Zeros, again, a player that we've expected big things on the international stage multiple times now. I feel like he had a better tournament, but probably still not up to his domestic standard. Sure. So that would leave wanting for sure. But Levi's last game on the international stage, like, this guy is just such a joy to watch. That Lee Sin performance was clean. And even when they started to fall behind, multiple times he was trying to drag his team back into it. So I think a really great performance from him.
And I've got to say, as far as J-Team, I really did enjoy watching Fofo in particular. He was so exceptional in some of their games, in particular their win over Splyce. In the previous days, he was so good to watch on that LeBlanc.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that there is some players that are stepping up to join him now. I think that Rest had a pretty good performance. He had a couple of really nice game-playing games in there. I think Koala as well had some moments. So I think that, with J-Team coming into the world stage, it was the Fofo show and everyone playing around that. I think that they do have multiple players to now play around, and I hope to see them once again come back, because this is a player that has been trying for so long to get to the world stage, and he would have felt like he was so close to achieving his goal of pushing LMS back into that relevancy.
And on the GAM Esports side, I actually thought Lil V had a really good performance as well, some really, really strong performances. But otherwise, we're going to talk about Group A, which takes to the Rift tomorrow, and it starts with a huge matchup, Griffin versus Cloud9. This is much like the Splyce one from today. I feel like if Griffin wins, C9 are almost always eliminated. There's a slim chance through.
It really does set the tone for the group, and I just want to see if Cloud9 is able to right some of the wrongs that they've had in these previous days, because even in their 1 win, it was not super impressive. They seem to have really struggled how they're playing around side lanes, and I'm so curious, are we going to see Sven Skaren coming back in? He was the LCS MVP, and he's nowhere to be seen. So, with things not going as well, can he come back in? Can he right that ship?
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, and I think that I also would like to see Sneaky back on in Marksman. What I've seen is that when teams aren't used to playing around Marksman, it doesn't matter about your individual proficiency on the pick, it's about the consistent threat. So the Heimer did do it for me, because that is still consistent damage, still allows you to set up around Baron. But any of these other mages, maybe aside from Cassiopeia as well, just warps the game state of how you have to play. And Cloud9 for so long has played around their star 80 carry player. So I think that they need to go back towards that style.
And of course, we spent most of our time talking about C9. G2, by the way, they're going 6-0. That's all I should say. They're doing great. So if you missed any of today's action, be sure to tune in for our rebroadcast starting in just a few minutes. That's going to do it for us here. G2 going 6-0. Cloud9 going to fight Griffin for the second spot. Maybe something else happens, but that's going to do it for us here today in Berlin.
I agree.
We all agree on the smart one here. That's all from us. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow for more Worlds 2019. Whew.
Maybe they can stop this from happening. Now has to retreat here. The rest of the team pulling out. Zeros running away, but LWX just gets to walk through the entire team. Zin gonna get the setup. The Gragas grabs the kill. That's gonna be 2. LWX uncontested on the backside, doing so much damage.
Coming. Doing B on the side.
Get it. Oh! That's gonna be a 3-man knockup. It's everything you want. An unstoppable force. The double jump, he can fish for it. Visitachi just gonna bounce right in. Lands it on 2, and Splyce now trying to clean up the fight, desperate to get something back. But both the carries know one going down. Fofo is dead. It's all eyes on Little B, but it's just not gonna be enough. Desire to pull through the feathers. He cannot do it in the end. Zin goes in, but the Alistair goes in. The follow-up is there, and Rest has taken out the Fofo. Fofo pushes them all back into the pit. He says, you want it, you got it.
Already almost fallen here. Doesn't matter how tanky you are, because he has been shut down. Now Splyce all grouped up, Humanoid jumping onto the back line. Chris almost goes down. Doinby on the front line. He will fall first.
Yeah. Snake with us. Come on, Snake.
Come on. No? You don't want a snake? Okay.
Splyce just took down FPX.
Here comes Cobby, 5,000 HP left on the bow, and the hook's going to connect, and here comes the TP. Levi's going to have to jump out the back of the pit, because the supreme display of talent lands a stun. Zin down, now they're looking for Levi. He will fall as well, and the Baron is there.
And Splyce have a minute left on this Baron, but they're going to pick him.
No Zonias yet, and there's the shutdown. Here comes Doinby. LWX upside, Lil B able to dodge away. Hannah is the first to fall. Doinby rattling out the spells as now Fofo's forced down towards the bottom side of the fight. Right now, that's exactly what they're doing. The Baron goes down, Gimgo's gonna Fofo. Just 2v5 him. FPX are too strong. J-Team, you tried your hardest, but FPX are not getting knocked out today. Doinby stepping forward, lands the stun on Norscaven, who tries to jump away. There's the charm as well. But already Cersei's dead, that's 2. They get Chris, but the chase is on. LWX jumping onto Humanoid, who goes gold on Cobby. Pops his stopwatch as well, but you have to feel this is it. Fly!